Happy Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to day number 3 of the Gibraltar T20I series. My name's Charlie Hunt. We're ready to get things underway here on the European Cricket Network. Day number 3 then. Match number 5 is the first game here today, and it's going to be a very, very exciting one. It's a rematch between Gibraltar and Malta. Of course, Gibraltar coming out the winners yesterday in yesterday evening's game, and that was a really good match, mostly down to the batting of Ian Lateen. He's going to be crucial yet again. But we can go to the middle where the umpire is with the two captains, and they're ready to get the all-important coin toss.
Tails.
And it is.
News from the coin toss then. Gibraltar skipper Avinash Pai, he's won again, and he's going to go ahead and bat first. No real surprise, and I'm looking forward to seeing him at the top of the order once more. Most likely with Louis Bruce, both of them really setting the platform for Gibraltar yesterday. That's really what enabled them to go ahead and kick on and really produce a high score. And of course, it was just too much for Malta in the end. Malta, 3 losses from 3. They really need to kick on now. They're running out of games, and they really would like to take some ICC ranking points home with them at the end of this weekend. Joe Marples is in the commentary box, and news from the toss throw. Gibraltar, they're going to have a bat first.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie, and good morning to Gibraltar. It's a nice day again here on a lovely Saturday. A little bit of breezy, so that could be interesting later on as we might see the wind pick up. But as you can see across the Mediterranean there, nice clear skies to start this day. So looking at the teams as we go into this one, Gibraltar coming off the back of that really impressive victory last night against this Malta team who will be obviously out for revenge. It's been a really good start to obviously Gibraltar's tournament. Just looking at the scorecard there from that opening day when they played Portugal, they'll feel that one was the one that maybe got away from them. They played really well that day, and maybe just if they hadn't have been a little bit sloppy in the field, they'd have thought they might have come away with a win. Anyway, they came back strongly yesterday and got that all-important victory and their first home international victory on this ground. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on today. Kieran Stagno there, as you see, top scorer in that day. Ian Lateen scoring yesterday, top scoring with that one. Just having a look at Portugal and Malta from yesterday, but much better showing from Malta as they put on a bit of a show with the bat. Ryan Bastinash actually ended up with 46, but big news is he's out and not playing today. The big news for Malta is that Basil George has been deemed fit to play, and he will be in the lineup. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays and where Malta will use him. It's going to be another interesting day of cricket. 3 games across the whole across the day. So please tune in and keep track and let us know where you're tuning in from. Just having a look here at that game yesterday in the evening between Gibraltar and Malta. Really strong victory by 43 runs. Ian Lateen scoring 89 off 47 with a bat. Another strong showing from Avinash Pai, who scored 29 off 31, and Kieran Stagno with that 24. Bowling wise, Malta, some really good overs in the middle from Yashing. Only ended up with 1 wicket, but bowled really well in his first game of the tour. They'll be looking for their bowlers to come out strong today, but it'll be their batting which may determine whether or not they win this game. Captain Varun Prasath not really got going yet in this tournament, but we know how dangerous he can be. As we come towards the standings, having a look on there on the chart, Portugal and Malta having both played 3 games. Portugal sit pretty at the top of that table, 6 points. And a really healthy net run rate, whereas Malta, having lost 3 from 3, they're going to have to come into their last 3 games and really push on. Gibraltar sitting having only played 2 games, they've got 4 games over the next 2 days, and they'll be looking to capitalise on more victories and try and push themselves up the rankings with some more ranking points against higher ranking oppositions. Don't forget, Malta ranked all the way up in the 50s and Portugal in the 40s, whereas Gibraltar in the 70s. So it's big games today for them. They'll be looking to get off to a good start here, capitalise on that win from last night. They've been chirping in the morning warm-up. I've been watching them. They look enthusiastic, whereas Malta, they also look like they're ready to come and get maybe some revenge, and they'll be hoping they get their tournaments off in the second half of the campaign. They can still come out with some really important victories. It's 3 games in the next 2 days for them, and they'll be looking to just make changes. The first day was a bit of a tough one. Yesterday was a really tough one as well. They looked a bit tired towards the end of the day as we have a little look at the squads there. So as you can see, that man at the top of the order there for Malta back into the team, Basil George. We were worried yesterday. He told me after the game that he felt like his shoulder had popped out and put it back in. It was debatable whether he was going to be able to play any more of this tournament, but he is included in the squad, so that's a really big addition to that Malta team. Been really impressed with Faisal Rahman from Malta with his ball. He normally comes on first change and gets that really nice away movement from the bats, taking some really important wickets. However, we did see these two openers, Louis Bruce and Avinash Pai, look really comfortable against the seam attack of Malta yesterday morning. So it'll be interesting to see who starts where, who's opening the bowling, and see what Malta's plan may be. As we see Amar Sharma, who might be taking the ball early doors here. This could be a plan from Malta. Start with spin. It's an interesting one. Will it work? That's the question. So we're about to get underway for our first game of the day. It's Malta versus Gibraltar here at the Europa Point Sports Complex. So Avinash Pai just taking guard. A few minutes away from the start of action here. These two in the middle here, Avinash Pai, Louis Bruce, work so well together as a partnership at the top of the order. They know each other's games inside out. The young and the old combined. They set Gibraltar off to a really good start yesterday. Set that base up, which allowed the likes of Latine and Stagno to come in and then push on and get that score up to the 170s. As we were talking in the past 2 days, we think the par score on this pitch is probably about between 160 and 170. Anything over 70 is going to be difficult to chase. As Sharma comes in for the first ball, just pushed back down the ground. It's a good start from him. On the money from ball one. That's what Malta will want to see. It'll be interesting to see today if the wind does pick up, how the teams adapt to that. It's been quite breezy these first 2 days, but today we're expecting maybe some stronger winds later on, so that could make things interesting. Sharma comes in again, just outside Austin. Avinash Pai goes back. They're going to push the single. Now, this is something that Jib did really well yesterday. They pushed those singles, especially early on. These two have got good communication with each other, but they won't want to do anything silly and get a run out early doors. It'll put them on the back foot. Nice little push shot for Avinash Pai, and he set off straight away, and it was a comfortable single in the end. Sharma comes in. Little nudge down to backward point by Lou Bruce. They'll just take the single. They're not going to try and do anything silly. It's a nice little shot. Deft touch down to that backward point region where there just seems to be a little bit of a gap. So it'll be interesting to see if they try and exploit that early on here against Sharma. There is also kind of a big space at the backward point region. Backward square leg region. And find no one at fine leg, so let's see if Avinash Pai will try to exploit that leg side. As again, Sharma on the money. If he gets his lines right, it'll be very difficult, and the field on that offside, it'll be very difficult to obviously exploit the gaps on the leg. Very good start this from Sharma. We saw him yesterday. He's a very good bowler. Gets some good revs and just floats it up there. If he can bowl his areas, he's a good prospect here for Malta to just keep the score under wraps early doors and maybe take a vital wicket in this early partnership. So let us know where you're tuning in from around the world. Early doors here. It's a nice and early start here. Afi Khan takes one. Just behind the stumps there, standing up. He shakes his head. A little bit of a floater there from Sharma. Yeah, just fails to bring it in. Afi Khan kind of rebounds up into his chest, but good keeping. So you want to get the body behind the ball as Sharma comes in again. Just into the legs of Lou Bruce, who'll just clip it into the legs just for the one run. It's a good first over from Sharma. Only 4 runs from it as Jib finish on 4 runs for no loss. And it's a good start to the day. So as we just have a look at the stats here from the first few days, look at those batters from Gibraltar. Just looking at the comparisons of batters. Kieran Stagno, 110 runs. Ian Latino, 107 runs. Look at the 2 top scorers from Malta, 44 for Mughal and 43 for Stanislaus, 40 for Prasath. There's a big gap. We know where the difference is going to be lying this week. And Malta, they need one of their batters. They need a couple of their batters just to stand up and get some runs on the board. And that's been their problem probably the first 2 days, is finding where those runs are going to come from. As we see, Jerome is going to be the first bowler from the straights end. So interesting choices here from Malta. They're just changing things up a little bit, which I don't mind. I don't mind that. It's obviously not gone for them in the first few days. They've just had a look and gone, right, we're going to change things around. We're going to try something different. And that's a proactive captaincy there from Varun Prasath, and I like it. So we'll see how Jerome gets on here. Didn't really get too much of the ball in these first few days. A little bit of a bowl yesterday, but not too much. As he comes in from the straights end into the legs of Bruce. That has nearly deflected onto the wickets. It would have been an unlucky dismissal. Just drifting it into the batsman. Louis Bruce normally very strong on those legs. Tries to flick it off his pads. Doesn't really get it, and it nearly deflects onto those stumps. Good start from Jerome. Very interesting to see that also Jerome is getting a little bit of movement. He gets in, getting that movement in towards Bruce as he comes in again. There it is, that little bit of movement just back of the length. It'll be punched down the ground for just the single. Yeah, just saying, looking at that action of Jerome, very nice. He's getting that movement in. Bit different to Bishnoi and Rahman, who tend to get that early ball to move away from the bat. This is a bit of a different prospect with Jerome moving it just in at the batsman. If he can keep his lines right, it could be a good option here with the new ball. Just waiting to go. There's a little bit of field change. Avinash Pai just having a little look around, seeing where his gaps might be. Jerome comes in again. Outside off stump, cut away. This is going to race down towards the third man region. There is a man there. Fielded well. Fazil Rahman down there. He'll be looking to get the ball. He's probably been, for me, the pick of the bowlers so far for Malta. Gets a really good away movement from the bat. Quite skiddy action. I'm guessing he will be brought on at some point today. It's been a good start here from Sharma and Jerome. Bit of spin and bit of medium pace. As Bruce just punches that one back to Jerome. Really good lines here from Jerome. He's getting his lines, he's getting his lengths, and that's what Malta will want to do. They want to put pressure on Gibraltar early, force them to kind of stop the runs, and force one of these two to make a mistake and break that early partnership. Jerome coming in again. Flicks that in into the leg side, does Bruce. It's gone up. It hasn't really got much of it. It's going to kind of skid away towards the boundary. It's not going to go all the way here. Fielded in the deep. They're going to take 2 runs, I think. No, 3 runs it is. Very well run. Good running from the boys. Did get a little bit of airtime and it kind of span away from the fielder in the outfield. Very good from Bruce. He'll collect 3 runs. It's very good to get 3 runs on this pitch. Not a very big boundary, especially to that leg side from this straight end. But very good running from the 2 openers once again. Ooh, Jerome just overcompensating there a little bit. Bit wary, isn't he, of dropping it onto that legs after the last one. Just pushes it just outside that off stump, just a bit too far. Kind of overdoes it. Afi Khan gets down low. Avinash Pai says, no, not going to be tempted. And there'll be another ball to finish this over. As Jerome comes in again, a lot better. Avinash Pai tries to play it to leg side. Bit of confusion in the field, but we should be 2 runs here. Avinash Pai just strolls through for the second, which will bring us to the end of the second over as Jib finish on 12 for the loss of no wicket. As we just have a look at the replay again, Avinash Pai just playing a bit of an alternative kind of shot there as he tries to work it into the legs off his pads. As I am joined back in the commentary box by my friend Charlie Hunt. Good morning, Charlie.
Cheers, Joe. Thank you very much. Good start for Malta, keeping Gibraltar relatively quiet here. 12 for none after 2. Very good morning, though, to everyone tuning in, to Kai, to Liam, to Rob as well, who's getting a bit of a multi-screen setup going. Of course, not only internationals here, but out in Italy as well. Those are the standings at the moment. Of course, Gibraltar 2 points, but Portugal 3 from 3, really looking to be the level above. But Sharma, he's going to continue here into the third.
Yeah, absolutely. Sharma bowled a really good first over, and he starts well again here. Bruce trying to cut that one through the offside. Doesn't get near it. Just flies past that top edge. Do like what Sharma brings. He's got a lot of international kind of experience. He started well here. Bruce out into the offside. Varun Prasad, the captain. Very good fielding. Very tight in on that ring. And he'll be key for Malta today, won't he?
Yeah, that was one of the issues yesterday, just leaking too many runs in the inside 30-yard circle, and that was just the issue.
Sharma comes in again and driven into the offside. It's beating the fielders. This should go all the way. It's a lovely cover drive from Louis Bruce. Slightly uppish, but he picked the gap, and that is 4 runs to start his. Well, he's into the double figures already. Yeah, good shot from Bruce, and he's so confident if he's given that fuller delivery to just let those hands flow. And well, that's Exhibit A right there. Really nice shot, and runs away on this electric outfield. Someone was arguing that it's a bit of a slow one. Well, it certainly isn't. Don't know what you've been watching, but yeah, it's a really good outfield out here. Of course, AstroTurf outfield alongside the AstroTurf wicket, so nice and quick. Yep, as Sharma comes in again, he'll bowl that into Bruce. He'll play it through the covers again, straight to Prasath. Yeah, it was a good shot from Bruce. He's very strong in that cover region, as we know. Didn't quite get hold of it. It was a slightly uppish, that one, but he did manage to pick the gap. He's got to be careful. There's a very tight ring in there, isn't there?
Yeah, they're nice and tight in there, and they're looking to really apply the squeeze early on.
Sharma comes in again, just kind of tried to late cut that one into the offside, didn't really get hold of it. There'll be a dot ball. It's a good start this from Sharma. I do like the fact that Malta have gone with that spin option to begin with.
Yeah, it's a different variation, something that they haven't really faced at the moment in this tournament, so it's nice to have a little bit of difference.
Sharma comes in to try and finish his second well, and it's just going to be nudged into the leg side. It'll only be David Marks fields it. It's a good throw in. It'll be 1 run, and that's 17 for no loss after 3.
Yeah, another quiet over, just 5 off it, and again, just dealing, of course, that boundary in a single, just keeping things tight. Again, that spin at the top of the order is difficult to negotiate. We saw Avinash Pai yesterday do the exact same to Malta, and so Malta taking a bit of a trick out of Gibraltar's handbook, but yeah, good tidy start for both teams, really.
Yeah, I think this one, you know, these two teams have played a lot of cricket over the last few years, and I think Malta will be very disappointed with that loss yesterday. It was a comprehensive victory for Gibraltar in the end. They'll be wanting to come back strongly today and get a good solid start here to start their day off.
Yeah, good morning to Liam as well. He's just in the chat saying that she's pointing out the fact that Malta missing a few key seamers, Bilal Mahabu, Wasim Amas as well. Yeah, they are big misses, but the likes of Rahman and Jerome, they've been pretty decent early on for Malta.
Yep, Jerome comes in again. That's into the offside again. It was slightly uppish from Bruce, but it pierces the field, and it'll be another 4 runs to his total.
Yeah, Mr. Shadowman himself picks up the ball off the other side of the boundary. Nikhil Advani, 12th man for Gibraltar. But yeah, really nice shot. Again, uppish, but he knows that he can trust his hand-eye coordination to find the pocket of space, and well, he gets rewarded, doesn't he? Lovely shot, 4 more.
Yeah, fantastic work there from Bruce. Just picks that gap. It's really tight offside as Jerome comes in. That's a lot better ball. Bit fuller this time. And Louis goes to play through the covers again and doesn't quite get there, does he? And that is a very good ball from Jerome. Very unlucky not to get an outside edge.
Yeah, just pushed it a little bit wider, and Bruce just wasn't able to adjust. But again, looks promising early on in that V. That's always where he's trying to punch down the ground.
Bruce through the covers. This one's gone slightly over the top. That'll be 4 runs. It's another 4 to his total. And again, it has come through that cover region.
Yeah, Jerome, it's bowling machine bowling, really. It's in the slot, it's full, it's wide, and it just allows Louis Bruce to just hit over the top. And as soon as you get it over the infield, it will race away. And yeah, you can just see here, Exhibit A just too full in the slot. Doesn't have to move, really. Nice shot from Louis Bruce yet again.
Yeah, Jib, I think, look, spoke with the captain this morning after yesterday's really strong performance, batting first. They're looking to do the same again today. If they won the toss, it was always going to be to put themselves into bat. Try and make a big total here as Jerome just needs to get this back on track here as he goes. Louis Bruce over the top this time. Doesn't really get hold of this one as well as he'd have liked. Big chase on. They're going to get 2. Fielded in that outfield by Niraj Khanna.
Yeah, good morning to Darren, watching from Eastern Victoria, but also to Big Alp, who's watching from Everest Base Camp in Nepal. There you go. See, worldwide we are. We're worldwide.
Wow, that is a place. That is incredible.
Hope you're well, guys, and appreciate everyone tuning in. Of course, lots of international cricket on show here today on the network, so do go between the two.
Jerome, that's a bit fuller. It'll just beat the man up there. I think that's Ram Prasath in the in-ring. They'll take the 1 run.
Yeah, they've now got 2 fielders out in the deep on that offside for Louis Bruce. No real shock as to why. Prasath going for foot fielding, and yeah, just missing out, but just a single though. And it's a good move. I like this from Rafi Khan to bring the keeper up for Avinash Pai, because Avinash Pai, he loves to sort of take a couple of skips down and manipulate the bowler, but just keeping him inside the crease here.
Avinash Pai goes to go over the cover region as well. That is the end of the over, and it will be 28 for no loss after the first 4 here. It's a good solid start from Gibraltar openers once again.
Yeah, big over that coming off the 4th over. Couple of 4s, couple of 1s and 2s here as well. And this is the story so far. You can see just that climbing up every single time. Good start though from Malta the first couple of overs, but that over, that was a big one, wasn't it? That really got away from him, 11 off it. And yeah, 28 for no loss after 4.
Yeah, good solid start from Gibraltar. Wouldn't be too disappointed by the start from the two opening bowlers there from Malta. I think the option of Sharma from the top end really worked well. Jerome bowled a really good first over. That over just was played in kind of to the hands of Louis Bruce, who's so strong in that offside through that cover region. Avinash Pai also very strong through there. So they've got to maybe look at that and see where these the weaknesses are of these two. It's always difficult though. Now a man who might be able to change things is Mughal. We've seen him bowl really tightly throughout these first few days. Interesting, yesterday he only bowled those 2 overs, having only gone for 7 runs. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe he was feeling a bit tired, but he's a man who can obviously keep this really tight.
Yeah, no, it's someone to come in at this time in the game is a really good option. I don't mind holding him back as well. I think it's nice to have a little bit of variation once more with Sharma at the top and then going to your pace. Just changing the pace up, not allowing the attack to become quite one-paced, and yeah, it just keeps in the mind of the batsman and just says, okay, don't worry, you still got a couple other things to think about, but Mughal, he's going to be thinking that he can push it once more.
Yeah, as he comes in to take his first ball, out into that offside, plays into the hands of Louis Bruce again, and Louis Bruce is just punishing Malta here through that cover region at the moment.
Yeah, it's another really nice shot again from Louis Bruce, and well, at the moment, if you look out of his total runs, out of 26 of them, that's 21 coming off the offside, so that just shows how much he really likes penetrating the cover region and getting through the infield, and it's just where you don't bowl to Louis Bruce.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, speaking with Louis Bruce yesterday, he did really well in the opening partnership, but there was a real kind of disappointment that he didn't go on and make a big score, because he has a real potential to do that, and he really fancied himself yesterday as Mughal comes in for his second ball, into that offside again. That's going to break through. It's off the back foot this time, but it is once again through that same region. It's almost like deja vu.
25 now through the offside and all through that cover region. This time opting for the back foot punch. And, well, that's a really good shot. Presses forward as he always does, but that press forward still means that he can sort of have about, that 30-40% of weight distribution back on his back foot, which allows him to rock back and just use those wrists. And it just is... well, to quote Mahal, it's beautiful batting here in Gibraltar.
Yeah, Louis Bruce on 30 from 20 balls now as he comes in again. Mughal, that's a lot better. There's an appeal. Bit of a optimistic appeal, I think, from behind the stumps from Afi Khan. Mughal didn't seem interested at first, kind of joins in half-heartedly afterwards. A lot better that from Mughal.
I think they were just celebrating the fact that it wasn't a boundary through the covers for once.
Yeah, it's been a tough start here again for Malta. Gibraltar now just starting to push on again. 36 for no loss as we go, kind of continuing this fifth. Better from Mughal, worked away into that leg side by Bruce. Yorker length, very good flick of the wrist. Only the 1 run from it.
Yeah, that's better, much better. Doesn't give him the width, gets right and tight on his toes. But again, the issue there is you've got to be full, you've got to be right up in the block hole, because anything in the slot, Bruce, not only will he punch you through the covers, but he'll flick you off his pads like it's going out of fashion. And yeah, getting it nice and full, which is exactly what Mughal did there. And he's just trying to quietly get through this over. But again, looks like Afi Khan's going to come up for Pai, and that's obviously something that they've looked at and gone, okay, as long as we keep Avinash Pai stuck in his crease, it might look as if it won't be as fluid as usual.
Yeah, absolutely. As Mughal comes in again, just kind of, oh no, very good fielding on the infield there, and there's definitely no single there. Yeah, just going back to that point, having known Avinash Pai, to seam bowling, unless it's express pace, he likes to come out of his crease. He likes to bat far out of his crease and sometimes come down the track. So it's very interesting that they've spotted that Malta early here, and they're going to try and keep him stuck in and trying to get him bogged down a little bit. Mughal comes in again, tries to finish this first over off well, and he does. Just defended, back down the ground, and 9 runs come from that one. 37 for no loss after 5 overs. 1 over left of the power play, and Gibraltar going strong.
Yeah, really good start. Again, it's just about building a platform. I mean, these two have set records before. I think it's the 3rd highest international T20 opening innings. I think it was against the Czech Republic last year. But again, it's just proving that these two, they're so good at the top of the order. And, Louis Bruce has been able to show that he can hit both leg side and onside. And someone in the chat just asking, would love to see if he can hit leg side. Trust me, he can. He can certainly do that. Well, this is what's coming up here today. Usually just 2 games, but yeah, we thought we'd treat you to 3 today. So loads. So what's that in total? That's 8 international matches on the European Cricket Network today, out alongside the cricket going on in Milan. But Gibraltar versus Malta here this morning, then Portugal, Gibraltar. That's at 2:45 local time. 6:15 out in India, and then match 7 at 7:15. That's Malta versus Portugal. That's at 11:15 out in India. So looking to see that Gibraltar can push on yet again, and Malta, well, they're just going to be trying to get this breakthrough as they go to their main in-form bowler. Rahman comes in for the 6th over.
Yep, well bowled. Louis Bruce is going to go into that onside region. It's a lovely shot over the top of mid-on, and that'll be another 4 as he's racing away at the start of this innings.
Yeah, well, this time goes onside, and this is a tough cricket shot. This is not an easy cricket shot to play, especially up the first delivery facing against Rahman. But look at those wrists. It's so strong, and just, waits on it and plays it a little bit further in front of him, which allows him to play it a little bit down the ground. And yeah, really nice shot. And well, Bruce, he races on to 35.
Yeah, fantastic. Really good start this from the young man, as Rahman will come in again. Just drifting this one to the legs, and look at those wrists again from Bruce. We talk about how strong he is on the offside. Don't forget, this guy is so dangerous into his pads. That hand speed of the wrists is so quick, and it's really, really good.
Good bit of fielding though on the infield. I think that's Marks out there. He's back into the squad for this game.
Yep, Rahman coming in. Just a little bit of drifting into the pads to begin with. Full toss this time. It's over the top of Varun Prasath, and that is going to race away through the covers once again. Louis Bruce moves on to 39.
It's poor bowling, it has to be said. And don't get me wrong, you've still got to hit it, but the majority of deliveries he's faced have been slot balls or full tosses, and this is it's a Gundy ball, that is, Joe. And, well, it's going to get punished, and that's exactly what it deserves.
Yeah, absolutely. And the few times I've seen Louis Bruce really look in the mood, and he does look in the mood here. As a change of angle from Rahman, he's going to come around the wicket. As he comes in, across Bruce, bit of short of a length, tries to pull into the leg side. No run there. Just going back to your point earlier, yep. So Louis Bruce and Avinash Pai hold the 4th highest record partnership in T20 internationals, 213 against Bulgaria. And it's pretty impressive. But the most impressive thing about it was unbeaten. The only unbeaten first wicket partnership in T20 internationals, where Gibraltar ended on 213 for no loss after their 20.
Not bad at all.
Rahman comes in again, across Bruce this time. It's cut through that region. Goes through the fielder, breaks through him, and this one will race away. And it's another 4 runs to Louis Bruce as he goes into the 40s.
That's a lovely shot. That's such a good cricket shot. That's not a poor delivery. It's a little bit too wide in terms of width, but again, back foot punches through the offside and just trickles over the boundary. Nice shot.
Yeah, proper cricket shots here, and it's showing that you can actually play proper cricket shots in T20 internationals, and you don't have to try and smash every ball out the park. This is just beautiful batting from Bruce as he moves on from 43 from 27, having not overhit any balls. Rahman just stops his run up there.
Yeah, this is the thing now as well. Bruce is manipulating the field. There's a field change almost every other delivery as a deep point goes back out onto the boundary. They've also got a long off. So, yeah, it just means anything that leg side, it's just going to go.
Yeah, absolutely. As Rahman comes in to finish off his spell into the leg side, flicked over the top. This is another 4 from Bruce. 47 runs. And as you were saying, and this is one thing that Malta have got to be very, very careful of. You can't keep following the ball with the field. And if you've got your field to one area, you've got to bowl to it. And look at that, open space in the leg side as we finish the power play. And Gibraltar are, if we have a look, 53 for no loss.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was saying is, being able to manipulate the field, changing where the field goes. And then, it's not great bowling, has to be said. They've not been bowling to their field, and yeah, chasing the ball is not what you want to be doing at this level, and Louis Bruce will take this game away from you. At the moment, that's exactly what he's doing. 53 is the partnership. That 4 bringing up the 50 partnership in just the 6 overs. It's certainly in Gibraltar's hands after 6 overs hit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's another strong power play from Gibraltar. It's one of the things we've not really seen on these opening 2 days from many teams. Both Portugal and Malta have both struggled in the power plays, losing wickets. One thing Gibraltar did really well yesterday in the game in the evening was go through that power play with no wickets down and a decent score on the board. They've bettered it today. Highest score, and once again, no loss of wicket. Changing bowler. It's that man, Yash Singh. We saw him come on yesterday after the power play and got the important wicket, I think, of Avinash Pai.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting. Of course, he came in, hit came into the side and sort of out of nowhere became probably the streamlined spinner in front of Sharma yesterday in that second game. But yeah, no, this is again, this is where you just got to apply the squeeze and just try and stem this flow of runs. It's all quickly getting out of hand if you're a Malta fan, but a bit of spin from Singh might be the answer.
Yeah, he got the job done yesterday, Singh. He was unlucky only to come away with that 1 wicket, but he did break the opening partnership as he pushes this in straight back down the ground at him. He floats it up. He's not got much pace on it and doesn't get too much turn. Gets one to nip away. But yeah, he was surprised. He's had a really good game yesterday, having not played in the opening 2 games for Malta. Comes in again, straight down the ground. This is a lovely shot from Pai. There'll be one bounce. Brilliant fielding down there on the boundary. Doesn't look like it will. It did cross the line. Really good fielding on the boundary line there from Amar Sharma. Very good in the field. And yeah, he'll save for another 3 runs there. Really good shot from Pai though, straight over the top of the bowler's head. And as we just take another look here, yeah, fantastic fielding down on that boundary.
Just checked it, didn't he, Pai? If he followed through, it probably would have gone a long way. But of course, that wind coming across as well. But yeah, no, nice shot.
Absolutely, as he floats one up here. Will be pushed into the offside. This could race away. It's Amar Sharma down there again. And again, Amar Sharma gets down well and he stops another boundary.
Yeah, that's a good shot there. And yeah, it's a good bit of fielding though from Sharma.
Yep, really good from Sharma down there on the boundary. As Yash Singh continues here. Floats it outside the offside. Pai cuts away into the offside. This should just be the one.
It's all Pai's got to do now, isn't it? Just turn to Louis and go, here you go, mate. I'm just going to sit here. I'm going to enjoy my time at the other end because I've got the best seat in the house at the moment. 3 runs away from a personal half-century. But again, Louis Bruce will just be thinking about runs, runs and runs. That's all he wants. He's so hungry for it, is the young man. Yeah,
absolutely. As Singh looks to finish strong here, Louis Bruce goes to hit that into the leg side. Flick down towards that fine leg region. There's no man down there, so they've had to move around. They'll get an easy 2 runs. Yeah, it's been an okay over from Singh. They've got a few runs off it, but he's bowled some decent areas. Just tempting the batsman. There, Bruce doesn't really get hold of that one, but that backward square leg areas, there's no one down there, fine. As Bruce will push this one to the leg, no run there. It's a good end to the 7th over here as Gibraltar finish that one on 60 for no loss.
Yeah, Louis Bruce then 59 not out off of 30 deliveries, and yeah, again it's a really good start. I mean, Avinash Pai again. A couple of people in the chat saying, well, "What's Pai doing?" I mean, he's doing all he's got to do. He's a skipper. He knows he's a very experienced batsman. He knows he doesn't have to go at the same time as Louis Bruce. If Louis Bruce turns around and starts, you know, just holding it down a little bit and just rotating the strike, that's when Avinash Pai has a go. And then, you know, you have to look at the depth of this batting as well. That there's a lot to come still for Gibraltar, and yeah, they can start swinging. But again, you look at what this run rate's looking at. It's looking towards that 171, and we've seen anything around 160, 170 is about par. 180, just a little bit above par, but still enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Gibraltar are going to really target a big score today. If these two really put on this platform, the likes of Ian Lateen and Kieran Stagno, the 2 top run scorers so far this week out of all the 3 teams, it could really go magical this innings. Mughal to come back in from the other end for his 2nd over. Pai into the offside, backward point region, slightly uppish. This will race away for 4. 3 fielders converge, but they've got no chance of catching that one as Pai gets in on the act.
Yeah, nice shot. It's all about intent and mentality for Gibraltar. That's kind of been the big step up with the new management coming in as well and new coaching. And yeah, it's nice to see that the intent's there, not getting bogged down and just keeping this game ahead of the game more than anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Slightly uppish, but it went through the gap, and Avinash Pai now just wanting to kind of push himself on and getting on the act as he's not faced as nearly less than half the balls of Bruce. As Mughal comes in again, just goes again to the outside, trying a powerful hit and using those wrists, but doesn't get hold of it.
Yeah, I don't mind that from Mughal, hiding it outside that offline, and it's tough because of course we normally see Avinash Pai come down the track towards probably Mughal and any other seamers, but having Khan up just means he's got a hold there, and it just creates a question mark in Pai's head, and yeah, it just leads to shots like that, just missing out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Mughal, dangerous bowler, comes in again, he's going to push this one across Pai into that outside, just takes a step across and he'll play this down to the long on region, just the 1 run. and it brings that man Bruce back on to strike.
Yeah, he's probably going to be looking at just nurdling a single here. Wouldn't surprise me. Just settle the nerves, get that 50 out of the way, and then that's when you kick on. That's when you start again. And there's a real opportunity here for Bruce to go big, and it wouldn't be the first time. I don't think it's going to be the last.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to jinx him here. So Mughal comes in. Bruce into the offside. This will be the one run. They're going to look for two. Doesn't need to take it. That is Lou Bruce's 50. It's come off 31 balls. And unsurprisingly, that is his 9th 50 at international cricket before he's even turned 18.
Yeah, really good innings again from Louis Bruce. It's nice to see. You can see there, that's his, look at his arc. I mean, all through the covers, and a couple of shots on the leg side as well, just to mix it up as well. But no sixes, but look at that, 9 fours. Just the 12-dot balls as well. Really good stuff from Louis Bruce.
Yeah, his game today, I can really see. He looks in the mood. Looks really in the mood to go and make a big score. As Mughal comes into Pai. Down into the offside. This one will just be drilled down to the long off region where Captain Varun Prasath is fielding. It'll just be the one run. Yeah, Bruce, incredibly, I mean, this is his 25th innings in T20 internationals, and already he's managed to get 9 half centuries. So impressive from the young man.
Yeah, to pick up that full century. He was 1 away against Bulgaria in that partnership.
Yeah, it goes over the top. It's down the ground. It's nice and straight, so it wasn't anywhere near to be caught. So didn't quite get it like he wanted, but it was a safe shot in the end just for the one run. Yeah, just going back to that, as we see the highlight here of that one. Looking to go straight over the top to Mughal. Doesn't quite middle it, but yeah, it's good intent from young Bruce as we get to the end of the 8th over there. 68 for no loss.
Yeah, no, just missing out in that last one. I was there. I was commentating on it, and he was distraught afterwards. He was just hoping he could get that last one, but it just wasn't meant to be. Avinash Pai just took that last delivery off him. But yeah, no, it was a really good innings, and looking like he's going to set up for something similar here.
Yeah, absolutely. I was there that day, and it was an incredible knock from him, and felt so disappointed. You've one off 100, but I didn't want to mention it just to jinx him today. Funnily enough, going back to that, there was a couple of contentious ones which were given four runs instead of 6, but yeah, it won't be long, I don't think, before he gets his first ever T20 international 100.
Yeah, really good start though. Again, this from Gibraltar. Here is Singh though. Went for 7 off his first over yet to pick up a wicket, Malta.
Singh down the ground by Bruce. Just the one run.
This is a good start though for Gibraltar. This is what they need again. This partnership. If they go to 10 overs without losing a wicket, then it just means Stagno comes in, Latine comes in. You know, K-Ness, put him up the order, give him an idea of swinging. And that will be a wicket. Avinash Pai goes and trying to get on with things, and that is Singh's first involvement in the game. He's a happy man. He's a happy chap. First wicket down, and it's a good partnership worth 69. Comes to an end. But a really good platform being built here for Gibraltar. First wicket down, 69 for 1.
Yeah, really good from Singh, but really good from Afi Khan behind the stumps. Pai looking to come down the pitch to get to the pitch that ball. Doesn't quite get there. Beats the bat, and Afi Khan, really good hands. Composed behind the stumps, really quick work. And yeah, gives the little send-off as we know he likes to do, but really good keeping.
Yeah, Khan style, that gives the points. Says, gotcha, see you later. And Avinash Pai comes off to applause. He did all he had to do, didn't he? Second fiddle, really, but he won't mind that. He loves watching, and he loves to see the young Louis Bruce be successful. As Ian Latine, on the back of a sensational innings yesterday, comes out to the middle.
Yep, and he will be probably the key man here to try and push on with Bruce. Bruce is going at a really nice rate himself, only 52 from 33, but both Latine and Stagno are, I mean, really dangerous hitters of the ball. And with that platform of 69 off the first 8 overs, this is where Jib will be looking to push on and get a really big total, which is what I think Avinash Pai was probably doing there with his thinking when he came down the pitch to sink.
So this is going to be a good start then for Singh in his second over. The team probably going to give himself a few deliveries. All he's got to do is just rotate, give it to Louis Bruce, and Louis Bruce can just do the destructive hitting. I mean, of course, fielders go out, so you've got to have your 4 men in and 5 men out on the ring.
Yep, Singh comes in again. Nice and full into the toes of Latine on the first ball there. No run.
In fact, that's been given as caught behind that wicket of Avinash Pai, so not a stumping, but still a good bit of work from Khan.
Very good from the team. Pushes into the offside. No run again. That's interesting. The keeper and the bowler seemed to be. The keeper definitely seemed to think it was a stumping. He was very happy with the stumping. Interesting one, that one. As Singh comes in, tries to finish off this second over well. Again, it's just defended away. It's really good bowl on this from Singh. Only 8 runs so far, and that really important wicket of Avinash Pai.
Yeah, just conceding the 1 run off this over at the moment, and yeah, Lateen just taking a bit of time. There's no real shock though. He likes to do that.
Singh looks to finish his second well, and he does. Really good 2 overs this from Singh. Only 8 runs from them. 1 wicket in there as well. Gibraltar finished the 9th on 69 for 1 wicket.
Yeah, well, you can see that wind's picking up. The stumps are over, and yeah, this wind is going to be getting up throughout the day. Wouldn't be surprised to see me with a few interesting catches, or if it goes up in the air, it's going to be tough to take. But this is a story so far for Jib. Avinash Pai and Louis Bruce having an opening partnership worth 69, but yeah, Louis Bruce hitting the majority of those runs. He's still there, 52 off of 33, his 9th international T20 50, and at the age of just 17. The future's bright for young Bruce. Looks as if the skipper for Malta is going to come into the attack, and again, interesting time, a little bit earlier than usual, but again, no time like the present.
Yeah, and I think he's taking it on himself here, the captain, Varun Prasad, to try and get a wicket. He does do well at internationals, getting wickets. Not really. He's picked up a couple this week so far, but not really troubled too many batsmen.
Louis Bruce, 52 off of 33. So many runs in those covers early on, and he was just able to dominate in the power play and make the most of those fielding restrictions. But this is where the game could change slightly, and this is where Malta need to. This is where they've lacked is their intensity in these couple of overs. But they'll be thinking, if we can change it around, this is a good time to do so.
Varun Prasad into Louis Bruce. That's gone high. This is an opportunity. There's a man converging on it. It is that man. It is Yash Singh who takes the catch. You can't keep him out of the game. Look at that. Look how happy he is. Varun Prasad, the captain, takes a wicket with his first ball.
Yeah, you were saying he's got a nick of picking up wickets. Hasn't really been able to do so here in this tournament already. But Louis Bruce just getting a little bit of a rush of blood. And, well, the thing was as well, by the way, that got stuck in the wind. That just went straight up and, in fact, went backwards at one point. So this is already picking up. But a good catch, though, from Yash. You can see there, had to readjust, was having to go backwards and then realised, OK, this wind's going to play an effect. But he's pretty happy. And he throws the ball down. He's pretty content. And, yeah, good innings, though, from Louis Bruce. And he goes for a well-made 53. And the second wicket falls, 69 for 2.
Yeah, really good start that from Bruce and Pai. Lovely innings, really well hit. He'll be disappointed again not to have gone on. It was a bit of maybe a rash shot. Wanted to really go after Varun. Maybe would have looked to like take a look at him, maybe one ball, but no. He was felt in the groove and he decided to go after him first ball. Didn't really get hold of it, and as you said, it spun in that air. Really good catch from Yash Singh, who was very happy to take the catch.
You've got to remember as well, we're hitting into this wind here. It's you've got to pick your times, and maybe that probably wasn't the best of shots from Louis Bruce, and he'll be annoyed. Got a start, got a 50, should have converted it. It was a really good opportunity to do so. Had so much time left at the crease, but it does mean that we've got 2 men there. Well, the 2 leading run scorers in the tournament at the moment before this game, Stagno and Lateen at the crease. Big opportunity for these 2.
Definitely, and what I liked about them yesterday when they came in together was their running between the wickets. And even though Stagno almost played second fiddle to Lateen yesterday, he really pushed those runs hard, and they took a lot of 1s and 2s when maybe they shouldn't. As Varun Prasad comes in, it's down the ground, it's a chance. Oh, it's 2 in 2 balls for the captain. He's on a hat-trick. It's a brilliant catch from Varun Prasad, who almost nonchalantly takes it. What a catch.
Well, that's poor from Stagno. He got nothing of it, and he goes, and that's 3 wickets without conceding a single run for Malta, and what a way of turning the game on its head. Gibraltar were looking confident at 69 for no loss. Well, in the matter of 5 or 6 deliveries, they've turned around and they're now 69 for 3. And all of a sudden, this game's looking a little bit more like a close contest as what we came to expect, as Gibraltar, they fall to 69 for 3.
And this is where a game can turn on its head. Those wickets in T20 International are vital. Pye and Bruce looked comfortable. It didn't. Malta looked again in real trouble. 3 wickets in the space of a few overs, and this game has really turned on its head now. Varun Prasad, the captain, coming on, taking 2 really vital wickets in 2 balls, and yeah, what a start to his spell.
This is a hat-trick delivery then for West. Jonathan West has got to face a hat-trick ball from the opposing side skipper in Varun Prasad, and this would be a really interesting turn of events here. Jonathan West hasn't really been able to have much of an opportunity. Came in at number 3 against Portugal, but didn't convert to any score. But it is going to be a hat-trick delivery here for Varun Prasad.
Yeah, this could be. We've not seen one yet. It'd be really good to get a hat. Well, I don't. That's not for Gibraltar, but it'd be really good for someone to get a hat-trick this week. And Varun Prasad, the captain, is taking it upon himself as captain of Malta. And here we go. Jonathan West, hat-trick ball for run, pushed into the offside. No run there. It won't be a hat-trick, but it's another dot ball and a really good start from the skipper. So just going to Varun Prasad, 32 wickets before today in international T20 internationals, 34 now. He's such a canny character, and he does have that knack of picking up wickets. As he comes in again, nudging to offside, it'll just be the quick single, the team pushing it through. Bit of an overthrow, they're going to call it. That's a bit sloppy from Malta there. No, didn't really need to do that.
Before that ball, that was 9 deliveries, 1 run, 3 wickets for Malta. Talk about coming back into the game, and yeah, Prasad, he's putting it on it in good areas at the moment. That was a bit sloppy from Malta. Just a bit of rush above probably after the wickets, and a bit of pressure now squeezing onto Gibraltar. Afi Khan is going to come up to the crease and up to the stumps after West looked as if he was batting about a foot outside the crease. Afi Khan just saying, "Get back here, boy."
Prasad comes in again. That one will be given a wide. Yeah, just look. I think West is a good option at this point. When you've lost a few quick wickets, someone who can just kind of rebuild, and he's good between the wickets. He's very sensible cricketer, plays his shots, not too overly aggressive. It's a good one to kind of try and settle that. As Prasad comes in, it's kind of nipped away off the seam, and that's going to race away to the third man region, and it's another 4 runs. Not what I don't think where he intended to hit it, but it's runs all the same.
Yeah, it's what goes down in the book at the end of the day, and it's still another boundary, and that will just settle the nerves of West. Hasn't really got off to a good start with the bat in his international career, but still have seen that in the domestic game he's so capable of doing some incredible things, and looking forward to seeing how Afi Khan goes back. So you can see there West takes that immediate step out of the crease and just trying to change things up here for Gibraltar.
Last ball of the over then. Oh, really well bowled. There's a big appeal from Prasad. There's a shake of the head. He hands on hips. He wasn't happy with that. But what an over from the skipper. 7 runs from it, 2 wickets. It's a really good ball, but just wonder if it's kind of nipped off the pad as it goes through. It's a good take again from Afi Khan. As West looks to come down the track to Prasad, doesn't quite get to it. Kind of prods the ball.
Just down there a little bit, but 10 overs down, halfway stage then, 76 for 3. And well, before those wickets, you would have said Gibraltar right on top, but being able to bring them back 3 wickets for just a single run. And well, this is what's coming up tomorrow out in Italy, of course, so still more internationals to come. But 4 games tomorrow. France-Romania is the first game, that's match number 6, and then France versus Italy again. Well, of course, that first game that's been going on at the moment, that's Italy. Well, it's wickets galore, 65 for 7 in the end with France. Italy, 46 for 4 in reply.
Yash Singh to continue here from the rock end, as that one just nipped into the leg side by Ian Latine.
Yeah, this wind's a little bit reminiscent of what we had earlier in the year. A little bit less chilly, but still that wind just adds an extra factor in another moving part in a difficult conditions here in Gibraltar at the moment.
Yeah, definitely, and I think as the day progresses as well, as we see that wind just starting to go up throughout the day, it's going to be very difficult for the fielders especially. Yash Singh into the offside this time by West. It'll just be the 1 run.
Yeah, West is this is good from him. I don't mind the fact he comes in, gives himself a couple of overs. I think if they can just nurdle up towards 100, and then if you do that within the next 2 or 3 overs, then you can really push on.
Singh in, nice and full. Won't be a run there, straight down to the mid-on region.
Lateen, 1 off 6. Now we've seen this before. There was one innings that it stands out to me, and I remember that he really struggled, and all of a sudden he finished with about 70 odd runs off nothing.
Out into the offside, no run there. Really good from Singh. This is as he continues his impressive form with the ball. Down leg side, just push this one. There's no one down there, and that will be 4 runs. Ian Lateen finally starts to get moving, and he gets his first boundary of the day. Gibraltar start to try and get back on track.
Yeah, nice shot. Gets down on one knee. That's what we've come to expect of Lateen, getting down on that one knee, and that was just a really elegantly played sweep shot. Nice and conventional, as that was a dot ball. That was interesting there. But again, this is, yeah, it's still been a tidy over, even with that boundary from Singh.
Yeah, needs to finish strong here, Singh, and as he drifts that down leg again, it's same treatment from Lateen. Another 4 runs, no fielders down there. You can't be bowling there to Lateen, and especially with the field as it's set. It's a good way to finish the over from Gibraltar.
Yeah, good finish. And a good over, really. It ended up going for 10, and it wasn't really what Singh was expecting after the first 3 deliveries, going 1-1 dot, but yeah, still good spell though from him. 3 overs, 1 for 18, and apart from that, it's all been about Varun Prasath. 2 for 7 off his single over. Yeah, Jerome struggling, going for 9s, nearly 10s as well, but then Mughal uncharacteristically struggling as well, just going 2 full, and against Louis Bruce, that was really not the way to go about things. But Prasath looks as if he will continue here, and rightly so, after picking up 2 scalps for 7 in his first over. Jonathan West giving himself a bit of time. I reckon give it till 12, maybe 13 or 14 overs. That's when you're then going to see them maybe take a few more risks, and that's probably where we'll see this game be won or lost by both teams.
So Prasath, the captain, to continue from the straights end as he comes in. Nice and full. And that is another good delivery from the skipper.
He's on it this morning, isn't he, Prasath? It was good intent from Malta early on. I mean, all teams were out, both teams were out getting their warm-ups done, but Malta just looked as if they knew they had a point to prove, and they know still any points are good points. As long as they go back with something, it's a successful trip.
Prasath in again. Just late cut into that backward point region by West. It'll take only the single.
Wind's picking up, Joe. It's getting there. I can feel it. It's swirling as well. It's not just one angle. It's going left, right, up and down. It's going to be a fun day here at the Europa Sports Complex.
The thing to remember is we're a little bit protected here in this commentary kind of area in the stand. As Prasath comes in, that's kind of out into the leg side. It'll just be another run for Gibraltar. So as we're protected a little bit here, the further you go out to that infield, it gets worse and worse. So if you're in the middle, it's already starting to feel quite windy.
Going to have to be careful of that coin toss. Might lose your coin into the old straights later on, but yeah, good start this. Again, Prasath, he's looking on it.
Down the pitch from West. They'll just push it into the offside. They're looking for 2. They're not going to take it. Just the 1 run.
Sloppy from Marks. He's lucky he doesn't concede an extra run there. Just completely ran past it, and yeah, lucky that it didn't concede a run. You see here, just goes straight through him. Goes a little bit lazy with one hand and gets it wrong.
Yeah, didn't get low enough to the ground. Kind of, yeah, a little bit lazy, like you said, but Malta will want to look to not do that in this second half of the innings. Prasath comes in again. Lateen goes to go strong. Oh, just breaks through the hands of Prasath there. That'll be the 1 run down to that long off region. So watch this highlight again.
Interesting shot, trying to really go off to that leg side, but Q ends it entirely, and yeah, luckily gets a bit of bounce. Prasath, he's a very tall man.
As he comes into bowl against West, who again looking to use that feet, and kind of just glance it into the leg side, take the single. This is good from West, just rotating the strike here. Rebuild job on after a few quick wickets for Gibbers. We get to the end of the 12th over, 91 for 3.
Story so far. Then look at those wickets in the 9th and the 10th. Only going for, well, they didn't concede a run in between those wickets. 2 and 2 for Prasath, and then Singh picking up the wicket of Avinash Pai as well, caught behind and stumped at the same time. So just making sure that he was definitely out. But yeah, this is a good comeback Good bit of dragging back from Malta, but yeah, do remember plenty of cricket on the network at the moment. 56 for 4 Irish, only 10 runs and 16 deliveries out in match number 1. So proving to be a little bit tricky conditions out there in Italy, as it looks as if we're going to get Marks to come into the frame of things here for Malta. Sat out of the last couple of games for his side, and he's got an opportunity to prove a point here.
Marks, as we see, going to be coming on from this rock end. A little bit of seam, gets a little bit of pace. Didn't quite get it right in that opening game against Portugal on day 1, but can he do something here against Gibraltar? Nice and full, really good bowling. If he can't, shakes his hand. Yeah, he's pumped, he's pumped.
Yeah, they're up for this, Malta. It's good to see. They know that they're running out of games to just take anything away from this tour. Good bit of inward dip and then just swings away outside the bat. Good start though for Marks, right on the money straight away.
Marks steams in once again. Really well bowled. That kind of looking for that Yorker length, isn't he? It's not going to be given out. There will be 1 run from it. Comes off the bat, says Teo Ataloye.
Marks had no interest in appealing until the keeper goes up and he just goes around and just politely asks the question. But yeah, West just drops that leg in front. He does that a couple of times.
Interesting to see kind of if West keeps trying to use his feet.
Bales are going. Here we go. Here comes the wind. I hope we got the heavy bales out this morning. I assume we did, because it's going to be very windy. You can see, look at the flags in the background, that it's just gonna get windier and windier. I'd love to know what the actual speed of the wind is. I'm gonna Google it. Nothing wrong with a bit of Googling.
So it was 7 miles an hour this morning, according to my Apple iPhone. But I'm not sure as we go any further through the day. I think it's supposed to pick up quite significantly, so it'll be interesting.
Currently 14 kilometers an hour on the rock. It's probably a little bit more here where we are when we're open to the elements as well. And the bales keep on going, and this is going to be tough. I think the umpire's made the decision. We don't need bales. It's fine. It's fine. We know if it hits the stumps, it's okay. It's fine. This is a good couple of overs though for Malta, just dragging them down, but need to keep on it.
Marks comes in again. Bit short this time, short of length. This is a chance. This is a big chance. It's going to drop short of long on.
Just didn't pick it. Just didn't see it, did Sharma. Bucket hand Sharma, as we've called him, but just didn't pick it. And Marks probably feels as if he deserves a wicket after that. It was a rash shot from the team, got nothing of it. Yeah, just didn't pick it and just wasn't able to make the ground.
Marks comes in again. It's been a good start to his first spell today, and there we go. I've jinxed him as he fires that one down leg side. Afi Khan can only just get a hand to it. That's going to race away for 5 wides.
5 wides indeed, and yeah, it goes from really good to really bad for Marks, and yeah, that's tough on Khan. He's had to make a lot of ground in very quick time, but yeah, no, that's a bit of a sigh of relief for Gibraltar with those extra runs. That'll certainly help proceedings as they get up towards that 100.
Yeah, just seeing from Leon Day in the chat saying Gibraltar still have power from Fitzgerald and Nesta to come. One of those individuals, Kenroy Nesta, not really seen him yet so far, as we'll continue to ball and see, get your opinion on this after. As Marks comes in against, over the top of his head. He'll just take the single. So yeah, what's your thought? We've not seen much of Kester yet with the bat or ball. What's your thoughts on that?
It's a talented team now, and you know that it's finding the time to get him in. That's the thing, and you know there's probably the last 2 overs where he's been able to come in, but hasn't really been able to be given the opportunity. But when you've got other players around him who are batting so well, I mean Bruce has made a half century. 3 members out of the top 5 have made half centuries now, so it's tough. It's tough to get into that lineup, but yeah, this is still more than capable. Just cricket highlights saying why the umpire is wearing Scotland cricket kits. Okay, fine, Joe, you win. I said it was Lisbon Capitals. It was a bit of a shot in the dark, but I know any Portugal viewers will be like, yeah, Charlie's right, but it's fine. I'll take the loss.
Marks comes in to finish strong here. It's a slower ball, well played, late underneath his eyes by West. He'll take a single. Really good rotation of strike here from West, going at 1 a ball as we come to the end of the 13th. Gibraltar on 101 for the loss of 3 wickets.
You win, Joe. All right. It looks like Scotland, but I think I'm sticking with Capitals. I'm sticking with Lisbon. Portugal are in Gibraltar. We got to go. There's no Scotland. There's no Scot. Well, there might be Scottish. I don't know. But anyway, it's 101 on the board for 3 after 13 overs. Just going at 7.77, and yeah, just keeping the scoreboard ticking. That's all they've got to. That's all they've got to do. They're not keeping anything. Not getting bogged down with many dot balls, which is probably what Malta were trying to go for. But yeah, Prasath looks as if he's going to continue here.
Prasath is that guy which will continue here, the captain. He's looking. I wouldn't be surprised if he bowls himself out with the way that he is bowling. Started really strong that first over, incredible. 2 wickets from his first 2 balls. As he comes in to start the third, West moves to the offside, plays it into the offside. All free for another run to West, as he again continues to look to drop the bat on it and get Lateen on strike. Just looking at Gibraltar, Gibraltar know that Malta have struggled a little bit with the bat in this tournament so far. As Prasath continues, punched into the offside, it's going to come out, they're going to call for 2, it's an early call from West, and it's going to be a good 2 runs on the arm of Amar Sharma. Good running between these two, this is what we saw yesterday from Gibraltar. That just punched out into the offside, really good shot from Lateen. And again, if Jib can start just pushing those 2s and 1s on people's arms as Malta start to fatigue, it's going to be vital runs come the end of this innings. As Lateen goes again into the offside, they're going to look for 2. Amar Sharma this time is going to come in strongly, but it's again really good running from Ian Lateen, and it's another 2 runs. And as we're saying, that running between the wickets is now going to become really vital towards the end of this game.
Yeah, no, that's just the intent really there from Gibraltar. And if Malta can replicate that, we'll have a game on our hands. But yeah, good running. Lateen, he's quick, he's fit, he's able to push and really push those 2s, and just really good running.
Wide ball. Yeah, Prasath just getting a little bit frustrated, I think, having been punched out and conceded 4 off 2 balls where you'd probably say probably should have only been singles. And it'll come in again. Out into that offside. This will definitely only be 1 run. That man, Yash Singh.
He's on it today, Singh, isn't he? He's up for it. We might see him with the bat. Might be nice to see him with a couple of boundaries. That'll be, if required, of course. But yeah, Basil George, he's going to have a big part to play in this response from Malta.
Absolutely. Varun Prasath, another man, as he comes in again. That's going to be going down to third man range. Good fielding down there at the short third man from number 14, Jason Jerome. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying there. I mean, Basil George is probably this key player for Malta with the bat, along with Varun Prasath. They've not made many runs yet from this tournament. An injury isn't going to help that. Last ball of the over. Out into the offside. Yash Singh on it. This could be run out. It is. Johnny West has to go. He was keen to get the single in. They've been rotating the strike well, but it's that man. It's Yash Singh. He's really on. It's a really good take in from him and good throw into the bowler. Good run out. Gibraltar fall for 4 wickets. 109.
Yeah, it's 2 run-outs in 2 innings for Jonathan West. So just set off straight away. Just saw him. Just was going off the connection more than anything from Ian Lateen. It was a nice shot, but it was straight to the man in the covers. And yeah, Jonathan West, he just gets left stranded, and there wasn't a run there at all. But yeah, he'll be disappointed. But he did what he had to do. He's rebuilt for the last few overs, but he's also kept the scoreboard ticking, as it's now 109 for 4 after 14 overs. Pretty easy though from Prasath, no questions about it. And K-Ness comes into the middle, and it's been a matter of time for Nesta coming out and getting an opportunity, and he's got a real chance here coming in a little bit earlier. But yeah, this is a good opportunity for him coming in at number 6.
6 overs to go then, and as we see Kenroy Nesta come to the crease to get really his first kind of bit of action with the bat this tour. Did come in against Portugal quite late on and got bowled by MD Nippo. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on today. Big opportunity for Kenroy Nesta to state a claim in this team. He's had obviously players come in, jump the order in front of him, having performed well. It's up to him now to go and take kind of the game by the scruff of the neck and go and make a good score.
Yeah, big opportunity to do so, but wouldn't be surprised if he's just going to go from the off in classic K-Ness style. He might surprise us, chucking a few, chucking in a few few forward defences here, but that wind's picking up now. And I think there's a couple of tents might be flying our way at some point. Make sure they're kept down.
David Marks, lovely strong drive there from Nesta. He'll take a 1 off his first ball. Good start from him. Confident shot.
Good push down the ground for a single. Off the mark straight away. Lateen's got to take some risks now, isn't he? He's got to the 14th over. This score needs to be getting up to around about that 150, 160. Needs to be up there.
Just noticed that the skipper Van Prasath after that over has left the field of play, so I'm interested to see what that is. As Marks comes in, that's a leapt off the pitch at Lateen. A little bit of extra pace, a little bit of extra bounce. And yeah, Lateen just doesn't quite get that really good movement from the ball as well. Marks is bowling well.
Yeah, confirmation of Aaron coming off as Jasper Singh comes out to replace him. Not too sure as to what that may be, but I hope he's all okay. Should be fine. Didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Marks comes in. Now it's just dead ball. This dead ball will be called here. They've not realised as the stumps have come down.
We took the bails off, but I don't think we can take the stumps out. Can't exactly play without stumps. And yeah, this wind's just proving to be howling out there now. And I'm surprised the hats are still on some of their heads, but. Yeah, just a funny bit of cricket there as the stumps go, and might need to get a few weights up, put them on the stumps, keep them down.
Good old Gibraltar win, says Chris Smith in the chat. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this place is renowned for being a bit windy, especially down here at Europa Point when that wind comes in off the Med or off the Straits of Gibraltar. It can get windy, and it is supposed to get more windy as the day progresses today, so it could be interesting, especially for those two teams who are going to be playing in the later games.
Under the lights
as well. Ball swirling up in the air. I'm not sure it's going to be a fielder's dream today.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm set up here. It's much easier to call than it is to be out there at the moment, but Lateen, 18 off 18, needs a boundary here.
Well bowled. Very well bowled from Barks. It's a good kind of stint from him after a really kind of tough opening game. He's come back into the team today, and he's stating a claim with the seam of the ball. It's a lovely, lovely bit of pace, and he's getting his lengths and lines just quite right at the minute. The team will be looking to make a bit of a move on those. 18 off 19, not really got going so far. As he looks to go big over the leg side. It's not going to go all the way, but it's into the gap. Number 18, that is Niraj Khanna, gets round to it. And it'll be 2 runs.
Yeah, this wind's picking up, and yeah, good bit of fielding there. That was just checked and well watched in the end from Khanna.
Big hit on this leg side, by the way, so it'll be interesting to see if people do still keep trying to target it with the wind. As Marks comes in again, it's powerfully hit down the ground. This should just be the 1 run. It is. The team looking to get a shift on. Last ball of the over to come then, as Marks just gets back to his mark. Needs to finish this over well. It's been a good first 2 overs from him. Only 13 runs from it so far. Come in and drifts it into the legs. Nesta just maybe a bit surprised by the pace of it. Nudges it back, and that'll be the end of the 15th. 113 for 4.
Yeah, Nesta thought this is a big opportunity. He's going to be chomping at the bit to try and get a few runs under his belt and just turn around and say, yeah, I'm still here. I still want to make the most of my chances. And this is a really, really good opportunity. Monday, though, Monday's a new tournament for us. We get things underway out in Austria. Match number 1, Cricketer CC up against Snazzy. That's going to be a fun game. Fun 2 weeks out in Austria. That's starting at 7:30 GMT, 9:30 Central European Time, and 1 o'clock out in India. 5 matches coming your way on Monday, but of course internationals coming tomorrow. 7 games coming your way, 4 out in Italy, and then 3 here, or 2 here I should say. It could just be 5 instead. I can't do maths. It looks as if it's going to be Rahman is going to come into the frame of things, and again, realistically you want to bowl from this end, don't you? Because to try and hit into that wind's almost impossible. We saw Louis Bruce earlier. It was just so tough.
So Rahman coming back into attack then for his second over. Very expensive in his first one. 16 runs from it. He's got a chance of bowling at 2 batsmen just kind of going at a slow rate at the minute. Latin 21 off 21 balls, strike rate of 100. He'll be looking in these last 5 overs to really take the game to Malta and push this score above that 150, up to that kind of right par score of 160 with it, which we've been looking at. Comes in then to start his second spell. Latin goes down the ground. One bounce into the hands of the fielder, just for the single, and bring Ken Roy Nesta on to strike.
I've never seen a game abandoned or postponed or, you know, stopped due to wind. But I could see it happening later, you know. I could see this wind just being impossible to play, and I could just see umpires turn around and going, sorry, but this, you know, this it's too hard. It's impossible, but we'll stay out there as much as we can.
Nesta goes straight. This has gone high. Oh, and it's dropped and he's put him down. It goes so high. Again, I just wonder if that's been caught in the wind. But
shot selection, it's simple. Why go for it? It's you're hitting into nearly 20-kilometer gusts, and it makes no sense. You can see the winds there. To me, it's shot selection, and it just doesn't make sense. I don't get it. I don't understand why you turn around and try and take it down the ground. Nestor, powerful, yes, but it's still tough.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we come in again, Rahman looking to go leg side this time. That's a brilliant Yorker. He saw Nesta, what Nesta was trying to do early there. It's a brilliant Yorker for Rahman. He'll take another wicket to his collection for this tournament. And not quite sure where Nesta's going.
He wants his hat.
Oh, that's what it is. I'm going the wrong way. He's off towards the centre of town.
Yeah, inside edge onto the stumps, of course. Just trying to swing from the hip, and I think this is it's tough to see for Nestor. He misses out on an opportunity, but an opportunity goes astray, and it's Fitzgerald is the new man in, 116 for 5.
Another man who hasn't really yet to get off the mark with the bat this tournament, struggled a little bit, but he can bat. He's a powerful hitter. Again, just like with Nesta, though, needs to use his head and look where the wind is. Hit the areas, play with the wind, not against the wind. If you're trying to go against the wind here, you're going to struggle. And we saw that there with Nesta's shot, which went so high up in the air. It didn't even really break the ring, which is highly impressive to say how hard it hit it. And it just kind of shows you and gives you a really good idea of how strong the wind is here at the minute. And as the day progresses, that could become a real issue, not just for the batsmen, but also for the fielders, as we saw the catch go down. So Rahman to continue here. The new man Fitzgerald at the crease. Just rearranging the stumps to try and get them nice and straight there.
Good luck. There's Varun Prasad has come back onto the field as well. So good news for Malta fans to see that he's okay.
Rahman to come in then to continue. Fitzgerald takes a little move across, clips it into the leg side. It's a nice little shot. It'll just be for the one run. Just noticed there, Varun Prasad just testing his left arm, just giving it a little bit of a move around. I wonder if he's just jarred a little bit at some point. But they'll be looking to hopefully see him come out for the first time this tournament and make some really good runs. He's such a dangerous batsman.
Yeah, he's just not quite got into the frame of things with the bat.
Into the leg side from Rahman, pushes it through. It should be a leg bye called, going down leg side. Did ask the question though.
Yeah, it didn't really seem interested, did the umpire, and that's why, because it's not even going to be hitting the stumps, no impact in line or anything. So yeah, good call in the end. Just turns around and ignores them and says, don't be silly. Just looking out towards the straights. I reckon those are some serious waves out there. I would not want to be on a boat out in the straights at the moment.
Rahman continues to finish his over here. Fitzgerald just pushes that into offside. Latin could be gone. It's into the bowler's end. I don't think this is out. I think it was a pretty kind of lackluster throw into the bowler.
I don't think he took the ball cleanly. We're going to take a look upstairs here. And the thing is as well that you've got to go off the impact onto the stumps due to the bails, but yeah, Prasad just wasn't really sure how to go about it. But Latin getting left in no man's land, but I don't think he takes it. This angle will give us more.
So he takes the ball here. He has to come back to the stumps. So the ball's kind of behind him, and yeah, Latin has got cleanly home. It's very He's done really well to get back there, but a bit of a better throw, and I think Latine would have been in trouble.
Yeah, makes his ground comfortably, Latine, and yeah, good work by the crew, Spring Productions. Good replays, giving us the insights. But yeah, that's a bit of work. 118 for 5 after 16.
Big opportunity missed though, with the wicket of Lee and Latine. That would have been huge. 5 wickets already down for Gibraltar. Probably the key man at the crease here in Ian Latine. Not really got going as of yet. It's 22 off 23 for him. As we take a little look at the Gibraltar scorecard, that really strong start from the 2 openers once again. Louis Bruce with that 52, and Gibraltar looked like they were going to be rocketing away to a really big score. 3 quick wickets in the space of 2 overs for hardly any runs from Yash Singh, and Varun Prasad has really taken this game back into a really even playing field.
Yeah, but it also meant that they kept the highest run scorer in the tournament, Karen Stagner, quiet and went for a golden duck, and that's a big win for Malta, being able to get him quiet. And yeah, it's an interesting matchup. It looks as if it's going to be a tight game here in match number 5.
Definitely Marks to continue with his 3rd over. We saw Malta yesterday chase down Portugal and end up in the 140s, as we see Latine look to push this one into the leg side. Now there's no outfielder with a man there, and again Fitzgerald wanting to go for the 2. It's a good call from Latine to send him back as the stumps go flying yet again.
Yeah, it's never was going to be a run there, but yeah, good work in the end though. And yep, another one to the total, but this wind's got to be so hard out there. I keep saying it, but I feel for our cameraman as well, by the way, up there. That's got to be a pretty tough job up there, but appreciate all the work by everyone here. And yeah, looking out to the straights, that looks doesn't look like a fun place to be if you're on a boat out there in any size.
Now you can see the white tips of the waves, and yeah, it does get pretty choppy out there as we see some boats kind of floating in the distance. That's not where I'd want to be today. Anyway, we're going to continue here with Marks up against Fitzgerald. Chip down the ground, just for the 1 run. Yeah, Fitzgerald just needs a bit of confidence to go. He came back yesterday really strongly with his bowling and in the field as well, taking a really good catch at the end of that game. I want to see him with the bang get some runs here as Latine now takes strike. Marks in wide of the offside, bit short, but Latine will punch it through. It'll be 2 runs. They're going to run 2 runs on the arm here. Bit of a fumble in the outfield. It's good running from the 2 batsmen. They're going to need to do a little bit more of that Mughal out there. Just couldn't get the ball. Kind of fumbles it around a little bit, and they'll yeah, see as he tries to pick that one up. Doesn't take it cleanly. Looking to throw it in before he got hold of it. As Marks just adjusts his line, this time a little bit too much into the leg side. They're going to take 1. It's another misfield, this time from Malta. And that'll be another 2 runs. They need to make sure not do this too often. We saw it over the first 2 days in the field as the innings kind of came towards the end.
Thing is as well, you've got to remember here that with this wind, I think that the pass score is going to come right down. You know, you're only being able to really hit from one end. Going into the wind's almost impossible, and it's going to be really tough. So yeah, I think that pass score, which we've seen at sort of 170, might be dragged down to around the 150 mark, 148, 145. So just changes the game.
Marks full toss. Ian Latine misses out on that one. There is not been a call for an... Oh, there has been a call for a no ball. And, oh, it's close. It's a tight one. I think Latine will be disappointed he's not actually got anything on that. So free hit called there by Teo Ataloya at this rock end. 2 umpires today doing a good job out there. We've got Teo Ataloya and Jeremy Perez. As Marks comes in for this free hit, Latine doesn't get anything on it. Threw the shot too early.
Misses out there, doesn't he? He's just missed out on an opportunity. It was a short ball, and probably was looking to flat bat that back over his head, but misses out on a chance there.
Might have been looking to play that one over the leg side, as Marks comes to finish his 3 overs here. That one just moving in at Latine. Again down the ground, just for the 1 run. He'll keep the strike as we go into the 18th over. Jib, 126 for 5.
Yeah, just struggled for timing has Latine in this innings. He's got a couple away, but still being kept relatively quiet. It's all been done in 1s and 2s mostly, as he's only scored the 2 boundaries, going at 96.55. And yeah, a bit of a different innings this. Not really anyone coming off apart from Louis Bruce at the top of the order, but yeah, that's kind of where you'll be missing and wishing that he was able to come away and convert that start. But yeah, it looks as if it's going to be it's tough out there. Don't get me wrong, the conditions out there aren't easy, but yeah, being able to negotiate these tough conditions. And the thing is, you'd have to say that Gibraltar, of course, more used to it as well. So Rahman continues.
Well bowled, and that will be the big wicket of Lateen. It's another bowled for Rahman, his second wicket of the day, and Lateen has to go as he looked to try and hoik that one into the leg side.
Yeah, it's not the most pleasing of wickets, as there's not really any sign of the bails flying or anything, but it's again a really good delivery from Rahman and gets that in-dipping sign off the seam, and Lateen trying to hoik really back, bit of a rush of blood, and gets it all wrong, and yeah, he has to end up going, and another wicket falls, and it's now 126 for 6.
Talking to Liam Lateen yesterday about Ash, and he was telling me he was even though he scored such was it 89 in the end, he was disappointed at times that he got down onto that one knee. He's been trying to get it out of out of the habit of getting down to one knee. We did see there with that wicket, he did drop onto that back leg, as he tends to do. But it's well bowled from Rahman. It's a big wicket here for Malta, because even though Lateen was struggling to really kind of get those boundaries, we know how destructive he can be. All of a sudden, he can change it in an instant. As we see Andrew Reyes come to the crease, who had a really nice innings on that first day against Portugal.
Reyes, baby, he's here. He's got a chance. He's got a few overs to play with. And well, that was always good fun yesterday, wasn't it? Coming on in that last over, getting an opportunity and getting a couple of wickets to take back home with him. Always nice. A very good afternoon. Good morning to Vinny as well. Just jumps in the chat. Hope you're okay. Says he's got a bit of a multi-screen setup going at the moment, but it's too many screens, but one screen is the screen of reality. I'm confused, Vinny. You confuse me all the time. Vinny asked me, he sent me a text saying, is it windy? Yes, Vinny, it's very windy. I can confirm that. You're probably confused by the fact that there's no bails. That's why. Too much wind and they're flying all over the place. Reyes faces up for his first ball.
Rahman to continue then. Oh, it's another bowl from Rahman. It's straight through the gate, and that is a classic delivery from Rahman as he takes his third wicket. And once again, we're on a hat-trick ball, Charlie.
Yeah, really good delivery yet again. It's pretty much a carbon copy this time, and Reyes just gets done all ends up. Doesn't know how to negotiate it, and yeah, it's a super ball. You see a replay here, just comes in off that sort of 4th, 5th line and ends up clattering into the top and middle and leg, and yeah, it's tough delivery to face up first up for Reyes, and he goes, and it's now 126 for 7.
Really good bowling from Rahman. He's come back in. He had a really difficult over, didn't he? Went for 16 off that first over, took out of the attack. But he's had, like we've spoken about it before, he has been probably the pick of the bowlers over these first 2 days for Malta, and he's continuing that form today. 3 wickets now for Rahman, 2 in 2 balls, and he's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, he's got an opportunity here to put his name in the lights, and he has bowled very well though, isn't he? And yeah, it's been really good to see. Still they're asking again, why are there no bails on the wickets? It's windy, so we're trying to keep things in the ground, and the bails are just falling. At one point the stumps went, so we're lucky to still have stumps out there, but yeah, we're trying our best here, and you can see we apologise for the cameras moving a little bit, but again, not much we can really do. We're open to the elements here at the Europa Sports Complex, but Rahman, he's on a hat-trick, and Horrocks in his sight.
Rahman on a hat-trick then, in he comes, it's full, and it's just nurdled into the leg side. Very well played from Horrocks. No hat-trick yet again, we've still not seen one, but we're getting closer. Very well bowled though from Rahman, and very well played from Horrocks. It's never nice as a batter coming in to face a hat-trick ball.
Yeah, it's never easy, and you're always thinking, okay, I've just got to keep things going here and just keep my head and not think about anything else.
Fitzgerald to face up then. Just drifted into the pads. He takes a step across. They're going to look for 2. They've dropped the bat. This could be trouble. Good running from Fitzgerald. He realised he'd dropped the bat and was going to have to do a 100-metre sprint. Not ideal, but they'll get the 2 runs, nevertheless. Here we see. Oh, I've dropped it. Shall I pick it up? Actually, no. I'm going.
Oh dear.
Usain Bolt it down the other end.
Just go. Just run. Run and pray. That's exactly what he did.
Just see his kind of brain ticking. Do I pick my bat up? Hang on,
Went to pick it up.
Went to pick it up. Actually, no, I don't need it. I'm just going to run. Here we go. Rahman comes in again. Down into pads. Very well bowled. Nice and full. Looking for that in-swinging Yorker. Fitzgerald and Rahman have a bit of eye contact after that one. He's fired up, isn't he, the Maltese bowler?
Jerry Perez just walks away. He knows it's going down leg. And Rahman just saying, well, where are you going? I want to ask a question. And Perez, he just turns around and says, nah, no, wait, don't be silly. But this is still being a very tidy over already. 2 wickets and 3 runs at the moment. Nothing else to it. Here he is again.
Well bowled. Just leapt off the length. Bit of wobble on the seam. Fitzgerald kind of just fishing a little bit. Didn't really know what to do with it. And there it comes to the end of the over. 2 overs to go here. Gib find themselves on 129 for 7.
Yeah, we said it, didn't we? I called it earlier. I don't think the par score of around 170 is going to stay intact. I think probably going to be looking around 140, maybe 150 tops, and I think anything above that's an above par score today. But it's not. It's certainly not easy. And credit to the players for sticking at it. You can see there, umpires trying to keep their hats on, and players trying to keep hats on, and flags all over the place. It just adds to the fun of it all. It's never boring here on the European Cricket Network.
So Marks will finish his spell here. He's gone for 21 so far from his 3 overs. Yet to pick up a wicket though, as he comes in against Horrocks. He'll play that one into the offside. Nice late cut. They're going to push the 2 on the arm. It's again good running from the 2 batsmen. That's what they're going to need to do if they can't find these boundaries. They've got to make the use of most balls.
You've got to try and take it on at this end. I mean, you just chuck it up in the air and just hope the wind takes it. It's strong enough.
Yeah, Horrocks is a nice bat, good at rotating the strike, not really a big hitter. Fitzgerald, on the other hand, has that capability. Now, if he's clever enough to hit with the wind, it's going to go. He has that ability, he just needs to get hold of a ball. As Marks comes in again. Oh, very well bowled. He's got that angle in, hasn't he? Just angling it in. Nice bit of pace, and yeah, just takes off the pitch again as Jack Horrocks looks to swipe it through the offside.
Bowled well was Marks. He's put it on the right in some right areas. He's strayed off his line a little bit, but mostly been pretty decent at just bowling that in that corridor of uncertainty and just asking the questions that need to be asked.
So Marks comes in. Horrocks nice and a bit fuller this time. He kind of took a step away. That's not very far away from taking a wicket. How far away is this one? Yeah, how has that taken the off stump out the ground?
The thing is, it may have hit the stumps, but it looked from one angle that it did, but it's just the stumps moving in the wind. But again, it's always funny, always eventful.
Very well bowled, just inside that blue line. No run there. Marks looking to finish his spell off very economically, isn't he?
Yeah, just keeps that just inside that blue line. Good call again from our umpires. They mostly have been pretty much on it all the way, and again, it's just another element and example of the officiating in Europe just improving time on time again.
Over the top by Horrocks, into the outfield on the covers. Extra cover is there. It's Mughal. Is it Mughal again? It is Mughal again, who just fumbles it. There'll be another 2 runs to the total. He's having a bit of a tough time out there, Mughal.
Haven't had a boundary since the 11th over. And that's a considerable amount of time, especially when you're trying to add really vital runs. But yeah, it's tough. It's not easy.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Malta contend with the conditions here as we come to the end of Marks' spell. Last ball, bowls into the legs again. Horrocks just takes a step away and he'll take the single down the pitch. Penultimate over is done. 134 for 7 after the 19th. Gibraltar looking to try and at least get into that over that 140 region. It's going to be a tight one.
Yeah, 6 needed to get into that 140s, and anything can happen in the last over. It's still capable when you've got Fitzgerald and Horrocks still going, and you know they can nerdle. If they just go at run a ball, they'll get into that 140. But yeah, I still think a 140 is a good score in these conditions. It's probably around about par, and yeah, it's just that's where it went wrong, wasn't it? That 9th and 10th, losing those 3 wickets pretty early on, and a very quick succession as well.
Yeah, you can just see on the chart there that kind of those 3 wickets clumped together, and ever since then that run rate has just been on the decline. And the good thing for Malta is they've taken wickets gradually since. So 7 wickets down here, Gibraltar kind of into their tail. I think Horrocks just needs to try and get the single here, try and get Fitzgerald on strike, who's a slightly more experienced batsman. And Rahman will take the 20th. And he gets another wicket. It is another bowl for Rahman, his 4th of the day, and he is on fire.
Yeah, he is just proving to be a really, really good element of this attack. He's just proving to be a little bit too much for this lower order of Gibraltar, and he has just taken this game back into Malta's hands a little bit. Good delivery, again, the in-nip after its original bounce, and yeah, just good bowling again, stump to stump. That's all you got to do, and simple equation of you miss, I hit.
Absolutely. As we see Samarth Boda, I think it is, come to the crease, and now he can bat. And you know, I'd sometimes like to see him slightly higher up the order, because he is not a fool with the bat at all by any means.
Yeah, it's tough though. Again, as I mentioned, you have 5 or 3 out of your top 5 have already hit half centuries in this tournament, and yeah, it's tough to get up there. But at the moment, they're going to be hoping for some late runs as we come towards the latter stages of this last over. But 134 for 8 then, and just got to think, just got to run as fast as you can. And well, Fitzgerald yesterday ended up turning down a single to keep the strike for the last delivery, didn't hit a boundary. I wonder if he's going to do something similar here, unless he got a stern talking to by his national coach. I'll ask the question.
Can't imagine someone wouldn't have said anything, because it was, yeah, you've got to be clever at this point in the game. You've got to try, you can't afford to turn down easy runs. As Rahman comes then to Boda. Second ball of the last over, clipped into the leg side. Good from Boda. They're going to look for 2. Again, we talk about Fitzgerald. I think it's probably a good call this time. Just the 1 run as he gets himself on strike. 4 balls remaining. Jim on 135 for 8.
Fine legs up as well with the wind. I'd argue maybe just trying to turn it around the corner, get a bit of a scoop in there maybe with going with the wind rather against it, but down the ground is not where you want to be looking to hit this. You've got to go square of the wicket or behind square, because it's just, the ball's just going to get held up in the air. Here he is though, Fitzgerald needs to find something.
Looks to go big into the offside. Well bowled from Rahman though, nice and full. They're going to push 2 on the arm. Really good running again. It's gone through the bowler. Good backing up on the other side of the pitch there, and so there'll only be 2 runs from it. Oh, bit of an accidental throw there. Fitzgerald not paying attention. It clatters him around the legs.
Good running though. Good bit of running from these 2, just pushing it through, and vital runs here.
Every run counts at this stage of the game. I think it's this game's probably going to be a really tight affair, I can imagine. Rahman comes in, takes a step down the ground as Fitzgerald. Again, they're going to look for 2. Samarth Boda said yes. They're going to go at the... Oh, my word. Now, there's a decision to be made. Rahman decided that Boda was making his ground at the non-strikers. He takes the ball and fires it into Afi Khan at Fitzgerald's end, who takes the stumps. Call is not out.
There's a couple of signals coming off this out in the middle. I'm trying to work out what it was, but yeah, Boda was pretty set, and I think he might have been close to being out, but then you can see here, he doesn't run his bat in, but I don't think they're looking. I think he's been turned away.
Now, look from this angle. Boda would have been gone. Why has Rahman decided to throw at the keeper's end? That is... So we look here from the keeper's end. Is Fitzgerald safe? He didn't glide his bat through, but he does look okay. This is the one for me. Rahman, Boda has gone by a mile, and he takes the ball and fires in, as we see. on the ball. That's going to be a bouncer, and it's going to be down towards the fine leg region, and they're going to go for 2 again. The stumps go flying.
Trust me, the bails aren't off for no reason. It's not easy out there, and the stumps go again, but luckily no one flows to that end, so no real issue. Good bit of footwork, though, from that's Basil George. Last delivery then, 141 on the board. They've gone into that 140 area. They'll be happy with Gibraltar. They'll know that it's not easy out there and that they've got to apply the squeeze. And Fitzgerald's got to find something out of screws. Hasn't found the middle of the bat once in this innings. He struggled with the bat in hand. He's got a single delivery left. Of course, Basil George, have to remember, nursing a bit of an injury. Probably why he didn't go for the arm. But here we go then.
Into the leg side. It's gone up. They're going to push 2. Good calling then again from Boda. 2 runs to finish here. 143 for 8 after the 20. And this could be a really tight game on our hands. We saw Malta yesterday trying to chase Portugal. They ended up in the 140 region. The wind is going to play a part today, but yeah, this could be a very close game in the first one of Saturday's day 3.
Yeah, good bit of cricket there all round from Gibraltar and Malta as well. Malta this time in the second half of the innings were really able to apply the squeeze. As this is the view, and you can see the tips breaking out in the middle. It's not out in the middle of the ocean. It's not easy out there. And again, this has been a great bit of cricket, but it was really down to the positive start from Louis Bruce at the top of the order, and he hit some superb shots all around the ground, didn't he?
Absolutely, and I think if Gibraltar do win this game, they're going to have him to thank for it. A very good half-century. Supported well at the start by Avinash Pai, but who played more of the spectator role, as we see him trying to go down the ground there, as we see the wind also playing a bit of havoc. Louis Bruce in the end, on that 50 runs, plays a silly shot, goes after a ball, into wind, it hangs up, and that man, Yash Singh, takes the catch. Van Prasaf then, in the next over, takes his first ball and gets back-to-back wickets. As Singh also continued from the end. Latin tried to get started. Some nice falls down to leg side, but struggled other than that. As we see Marks there just firing one down the leg. Other than that, he bowled really well, didn't he? Nice and straight. And the Jib batsmen just struggled to get him away. Yeah,
just struggled, didn't they? As they ended up on 143 for 8 after their 20. Taking a look at the scorecards then, and it really was that positive start from Louis Bruce. But for the first time here this week, middle order not quite coming off really for Gibraltar.
Yeah, and we look at that scorecard there, and no one really, everyone kind of got bit parts. Latin got go and made a decent score of 28, but couldn't really find the boundary options. Louis Bruce set off like a house on fire and scoring that 50 off 34 runs. He'll probably be a little bit disappointed how he got out in the end.
Yeah, he would have been, and it was just a bit of a rash shot into the wind. Probably wasn't the shot to go for, but mixed bag for the Malta bat for the bowlers. Fazal Rahman, the pick of the bowlers, taking 4 for 32. Once again, he is constantly in the wickets at the moment, but around him, Prasad taking 2 as well, 2 for 20 off his 3, and Yash Singh 1 for 18 as well. Mark's going for a well bowled, none for 26. Simple equation then for Malta. They require 144 for victory here in match number 5. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around about 8 minutes or so. You're watching the Gibraltar T20I series with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Joe Marples on the European Cricket Network.
Welcome back to the Europa Point Stadium here in Gibraltar for this third day of internationals. As we have a little recap of that first innings here in this first game between Gibraltar and Malta. Gibraltar finishing up on 143 for 8 wickets. A really promising start, was dragged back by that really good bowling attack of Varun Prasath, Yash Singh, Faisal Rahman, David Marks. They all contributed, and Gibraltar just got dragged back, and that for 143 after that strong start they made, maybe just a little bit disappointed with. However, the wind here has picked up significantly, and that might prove to be difficult for Malta, especially hitting against the wind, so they're going to have to pick their shots wisely. As we can see out in the middle, just in the break there, they've just changed some of the stumps over, tried to weight them down a little bit because we had a bit of problems as that first innings progressed, keeping them from falling over. It's going to be the story of the day, I think, in terms of whether it's a lovely, beautiful, sunny day, in terms of nice blue skies, but that wind is going to gradually pick up throughout the day as we look across there towards the Med. Looks beautiful on camera, doesn't it? And that's not really giving a good indicator of actually how windy it actually is. And we've got white tips, and it is quite blustery conditions here, looking out towards the Med today. So interesting to see how Malta go about this. They struggled with the bat on the opening day, only into the 70s, whereas yesterday put on a lot better effort into that 140 region. The big question will be over Basil George. How does he come back into this team after picking up that shoulder injury yesterday? He's such a key batsman for them. Will he be able to pick runs up? Will he be comfortable enough to pick runs up? Where will he be placed in the order? It's going to be an interesting one as we see the players just coming back onto the field of play to start this second innings. And yeah, let us know where you're tuning in from around the world. Great to have you with us here on the European Cricket Network, as always. It's a lovely, some lovely international cricket for a weekend, hey? So, hey, here we go. There's Gibraltar. It'll be interesting to see also who they decide to go with. In terms of bowling options, they've got plenty of bowling options. Steve Stagno wearing a helmet, which would suggest it might be the skipper, Avinash Pai, to start from this rock end. We saw him bowl incredibly well yesterday, getting his best international figures. 3 wickets for only 13 runs from his 4 overs. Very, very impressive. And yeah, he'll be looking to get Gibraltar off to the perfect start here against the two openers. And speaking of the devil, there is that man, Basil George, pushed to the top of the order. It's the first time that Malta have kind of broken away from that opening pair of Mughal and Patanka. So it'll be interesting to see how Basil George gets on here with that shoulder injury. They're giving him the kind of the free roam to come in and play. Also partnering him is looks like number 19, that's Daniel Stanislaus. Made a good 43 runs yesterday, but struggled to kind of find those boundary options. Looked really frustrated, no one really able to support him along the way as Malta failed in their chase of Gibraltar's score. So a new opening pair here for the first time on this tour for Malta as they look to change things up. We saw it with the bowling, they changed things up there. They've now decided to do the same thing with the bat. And will it come off? Will they be able to chase down this score of Gibraltar's? Let us know. Let us know your opinions. So just waiting to get underway here. Avinash Pai just making a few last adjustments to his field. He's quite proactive in the field. He's got his specifics. He knows where he wants his fielders, and if they're not quite right, he's not afraid to tell them. That's for sure. So Basil George versus Avinash Pai. First up here, it's the first ball of the second innings. And it's a good start once again from Avinash Pai. Just defended away by George down the pitch. He'll take probably a little look. These two know each other very, very well. Have played each other a few times over the last few years. I think it will be a good battle, this one. You can hear that wind just whipping across. Pai comes in again. Basil George is going to go down the ground. That is a 6 with the wind. Fantastic shot from George, and I tell you what, that shoulder does not look to be in any sort of discomfort. That is an incredible shot, and it's clever batting from Basil George. Just a bit of a slot ball from Pai. And yeah, brilliant shot from Basil George. We know he likes it down there. He's very, very strong player. He's not really yet got going in this tournament. Picks up a little bit of a knock yesterday. Really unfortunate. But he will be looking to, he'll be looking to make a big score here against Gibraltar. As we see, I'm not sure who it is actually down there, but we've definitely lost the ball. I think that's number 10, so that is in Latin as he goes car hunting. Yep, he's found it. It was under the white van all along. Yep, I've got it. Thanks, Ian. So he's now got to come all the way back. That is a massive hit, by the way. Just an interesting one. If the batsmen here are clever and they can hit with that wind, it could be very, 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 very promising start from Malta. That's a really good shot down the ground there. And you just see the kind of the wind take it, and it cleared the boundary, cleared the stadium, in fact, easily. Those cars might be in danger if that is anything to go by. So, Pai to continue. Into those legs, fuller this time. There'll be no run. Really good fielding. They're going to go for the bowler's end. Really good tight fielding on that leg side there by Jonathan West as he gets into the bowler's end. Making sure Stanislaus doesn't try and push any singles. Look at this. Just try to clip it on the pads. In on it quick, Jonathan West. In hard at the stumps. Yep, look at the Stanislaus. Yeah, gets back well. Pai in again. On the offside, he's gone straight. This has gone up. It's swirling. It's underneath it, and it's a put down. It has been put down in the outfield, and that is a huge opportunity which goes begging. It's that man, James Fitzgerald. We saw him have a difficult first day, but what an opportunity this is. It's a horrible shot from Basil George. The wind takes it. And oh, wow, that is a huge opportunity going down in the first over. George this time just playing a little bit sensibly, just pushing it out into the offside. Fitzgerald just needs to get out of his head a little bit. Forget it, it's gone, it's done. Saw him just kind of lose a bit of composure in that first day when he dropped one. It's gone now, he needs to get his head back on the game. Pai, into finish is over. It's gone down the ground, this is going to go all the way. Basil George is threatening to hit our cameraman once again. It's another 6 to finish the over, and Malta finish on 12 for the loss of no wickets. As once again, I think it's Ian Latin who's going to end up having to go into the car park as Charlie Hutton joins me back in the commentary box.
Boom, boom, Basil, baby. And I'm questioning as to whether or not this has been a good decision as to whether Avinash Pai should have bowled from the other end or not. There he is, Lateen. And we keep moving the man out of the way, but it's just, I mean, look, it's tough out there, and you know, I don't know if I would have put Lateen on at this end. You know, spin from the end, which the wind's just going to help it go, and it's just going to be tough. And just, yep, good start though for Boom Boom. Basil, 12 off 6. Shoulder doesn't look as if it's too much of an issue when it comes to batting, but yeah, good start though for Malta.
Yeah, very good start from Malta. 2 really big shots down the ground from Basil George, which we know he can do. However, that let-off, how big a missed opportunity is that catching chance going to be come the end of this game? Basil George will look to punish that opportunity he's been given. As we see, Louis Bruce been brought on from the straight end. The end that he's seemingly bowled from for the most of this tournament, he does like it from here, and he's bowled very well so far.
Yeah, went well with the bat, didn't he? But he probably knows that that's half the job done. He needs to get an early wicket here. Stanislaus or George, one of the two. Stanislaus didn't hold his bat, but batted a lot of time yesterday. Wasn't quite the innings that they would have wanted, but yeah, they need to try and build an opening partnership here and not lose too many wickets in the power play. They've got through and over. A couple more to go though.
So Bruce starts in the second. Well bowled. Good ball back to Bruce. Good start from the youngster.
Yeah, nice and respectful from Stanislaus. Don't expect to see too many risks from him early on. He'll take his time and get his iron. Of course, just needs to keep things going, keep things ticking over. That's what we saw. That's what allowed Gibraltar to get up to a score in the 140s.
Bit short of a length this time. Punched into the offside. Backward point region. Avinash Pai, captain down there. Be interesting to see how Stanislaus approaches the game today. If he's got that big hitter alongside him, it was what he was looking for yesterday. He's not the big hitting individual, but he goes at kind of like that strike rate of around 100. If he's got someone like Basil George who's striking well at the other end, this could be really good, and I like the idea of an opening partnership.
Yeah, no, it's something that they've sort of struggled with. They've had a couple of different players at the top of the order now. You know, Miguel, for example. Probably seeing him coming in at 3 or 4, but yeah, it's a good start. But this is a good contest. Bruce up against Basil George.
Yeah, comes around to him, stays, and it's a really good ball. There's an appeal, and he's gone. Basil George walks. Louis Bruce gets the danger man. It's a fantastic delivery from the youngster, who is proving to be key for Gibraltar today.
Great bit of work from Bruce, just asking the right questions. Corridor of uncertainty. And boom, boom, Basil is no more. Just feathering this one through to Stagno. And Stagno wasn't really too sure, but Louis Bruce was confident. And Basil George, he knew straight away, took that step out. He's gone. And no more boom, boom for Basil. He goes, and it's the first wicket down, and Malta 12 for 1.
Big fist bump from the young man. He knows how big a wicket that may be. He was let down in the last over where he was dropped, but Basil has to go. Second over here. And yeah, good start from the youngster. Really important wicket. Just bowling it across. Deciding to stay around to Basil George. Just feathers it through to Stagno, who takes another catch behind the stumps this tour.
At least that means that our cameraman's now safe. It was looking as if he was going to be under a bit of fire, a bit of friendly fire, but yeah, new man comes to the crease, and it's tough from here now because you've got to ask the questions and need someone to stand up for Malta.
Absolutely, and we've talked about it for the last 2 days. What have Malta not been able to do, and that's not lose wickets in the power play. They've struggled to kind of, they've lost 3, I think, in every power play so far. So if that's a continuing theme, they're going to struggle again.
Yeah, Kana, he's struggled at the top of the order, hasn't he? He's not really been able to come off at Malta. Got a chance to do it here, but Malta, they need to get points on the board. They've got to take something away from this tour. They can't go without a win. If they do, it'll be a very disappointing tour. And they know that they're capable of some really good things, Malta. You have to remember that they've had a very good past in terms of international cricket. Just need to keep things going here.
Bruce comes in again then, and that's a big swing and a miss first ball. Loses shape completely, looks to kind of hoik it out to the leg side, but very bottom-handed, doesn't get anywhere near it, and that's very close to taking an outside edge. Bruce bowling very well in the first over of his spell here today.
Yeah, 1 for 1 at the moment. Just trying to finish out the over.
A bit wide this one. Stagno takes it with the hand.
I'd hope he takes it with the hand.
Oh yeah, good point. Bit of an interesting one. I don't.
Just leapt up, didn't it? Just leapt up. Of course, this is the end that hasn't really been used much this year. 70 games from one end. So this end of the mat has a little bit more life left in it. A bit spongy, a bit harder. Just proves to be getting a little bit of extra bounce as the tool, Bruce.
So it comes in, and that's a lot better ball. Just angling in towards the batsman. Again, Khan, it just looks to be struggling, looking a little bit impatient. Wants to kind of get off the mark here, and Bruce is has bowled well to him so far. That's that just 4-stump line, angling in, that he's going to want to do. Khan has got to be careful here. Bruce does bowl really well as he comes in to try and finish off this spell. Just pushed out into the offside. That's a lot better from Khan, and he'll take the single. And that will finish the second over of this innings. 15 for 1, Malta. Bruce taking that vital wicket off Basil George.
Yeah, big wicket goes in that over, and it's really an uphill battle as soon as that happens. Prasath had a good time with the ball in hand, but yeah, he'll be hoping that he can come in the latter sort of halfway stage, maybe get a few overs under his belt before then. But yeah, this is the story so far. Gibraltar 1-1, 1 win, 1 loss for them, but Malta 3 losses from 3. And well, Portugal in a bit of a league of their own at the moment, 3 from 3, and just looking as if they're going to run away from this. But yeah, Portugal, we've said it a couple times, Portugal need to be thinking of going unbeaten here, and a win for Gibraltar against Portugal would be some serious ranking points.
Portugal are, yeah, and it's one of those things as good teams do. Good teams win the games that they're supposed to, and so far they've done that. Gibraltar, on the other hand, will be looking to kind of spark a little, maybe surprise them. They nearly surprised them on that opening day, as we see Avinash Pai continue with his spell. That's just dug out by Kana. Avinash Pai. 12 runs from that first over. 2 big shots from Basil George over the top. You'll be happy to see the back of him as he comes in again. Kana. Oh, now they're going to go for a run. This could be out. It is. It's suicidal from Kana. It's Taylor and Stagno behind the stumps, who made a little bit of a fumble. I'm not sure what Kana's thinking. They go for a run here. It's completely suicidal.
Yeah, gets it completely wrong. It's a pretty poor shot. Doesn't get in the right position. And Kana just sets off. But to be fair, Stanislaus does set off and then just turns around and realises halfway through. And Stagno roars in the face of Niraj Kana, and a bad weekend for him goes through even worse. He goes, second wicket down, 15 for 2.
Once again, we see another wicket fall for Malta in that power play, and this one is totally unnecessary. It was completely not needed. We say don't run on a misfield. I mean, I don't. So close to the stumps as well, being the keeper. Stagno, we know he's got a really bullet arm and he's got a good aim. It's just a, yeah, I'm not really sure what the batsmen were thinking there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mishap, and I think what we're going to see here, it looks as if that is the main man himself, Varun Prasath, coming in at number 4. We've seen him down at 7, we've seen him up at 4 now, and again, this is where the game really either is won or lost for both sides. Gibraltar, if they get him early, it's going to be very, very tough. It's going to be almost, it's an uphill battle already for Malta, but losing Prasath as well, that could be just the final dagger.
Agreed. This is probably the game here, I'd suggest, for Malta. Pai against Prasath, who's just not really clicked yet with the bat this tournament. But we saw him earlier do really well with the ball, almost change that innings where Malta were just struggling against the young Bruce and Pai at the start. As that comes in, he's going to hoik it into the leg side. Boda comes round, collects it.
I'd like to see him come on a little bit earlier, I think, Boda. I know he's sort of come in as his death bowler, but I think maybe give it an over or two at the new end with a new ball, see if he can get it to do a little bit, ask a few questions. But yeah, this has been a good start for Gibraltar, 2 early and 2 big wickets as well.
What I'd like to see with Boda is I'd like them to probably split him up a bit, maybe bowl him in kind of maybe 1 over or 2 overs here and there, not in kind of a 3 or 4 in a row. He's a young lad, he does get tired. Because he's not express pace, batsmen just get a little bit used to that and then start to try and go after him. Those first couple of overs, though, he's so dangerous, and he does pick up those wickets, as we see Pai back again. And I'll just be pushed down the ground, 1 run. Lou Bruce down there.
Bit of a 9-iron that from Stanislaus. Just chips it over the top and comes through for a pretty comfortable single. Pretty uneventful, but Avinash Pai stretching to try and, if only he was about 9'2", we'll be okay. But yeah, Prasath up against Pai. This is a big one, isn't it? And Pai still wanting to come across the batsman, so turning to right arm over the wicket, across the left-handed Prasath here.
Good from Avinash Pai. Push across him. There'll be no run there. Only 2 runs from that over. And Malta are 17 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, two runs, but also a big wicket as well, getting Niraj Khanna, who, yeah, we mentioned him, he's just struggled. I mean, a lot of the Malta squad have, just with runs. In the field, they've been pretty good. Today was an improved effort from them, coming in that sort of second 10-over spell and not switching off, which is what they tended to do. I think, you know, well rested last night. Just that fatigue coming in, you know, they'll be... it doesn't get any easier, does it? They've got a game off, but then they're back, of course. Gibraltar playing a double-header against Portugal later on in the day, and then, of course, Portugal-Malta as well. But looks as if it's going to be Louis Bruce to continue after a good first over, getting Basil George and also just conceding 3 runs. Here he is, the young man.
Again, swing and the miss outside that off stump from Stanislaus. Bruce continues with that form. We've said it time and time again. He gets a nice little nibble off the seam, but he's not an express pace, but batsmen tend to struggle with his lines and his lengths, don't they? Yeah,
it's the variation as well, and it's always the idea of rolling his fingers down the ball. He does it quite a lot. Sometimes it comes off more effective than others, but it's still serious talent.
Oh my word, that has bounced over the top of the stumps. It's a let off for Stanislaus. Bruce again causing trouble. Look at this, just angling in at Stanislaus.
Yeah, tricky customer is Bruce. He's proved it time and time again on the network, and yeah, just struggling. But of course, no Bastians as well. He's a big miss for Malta.
Bruce comes in, and that one leaps off the pitch. Stanislaus looking to go straight, doesn't get anywhere near it.
It's too one-dimensional for Malta. It always just seems to be trying to hoik it onto the leg side, and that's a really good example of it there. Just not really playing the ball. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Prasath just has a word with him, just says, still got a lot of time here. We still can play our cricket shots. And the thing is, this week you get rewarded for nice cover drives along the floor and anything along the ground. Louis Bruce was a prime example of that. He was playing beautiful shots and getting rewarded for it.
As he comes in again, outside off, just punched, cutting towards that backward point region. Avinash Pai down there. Good bowling again from Bruce, but I completely agree with that. Look at where the success was in that first innings, and it was all along the ground through that cover region, mainly by Bruce. Batsmen who tended to try and go over the top really struggle, especially with this wind, where it's not going to be easy. Try and use that. You know, this is a rapid outfield, as we've kind of highlighted. You can get 4s on it quite easily if you pick your gaps and you play your shots.
Yeah, 81 runs on the offside to 51 on the onside. That's, well, in all fairness, around Europe, that's probably a rarity to see more on the offside than on the leg side. But again, just shows that you really will get rewarded for shots, and if you play your cricket shots and your more traditional textbook stuff, it's going to come off.
Bruce comes in, coming across to Varun, who just late cuts it down to the backward point region. Should only be 1, as that is cut off by Fitzgerald.
Yeah, Fitzgerald struggled, isn't he? Had a good spell yesterday with the ball in hand, but in the field he struggled. And yeah, with bat, just hasn't been able to find the middle as often as he probably would have liked, and he'll be disappointed. I know he's got a lot of talent behind him, and of course, as you mentioned previously, plays a lot of his cricket back in the UK. Yeah, just needs to find an area here.
Well bowled again from Bruce as he finishes his second over. Only 5 runs from his 2 overs, and that all-important wicket of Basil George. He's been really good. It's 19 for 2 after 4. Malta needing 125 in 96.
Yeah, that run rate creeping up already, getting up towards that 8 and over, and as soon as it reaches towards that 9, 9.5, 10, that's when you're getting into tricky situations. But again, it's really interesting to see Chris Smith getting the numbers in there, saying it's 51 days exactly before he hits 18. I'm going to trust you on that, Chris. Hope you're right. Not normally wrong, to be fair. Yeah, no, this has been good. Of course, a lot of cricket on the network as well. Have to remember that there's internationals being played out in Italy as well in that little tri-series between Italy, France, and Romania. Romania coming up against Italy in match number 2. Romania, they finished on 95 for 5 after 10.
Avinash Pai then. That's pulled into the leg side. It's going to be out there. That is young Bruce who's going to get that back. Only 1 run for Prasath. Good start to the over from Pai. As Varun looks to kind of pull into the legs, try and get him away with a sweep.
Sea of Gibraltarian fielders come across for that right-hand, left-hand combination. Good to see they're on it though, getting their extra steps in. Yeah, Romania, Taranjeet Singh in the squad as well for him. He's a big addition. He's missed out on a few tours for Romania recently, but when he's in the squad, he's so dangerous. I mean, you played against him in the Valletta Cup. He is sensational.
Absolutely. Pai continues. Oh, and it's a wonderful delivery again. Stanislaus just losing his shape, trying to hit down the ground, and Pai gets the wicket, and then we see again that 3rd wicket fall in the power play, and it's another wicket to Avinash Pai.
Yeah, straight, full, simple cricket. You miss, I hit from Avinash Pai, and it's nice and full, and Stanislaus again trying to hoik down the leg side, gets it all wrong, and he's unable to get things going, and he goes, and another wicket falls, and at the moment things aren't going quite the way of Malta's way, as it's now 20 for 3.
Yeah, great wicket. Not so sure about the celebration. That needs some looking at from the skipper, but no, delighted for him. So it'll be a really good ball, and he'll be pleased with that wicket. It's Stanislaus, who made a decent 43 yesterday, just looked to be getting frustrated, didn't he? And he again tries and hoik one to the leg side, like you say, and yeah, it's out.
Yeah, it's simple cricket, really. It's a simple game. Sometimes you try and overcomplicate it, but at the moment, Gibraltar well on top of Malta. 20 for 3. Two batsmen who have been in the runs out. Basil George, who's been able to get starts but not convert them. And then Stanislaus, who was in the runs yesterday, doesn't come off. Afi Khan and Varun Prasath, these two need to be the saviours for Malta. The wicket-keeper, very vocal when he's out in the middle, as most wicket-keepers are. Probably going to be getting a little bit of stick from Stagno, and it does look as if Stagno's just having a bit of a word with him. No shock, though. Got to say, though, Stagno keeping in short sleeves. Very village, but such is life. Avinash Pai going to continue here, though.
Avinash Pai then across. Afi Khan. It's going to be driven out to the offside. It's a lovely shot from Afi Khan on his first ball. 4 runs. Lovely shot. And what did we say earlier? You can get boundaries on this outfield if you play your shots. And this is a lovely cover drive.
Yeah, it's Exhibit A. It's simple cricket. You know, play your textbook shots, play your shots that you know how to hit, and you know that they're going to come off, and you're going to get rewarded for it. It's, you know, sometimes games can get overcomplicated, and I think T20s, there's such a long way to go. You've still got 15.4 overs, and there's still a long way to go.
Change of angle then from Pai as he comes over the wicket. Just fended on away off the back foot from Afi Khan.
Run rate sitting at around 7.8, just slowly creeping up every time that there's a dot ball. Dot balls are gold dust in T10, but also in T20 as well, you know, being able to dog down and apply that pressure.
Pai again gets forward onto it. There's not going to be a run there as Pai screams at his field to get in on that one, as they do. Johnny West does really well. No one there. I completely agree with that. I mean, dot balls are killer in the short format of the game, especially T20 and T10, I'd say.
Interesting here, looking as if they're quite happy to keep Khan on strike as the field gets pushed out to maybe try and give them the single at the end of the over to keep Afi Khan on strike.
In comes Pai again fended away into that offside by Afi Khan. Just not too happy with the angle that Pai's decided to come in at him, and that's the end of the 5th over. Malta 24 for 3. As Pai finishes third over with a wicket.
Yeah, Gibraltar versus Malta is what's currently going on here. Match number 5. Match number 6, though, that'll be Portugal up against Gibraltar. That's at quarter to 3 local time. 14:45, 6:15 and in India, and 12:45 GMT. And of course, then Malta and Portugal. Malta getting a deserved rest. I think they've had a few games on the trot now, so they'll be hopefully getting a bit of a rest this afternoon, and they'll come back this evening taking on Portugal at 7:15 at local time. So that's going to be fun, and it's going to be spin from both ends. Then Kabir Midpuri, he's going to come on from the straights end.
Kabir Midpuri back into the attack then. Really good stint from him yesterday. Very economical bowler. Didn't take a wicket, but he's a tricky customer to contend with. Very difficult to get away and score off. So Varun Prasath just need to have a look here and see what to do, because we know that wind is going to be very difficult to make it go down the ground
It was going to be Cabin
Oh.
Woodbury, but it's they've changed their mind. It's going to be Fitzgerald who's going to come on from this straights end, and well, with that extra bit of wind just giving him a push on as well, that could be interesting, couldn't it? As he's going to look to hoop it, and maybe it's just the matchup of Fitzgerald up against the left-handed Prasath. I had him under wraps yesterday, didn't he? And I think it's a good call from Avinash Pai. That's flexible captaincy. He argued from in the camp that he's been a little bit stuck in his ways and in having the sets and having everyone in the right places and not really changing things. But that's good. That's good from Avinash Pai, and he's trusting his bowlers. And I think he knows that this is going to be a good matchup between Prasath and Fitzgerald.
Nail on the head. Matchup yesterday, Prasath really struggled against Fitzgerald when Fitzgerald got it right, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes here. Fitzgerald comes in, well bowled, Prasath goes back, fends away, dot ball. Good start from Fitzgerald.
Such a strong man is Fitzgerald, built like a fridge, and you know, being able to just pound himself in and bowl that hard and heavy length. That's where he needs to be. The variation needs to be when it's fuller, gives it an opportunity to swing. That's got to be the variation. But if it hits that hard length, and you can have your protection out on that leg side, and just changes the game.
Fitzgerald in again. Cut out into the offside, backward point region. Louis Bruce down there, fields it well. Just be the one run. So Fitzgerald yesterday bowled a couple of absolute screamers, which somehow went through everything, didn't they?
Yeah, no, there were some really good deliveries in there, but at the same time, there were also a few loose deliveries, which at this level, Malta will need to capitalise on, because you can see now above 8 and over, just needs to keep. Just let the ball do the work, not try and throw that effort ball. That's when the limbs come out, and we saw it yesterday. When he's nice and compact, it's good, but when the limbs are all over the place and he's just trying to bowl too fast, that's when it sort of the hinges come off, and it asks Stagno to take some leg side divers, but just needs to keep things nice and compact.
Fitzgerald in again then as he comes, push that one right outside. Ooh, just on the line of the blue line as he tries to tempt Afi Khan outside of that off stump. Yeah, just needs to, like you said, just needs to stay compact. Fitzgerald doesn't need to try to bowl too fast. I don't even think that was a nice idea. I think he was trying to push it outside the off stump, trying to tempt Afi Khan. Just doesn't quite get it right. He comes in again then. Better, much better from Fitzgerald as we see that little nibble off the seam in at Afi Khan. Just pushes and doesn't get anywhere near it. It's a good start this from Fitzgerald.
That's all he's got to do. None of this trying to bowl 75, 80 miles an hour. Who sit comfortably at, you know, that sort of low 70s, maybe a little bit higher at some points. But yeah, nothing. You don't need to be bowling 90 mile an hour screamers. It's not what's needed. You know, bowl to what you've got in front of you and just work out the player, work out what's going to get them out. That's all. Deploy a plan.
Fitzgerald out into the leg side. This should be a boundary. It's 4 runs. Very well hit from Afi Khan. A little bit too full from Fitzgerald, and Afi Khan punishes it.
Nice shot from Khan. He's not going to miss out on anything there. Too full from Fitzgerald. It's in the slot. No real movement as well, and it's a short-handed jab, and that was well timed. That races away.
Good shot from Khan. Interesting to see him try and take Fitzgerald on the leg side.
If he bowls that heavy length, that's where he's going to ask the questions, and you know, you can still get it to spin. You don't need to spin to swing. Sorry, you don't need to be bouncing or trying to bounce players out here. You just gotta let the ball do the work. Maybe a double bluff here as a man goes back on square leg.
Fitzgerald in again into the ribs of Afi Khan. It'll be the single. Reyes in. Good backing up by the fielders.
Imagine Reyes in this wind.
Oh, horrid. Horrid.
I want to see it.
Don't even tempt me.
I want to see it happen. I want to see it happen. For those that aren't aware, there was a bit of a celebration yesterday when Reyes came on to bowl. Been calling for it for a while, and he came on. First ball, what did he do? He got a wicket. Of course he did. Fitzgerald will be facing up against Prasath once more. Single delivery left in the over. He's gone for 7 at the moment. He'd be trying to take a wicket here, trying to remove the dangerous Prasath.
Fitzgerald to finish here then, comes across Prasath, very well bowled. Prasath's going to go for the run, he'll take the single and keep the strike. 8 runs from the over. Malta finish the power play on 32 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, again, wickets the issue for Malta at the end of the power play. It's what we've kind of come to be used to from Malta. They've just struggled, and look at the comparison here. Wickets falling early for Malta, whereas wickets falling later for Gibraltar. Yeah, they're under pressure at the moment, Malta, and a couple of players just not performing as well as they should do. But it's just been tough for them. It's not been easy, and it looks as if Midpuri is going to come on now. Let's see if he's going to come on from this rock end.
Midpuri then took him from the rock end. As I was saying, the last over when I did think he was coming on, he has been extremely economical for Gibraltar since returning to the national side. And yeah, he didn't pick up a wicket yesterday, but bowled very economical. And he was trying to take an absolute worldie of a catch though, with that one hand, kind of leading behind himself, didn't we?
It was an interesting one. It just stuck a hand out and hoped. There was no, not to be horrible, not take. There was no skill. No skill whatsoever. It was just the fact that he's a little bit taller than everyone else, and he was able just to jump up and was able to take a bit of a scream up. Still got to take them though, and it just stuck like glue, and he's going to face up against the left-handed Prasath now.
Good matchup this one. Let's see how it goes. Midpuri into Prasath, and he's bowled in first ball. That is a brilliant wicket, and out come the celebrations. We've seen them before, and Midpuri gets Prasath. And that is a huge wicket, and we just now see Malta fall to 4 wickets. That could be the game.
Yeah, Prasath goes, wild swipe across the leg side. Just isn't happening for him with bat in hand this week. It's just not meant to be at the moment. And when he goes, and you've also lost Basil George, who's already back in the shed. Gibraltar well on top. Good delivery, goes on with the arm, wind coming across as well. Maybe that's why they've gone for spin at that bottom end, but yeah, really good. Good delivery from Midpuri, and Prasath goes 32 for 4.
Yeah, got a bit unlucky yesterday, didn't he, Prasath, with that LBW shout, but there was nothing about that which suggests any different. That is a brilliant, brilliant ball from Midpuri to take Prasath and the skipper first ball. We did say it, Midpuri is economically bowls, really good lines, good lens, and Prasath, not a happy chap.
It looks like a pretty disheartened Malta camp at the moment. Those pictures we just saw just looked as if it was, they just don't know if they have an answer at the moment. Just looking for someone to come up and just give them that spark, give them that bit of energy to just turn around and go, we can still do this. You know, we've got a history of winning games. They can do it. It's just getting it done in the right times. And at the moment, just struggling here. But Gibraltar well on top, 32 for 4 at the coming in towards the after the power play. This is looking to be a pretty dominating performance yet again. 2 more wickets, and it's going to be tough. But Sharma, he can hit a ball. He can certainly play good cricket and play nice shots, but it's now or never, isn't it? It's got to be now.
Definitely, and Malta, you just wonder where the runs are going to come from the rest of this week as Midpuri comes in. He's got that one wrong. That is a full toss, and that will be a no ball. So after bowling a fantastic ball first up, he then gets it wrong the second time.
Yeah, bit of a, that's probably the loosen up. Gets it all wrong. Bit of drift away though. But yeah, no, that's a nice shot for, or nice delivery for Sharma to face first up. But Khan's on strike then. Free hit time.
Big chance here for Khan. Can he go big? Not really. He'll be out into the leg side. They're not going to look for 2. They'll just take the single. And Gibraltar get away with that one then. Well bowled from Midpuri on his comeback, on the comeback delivery.
Yeah, well done to keep the free hit down to a minimum. That's all you got to ask for, really.
And again, just fended away into the leg side. They'll only jog a single. And the team collecting the ball there. Look at Gibraltar's field. They've got 3 very straight fielders, long on, long off, and then this deep mid wicket. And nowhere Malta are going to try and hit the ball. Quite one-dimensional with the way that they've tried to bat Malta as Midpuri comes in. Brilliant! Is this a stump in? Afi Khan, the keeper, might be gone. The signal goes up. Be interesting to have a look at this one again, but it's keeper versus keeper as Stagno gets Khan.
Yeah, it looked pretty dead set. Didn't look as if there was any question about it. And, well, things go from bad to worse to possibly even worse as another good batsman goes, Khan, and just gets through the gap, doesn't it? Trying to turn it around the corner, nowhere home. And Stagno, good bit of keeping again, quick reactions. And Khan, he goes. And another wicket falls, and now Malta 36 for 5.
Yeah, the two keepers giving each other's little bits of a send-off again. They've had a battle throughout this first few days. Zagno getting the better of Khan this time. They decide to come down the track to Mipuri. It's an interesting decision from him. Malta just seem to be losing their heads as we go 5 wickets down.
There's just something about it playing cricket with no bells. It just doesn't look right. It just looks horrible. Again, it's not to the fault of anyone. It's Mother Nature playing her part. The bells keep flying off, but it just doesn't look as satisfying when you take a wicket. It just doesn't look the same. But new batsman to the crease, and this is tough. This is a tough situation to come in now. 108 required off 80. Still up there, but it's the wickets are the issue.
Very well fended down the track. As we see, is this Mughal come to the crease? Gone from opening the batting and getting some decent runs to be knocked very far down the order.
Down to 7.
It's a bit of a jump, having not really batted too badly. Probably won the pick of the kind of that opening pair, and yeah, interesting to see how he does here. Again, just clipped away into the leg side. He'll take the single. Good running from Sharma. End of the over. Fantastic that from Mipuri. 5 runs from it. 2 really important wickets. Malta 37 for 5.
Yeah, going for 2 for 5, and that's the stumping. Yeah, and the classic Mipuri celebration we've come to expect. And well, the wind's playing its havoc now. It's changed, and there's something's just off camera that one of the things off the side has just come off and the rope's moved, but it looks as if it's being sorted, roughly.
Kind of. And that shows how strong that wind is, because that's one of the kind of the rugby hoardings, and they're pretty made of sturdy stuff. So for the wind to be blowing them onto the pitch, that's just giving you an indication of how things are going.
Everything's happening.
Oh, yeah,
towels flying, bottles everywhere. It's all happening. Fitzgerald going to continue though. Went for 8 off his first.
Steaming in then. Very well bowled. Now so this is a catch and a half. It is that man. It's the skipper, Avinash Pai at point. He takes a worldie. James Fitzgerald with his first ball of the second over gets a wicket, and Malta are down to 6.
Yeah, Fitzgerald pumped after that one. He's been trying to get that wicket, isn't he? And it's the big one of Mughal, and this camera should pick it up. And Avinash Pai takes an outstanding grab, diving in front of himself, and it's a low grab, and he gets the big wicket of Mughal, who goes, and yeah, things are just not going Malta's way. 37 for 6.
Things go from bad to worse for Malta as the collapse continues. 37 for 6 now. Fitzgerald getting in on the act, but what a take from Avinash Pai. So alert to the situation, diving in at point. We saw him take a similar catch to that last year in the Valletta Cup. I think it was against Hungary at point, where you were commentating, I was playing, but he has that potential. He's such a good fielder.
Yeah, really, really good bit of bowling, and it's really good fielding as well, and that's just kind of been the difference on every single level. It's just been a struggle for Malta, and a man who comes in now, and it's a struggle. It's a tough time to come in for any batsman at this point, but this is someone who is batting at 11 at the start of the week, comes in now at number 8, and it's going to be tough to come in at this point.
From a Malta perspective here, it's what do you do? No, 7 overs down, 37 runs on the board. You've lost so many of most of your top order. You're into the tail now. What do you do? Do you still try and go after the ball, or is it just kind of like saving a little bit of face here and not getting bowled out for less than 50?
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? You've got to try and play with freedom. There's no point sitting here and dabbling down, and just try and be expressive and play the game that you know best.
Fitzgerald to come in again then. Out into the offside, it's gone to the backward point region. Came off the toe end of the bat, Sam off-boder down there. Just the 1 run.
Yeah, and there's a couple of mentions in the chat. Parab saying Gibraltar got to be moving up the world rankings after their performances recently. Well, that's what they're all playing for, is IC ranking points, and each win is vital points. Course, depending on who the victory is over. So Gibraltar received more points with a victory over Portugal than they do Malta, although of course Malta sat at 54, I believe, and then Gibraltar's had at 77, so a lot of ranking points available for Gibraltar here this weekend.
Just glided down there to that third man region. Sam Upbo picking up again, 1 run from it. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if anyone in the chat does know about it. It's like rankings can be a bit confused at times. I have a sneaky feeling that it might be 5 ranking points to Gibraltar for a win over Malta. But if anyone's in the chat and does know what kind of points this is looking like for this Gibraltarian team getting wins over Malta, let us know. It's looking good for them, though, at this point in the innings. Fitzgerald has lost his shape there. David Marks has gone to take... Yeah, that's the shot you should be playing. Tries to hoik it to the leg side, doesn't he? Again.
Wind's picked up, and this is, yeah, well, all Fitzgerald's got to do is just hit the stumps. Stumps to stumps will get you wickets at this point. Marks came in at 11 in the first game of this tournament, and been promoted up to 8. Not sure if he's looking as confident.
Fitzgerald comes in. Oh, and it's just over the top of the stumps. Really well bowled. Marks looking uncomfortable against this pace from Fitzgerald as he just moves the ball in. It goes over the top of middle and leg.
Yeah, all he's got to do is try and hit the stumps. He was trying there. That was exactly what he was aiming for, but just flew over the top. And again, the conditions here are getting pretty tough once more. The wind's picking up, and you mentioned it earlier that throughout the day it just looks as if it's going to get worse and worse. I think that's what we're seeing here.
As you can see by the camera, kind of the movement of the camera, the wind, you can tell, is picking up as Fitzgerald comes in again. Marks does get just something on it this time. Turn to the back, down to Ian Latine at long on as we come to the end of the 8th over. Malta 40 for 6, and Fitzgerald has a wicket to his name.
Yeah, that'll improve his mood slightly. Struggled with the bat, struggled with the ball in the first day of play. Then he's been on an upward spiral since then, and he's been improving every single time we've seen him. Just needs to get a few runs under his belt when he comes in, because he's had opportunities, it's just not come out of the middle for him. But wickets are the issue once more for Malta, and it's just a bit of a tough watch if you're a Malta fan. It's not coming off, and it's just proving that to be able to get some runs on the board, they've got to prevent this flow of the stem of wickets. And Gibraltar, credit where credit's due, they've bowled well at the moment, haven't they? And just looking as if they're going to come out on top here.
Mipuri just setting his field. An animated chap, isn't he? Once his field is in the right place, it looks like he's moved Andrew Reyes into kind of a short mid-wicket region. Expecting maybe a catch to come from a ball which maybe he's fended off as he comes in. That's that one. That's what Reyes is going to be in there for.
Get someone in close. Get the helmet, get the pads on, get someone in there. Test style. Because that's just going to pop up every time.
Oh, can we get Reyes in on the lid? That'll be brilliant. Here comes Mipuri. Oh, that stays low. Well dug out. Should only be the one. No, it didn't. I mean, they could have probably got 2 there. Avinash Pai not happy with Reyes. He thinks that should have been his. But didn't run hard at this, and as you can see,
Sharma wants a strike.
Yeah, Sharma. You can see Sharma just wasn't never interested in taking that too.
Sharma's probably going to look to take on me pretty easy. He's going to probably think wind's helping me if I get anything. As the stumps go again, apologies. Yeah, he's probably going to be thinking this has got to be it now. There's no point on fighting a losing battle. Let's try and get something here. As Basil looks, as you see there, he looks like he's going off for some more medical attention. So that shoulder injury just proving to be a little bit worse for wear.
Puri comes in then, nice and straight, well defended by Sharma, who's looking to take the single. Andrew Reyes in on it quickly. Just for Sharma, drop back to the ring. They're quite happy to give Sharma the single, I think, and get David Marks on strike.
Yeah, got to get Reyes on. Reyes has got to be bowling. I want to see it. I want to see it again.
And that'll be just a 1 run. Reyes gets round to it, and they've got their wish. David Marks is back on strike, and we should see Reyes coming close. Or yeah, as he just remembers, yeah, I'm going to come in and put pressure on the lower order of this Maltese side. What an imposing figure Reyes would be under the lid. Could you imagine that? Hit back down the ground, no run. Good over so far from Mipuri. again, looking to finish his second over off well with a wicket, and it just doesn't look comfortable, does he, Marks?
They won't mind that. Keeps him on strike as well. So Marks will retain the strike. And at the end of 9 overs, score is 43 for 6.
Yeah, well bowled again. Not much foot movement there from Marks, as you can see. Just looked a bit uncomfortable. Wasn't sure whether to go back forward and kind of got stuck in the mud. Ends up getting a 1 from it, and he'll be on strike for the 10th over. As we just have a little look at the scorecard. Not pretty reading if you are a Malta fan, is it? No one really has made any kind of contribution to the scoreboard. Basil George, 12 runs from 7 balls. Those 2 big sixes which came off Avinash Pai in that first over, but then ended up losing his wicket to Louis Bruce. And since then, it has been a downhill trend for this Maltese side.
Yeah, wickets early are the key, and that's what's happened here. Fitzgerald continues.
Pulled into the leg side. Are they going to go for 2? It's a big chase in the outfield. And bit of collision from the 2 batsmen who are ball watching, but they'll take the 2 runs. Kenroy Nesta there, getting the ball in.
Keynes out there. Yeah, honestly, Reyes in this win would be so hot. Get Reyes bowling from that straight end. It's gonna be chaos for Malta. Trust me.
He'll get so much. He gets drift without wind, so with that wind, it could just, it'll be bedlam. Could be bedlam. Right, anyway, Fitzgerald to continue from this straight end. In he comes. Oh, very well bowled, very well bowled. That's just too good for Marks. He can't get anywhere near that. Fitzgerald really liking this comeback from him. He's bowling really well.
Yeah, not giving too much away either, as Fitzgerald. Only giving away the 1 wide. Picked up a wicket though as well. That's the big thing for him as well.
Question is, can he take another? So we see him come in to David Marks, who's on 6 off 10, who likes to go to the offside and play to the leg. Yeah, right call from the umpire. I think it hits outside of the line of the wicket, but interesting decision from Marks just to try and manoeuvre a shot to the leg there. I'm not quite sure about that one, but
no one there. There's no fielder there. I don't mind it, but it's just the execution's all wrong. Not in the right position. Does come in, but yeah, impact just outside that off stump. So not given, rightly so. Good bit of officiating again from Mr. Perez, Jeremy Perez.
Yeah, he's had a good tournament so far, Jeremy Perez. Very established umpire here in Gibraltar. As we see Fitzgerald looking to get a wicket. Marks digs it out into that leg side. Should only be the 1. Kenroy Nesta there, not taking any chances on his arm.
Portugal side slowly turning up 1 by 1. Of course, very short walk from where they're staying. It's probably about 30 seconds if you time it, I reckon. But this is again, yeah, Portugal coming up against Gibraltar. Gibraltar, they'll be in good spirits. Of course, they pushed them at the start of the tournament, so they'll be hoping that they can try and get one on the Portuguese side.
Fitzgerald in then. Oh, very well bowled. Sharma didn't look comfortable against that one.
Yeah, just step back, just trying to go back to a delivery and just fend it off, but yeah, just played around the wrong line of it, full truth be told. And once again, wind will wreaking havoc all over Gibraltar. I doubt the cable car's going to be running today. I doubt that's on.
It is on. It could be interesting. I'm not sure.
I would be on it.
No, me neither. Anyway, Fitzgerald to continue with his last ball of the over. Clipped into the leg side. It's uppish, but Sharma will take the single, take the strike. Fitzgerald finishes his 3rd over. Only 1 for 15. Really good spell from him so far. Malta on 47 for 6 after 10.
And this is what's coming up tomorrow from Milan. Last day of our little Italian adventure. France versus Romania's game number 1. Match number 6 of the Internationals series there. That starts at 7:30 GMT, 9:30 Central European time, and 1 o'clock out in India. Of course, all 3 teams taking part, and at the moment, Italy 52 for 4 now, in fact, needing 42 off 32. And Taranjeet Singh bowling in his first over. He, of course, got a score in the 40s for Romania. They finished 95 for 5. So, interesting matchup there, and it's looking as if it's going to be a really enjoyable couple of days of cricket. Always good to see loads of international cricket as well on the network of T20s and T10s, and everything's happening at the moment. But of course, we go to Vienna to Austria on Monday. That's going to be good fun, and yeah, then we keep on going.
Curry and then to continue with his 3rd over. Pushed into the offside by Sharma. Now, got to be careful doing that. Fitzgerald flying. There wasn't anyone really backing up there. Got a man out here at deep square leg. Rez has just been moved into, again, that short mid-wicket region. As Marks has gone helmetless.
Aerodynamics.
That's gone up, it's gone high. Reyes isn't going to be able to go. Bouncing between the two fielders. Horrocks coming in, no 2 runs there. Good fielding out in the outfield once again from Jack Horrocks. And yeah, just guts away with that one. Marks didn't get any of it really. Kind of goes up in the air, swirls over the top of Reyes' head and lands safely. Malta just living a little bit dangerously at the minute.
Chris has chucked some info into the chat, and I won't lie, it's confused the living daylight out of me. It helps, but it's helped confuse me even more. But ICC rankings always fun and interesting.
Nice straight back from Sharma. It's interesting to see Sharma, to be honest, because Sharma yesterday came out and played quite hard, quite aggressive, was hitting the ball strongly. Just looks to be playing within himself at the minute. I'm not sure quite why. Anyway, Mipuri continues. There you go. That's a bit more of a harder shot out to this kind of deep mid-wicket region. It'll only be the 1 run.
Yeah, I can understand as to why. He's just thinking, I'm probably running out of partners, really, and if we want to try and bat out 20 overs, try and keep Gibraltar out in the sun and the wind as long as possible. Of course, they've got a game coming up again against Portugal, so for Malta, that's possibly the thinking behind it, but Mark's probably going to go after it.
Marks is up. And again, this looks like it'll land safely. Lou Bruce converging on it. Gets it in. They're going to take the 2 runs. Good fielding out in the outfield there from Bruce. Marks again. Doesn't quite get it right. And it lands safely in between the 3 fielders.
Yeah, interesting shot. Gets nothing of it, really. Does Marks. Struggles. He's 10 off 14. Hasn't looked the most comfortable, but still runs coming.
With his last ball of the over, he's fine through these overs. This has gone high. Louis Bruce coming in. It will be a brilliant catch from Louis Bruce down there, and it is a brilliant, brilliant wicket. What a pair of hands from the young man. What a game he's having.
Well, he almost overran it, and he looked as if he took it from behind himself. The momentum almost a little bit too much, and yeah, Marks goes in the end, and was trying to take the game to the spinners, but yeah, got nothing of this. Just skews up and the bat twists in the end. But see, it looks as if he runs past it and then takes it momentum. And yeah, Bruce will be happy with that one. Gives a bit of a wave, send off, see you later. Another wicket goes though, and Malta, they fall to 52 for 7.
That's an incredible catch, because he's come diving in as if it's going to drop short, and it's flown. It's still flying pretty straight. So to kind of catch that, he's made a really good effort, to be honest, Lou Bruce, and yeah, very safe as houses. He's usually fields in those straight positions. He gets put in them quite often by Avinash Pai, the captain, and yeah, very good catch in this wind.
Yeah. People getting three members getting scores into 10, but then after George Sharma, not really much after that. Prasath going for 5 as well, was just struggling and struggling again. But yeah, this is just proving to be an issue at levels, really. Malta struggling as Singh is the new man. He got a good time of it in the field, didn't he? But got a job to do here, coming in at number 9.
So Fitzgerald to continue with his 4th and final over as Sharma comes down the pitch. It's gone up, it's gone high. This should be taken.
Dropped well short. Watching a different game.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know what you were seeing there.
That's twice that's happened to me in the last couple of days. I thought that was coming down right down his throat.
No, it was absolutely nowhere near it.
Nope, you're quite right. Just looking back at the highlights there. Getting overexcited in this first game.
Bit of the Gibraltar bias coming into it.
Blame the wind if that's something. No. Maybe the blue sky. I was looking into the blue sky. Anyway, Fitzgerald to continue. Pushed down the pitch by Singh. Really nice little forward defensive stroke. He's had a really good two days, hasn't he, with the ball, Yash Singh, since coming into the team.
Yeah, no, he has. He's performed really well. He's done what's been asked of him. It's not his fault batsmen aren't batting and batting properly, but yeah, you've just got to look at it for Malta and think, what's going wrong? It's the batting. Too many wickets early on. Take your time.
Fitzgerald to continue. Oh, fends it away. Oh, now Yash Singh not happy that his partner's turned him back. He definitely thinks there's a run there. Bit of conversation in the middle between the two.
Wants to get off the mark, doesn't he? Wants to get that first run under his belt.
Yeah, that's true. It's always when you, especially a tail ender, every run kind of counts. And when you come into the crease and manage to get off strike, it's quite nice to get that first run under your belt. You can see he was frustrated. There's Fitzgerald will continue. Outside off Sturm, takes a wild swipe, but it doesn't get anywhere near it. I think he wanted a wide call, but Fitzgerald just looks like he gets it inside that blue line. Oh no, I mean, he's probably got away with that one, to be honest, Fitzgerald.
Yeah, just struggled. Just struggled to get up on that one. He's not tallest of men is Singh, but yeah, Fitzgerald pushing it through, asking the right questions. He's bowled well this spell, trying to finish it off and try and grab a wicket if he can. Take one with him.
Bit too full, looking for that Yorker. It's well fielded by Mipuri. Only the one run from it.
As the hat goes flying. Oh dear. Yeah, Mother Nature really playing her part today. Full toss though from Fitzgerald. Misses out there. Does Singh. Would have probably was trying to get it through the gap, but hasn't managed to find that little area.
Difficult to hit low full tosses, so I'm not too bothered here as Fitzgerald looks to finish his spell with a wicket. Played into that leg side by Sharma. Should only be the one run, as that brings to the end the 12th over. Fitzgerald finishing with 1 wicket for 18 off his 4 overs. Malta move on to 55 for 7. 8 overs remaining, they need 89 runs. It's looking less and less likely.
Yeah, that run rate now up towards that 11 and over. That's the story so far. 3 overs for Pai and 2 overs for Bruce. And going 1 wicket apiece, but Midbury going 3 for 13 in just 3 overs. Some serious cricket, and no real shock to see that he's going to bowl out his spell. And I reckon after that, that'll be an introduction of most likely Samath Bodat. So you've still got Latine, you've still got Horrocks, and you've still got Reyes as well as options. Nestor as well. Not struggling for options. Jonathan West as well. He's an option, so they can all certainly hold themselves accountable if need be.
Mipuri continues to finish his spell then, as that one's just pushed into the offside by Sharma. Bit of a chance maybe there of a run out as Fitzgerald comes flying in.
Direct hit would have been close, but anything else was pretty much safe in the end from Singh.
It's a good pickup from Fitzgerald. Liking the intensity from him in the field. That's what you want to see, even at this stage of the game where maybe the game's starting to get away from Malta. Gibraltar can't take the foot off the gas. They need to keep going and finish things off here. Mipuri in again. Gets a little bit of bounce on that one.
Bit of extra bounce, just getting up. Well watched by Stagnant. Gets something behind it, which is all he needs to do.
Yeah, just a bit of bounce on that one. Singh looking to kind of play it through the offside. Doesn't get it. He's not a tall figure, so anything with a bit of bounce is going to be difficult for him to get away. Mipuri in once again. And again, it's really well bowled. Inside that blue line. Singh just dangling about, not really moving his feet at all.
Singh asking the question of a wide, but well within the guidelines, and yeah, Singh just no foot movement as they're getting very stuck.
Jab down into the offside, no run. This could be a really good set from Mipuri. If he finishes strong here, he's done really, really well, both yesterday and today. Didn't really get the wickets with what the bowling probably deserved yesterday, but he's bowled economical once again. But they managed to pick up 3 really good wickets along the way today.
Wind's got up again. Apologies for it being picked up. Not much we can do about it.
Nope, they're going to take a single. Yeah, Mipuri just saying, look, that's fine, you can take the single. I'm not going to do anything silly, and no chance of buzzers there. Anyway, last ball of the over. The batsmen are just going to have a little chat. Sharma just probably talking to Singh. Sharma, the more experienced of the two. Played a lot of international games, hasn't he, Sharma?
Yeah, he's a very experienced talisman of Malta cricket, but probably just too much pressure on his shoulders this weekend. It's just too much for one man.
Mipuri in to finish his spell. Comes down the pitch. Out into the leg side. They're going to look for 2. Not on Horrocks' arm. Very quick into that. And that will be the end of the over. Mipuri finishes his 4 overs, 3 wickets for 16. And what a spell that was.
58 for 7 then after 13. And yeah, this game looks as if it's going to come to a pretty quiet end. Doesn't really look as if they're going to try and go for it, which is interesting, as it does seem as Samath Bodder is going to come into the attack. The 5th bowler, of course, still got the likes of West, Reyes, Nestor as well. They can all bowl. That's the thing, which is never a bad thing to have, as long as if you're a captain, you want to have plenty of options, and they certainly did. They got good spin options in Pai and Midpudi, and also seam options with Fitzgerald, Bruce as well, and now Samath Bodder. Stagner's going to be standing up here, which is an interesting call. I like it.
So Bodder to start his spell as Sharma faces up. It's going down the ground. Lateen's converging on it. It is Avinash Pai down there who will collect it, and it'll just be the 1 run, I think.
Yeah, that's a little bit disappointing from the 2 out there. Didn't really seem to go on and attack it, but probably just thinking as long as we keep boundaries down, well, there's not really any rushes or issues. It's creeping up towards 12.5, so an over already.
Bodder again. Very good take from behind the stumps from Stagno. Singh trying to play it out to that offside, doesn't get near it.
No foot moving again, just gets stuck and just trying to play with all hands and wrists. It's not going to come off, needs to get those feet going.
Bodder in again, down leg side, off the pad I think it was. Leg buys should be called here, as they are by Mr. Jeremy Perez. Officiating at the straight centre for us today.
Singh's dropped his bat and but he's running off saying, oh, it's okay, I'll run away with it. So Midpudi, as long as Singh sees the funny side in that, then he'll be okay. Character is Midpudi.
Bodder coming in. Straight down the ground, that's hit the stumps.
We're asking the question. I don't know if he's got a finger to it. I don't think he did, because there's no appeal, but he would have been gone if he did, but Singh left in no man's land. Take a look at the replay here. Does it give it? We can't see from that angle. Doesn't
really
give us anything.
No, we can't see it from there. We might get a better idea here, but no, maybe not. Only Samath Bodder will know if he's touched that, and he didn't really appeal, so I probably suggest he didn't get a finger on it. Anyway, Bodder to continue. That's gone up in the air. It's going to just land short of that man Mipuri. Very, very lucky there. That's kind of just punted up into the air, and Mipuri was charging in, trying to get there. Sharma moves on to 13 off 17. Yash Singh back on here as Bodder continues. That's just push wide of Mipuri. Will only be the 1 run. It just looks to me like Malta have kind of resigned themselves to defeat here, and they're just looking to get themselves to a respectable total by the end of the 20.
Yeah, I'd rather they come out and just sort of have a go. No point going down without a fight. It just seems as if, I mean, Sharma's 13 off 17 and Singh's 3 off 11, so he's been struggling. 62 for 7 after 14. 6 overs to go. And yeah, it just looks as if it's going to come to a pretty uneventful end here.
Yeah. It's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, you've lost... Oh, we're looking like they're going to come to their 4 defeats from 4. Still 2 games to go, but as a team in that camp, it must be so disheartening to kind of realise you've still got 2 games to go and the things are seemingly coming together. It's not as if they're having close games. They're kind of getting blown out the water as well.
Yeah, it's pretty demoralising as well. I mean, you've come all this way and it's just not clicking. Something's just not happening. You can see Machado and Stoneman have just turned up. So as I mentioned, Portugal making that short 30-second trip down to the ground to get ready. Of course, they play Gibraltar. That's 2:45 local time, so that's about an hour and 45 away, hour and 3/4. Yeah, you can hear the howling of that wind. It's just not going away. And it's Avinash Pai is going to continue here. It's going to be called a dead ball for some reason. Not too sure as to what that is. I think there's someone talking when they shouldn't be.
Down man Andrew Reyes chatting away in the field. Gets a bit of a telling off from the umpire as Avinash Pai comes in to finish his spell. That's gone up. Yash Singh now. Who's converging on this one? It's out. It is Johnny West. He takes the catch, and Avinash Pai takes his second wicket of the day. A little bit of a shake of hands between Yash Singh and Avinash Pai, but yeah, good catch from West under the wind there.
That was howling. That was moving, swirling. That was doing everything, and it was looks as if Reyes was going to go for it at one point, but I was thinking West hasn't got to move. Look, and West takes a pretty simple catch in the end, and didn't look really as if he was too uncomfortable. And yeah, another wicket goes, and yeah, this is looking like it's going to be tough now. 62 for 8.
Malta obviously has really struggled here, but another really good bowling performance and fielding performance from Gibraltar, having come off the back of that win yesterday, where they bowled and fielded really, really well. You know, this is exactly the performance they will have wanted to bring to the table this morning. We saw them in the opening day have a rough day in the field, but they've seemed to have dragged it back in.
Yeah, they have. They just seem to be able to keep on top. And, you know, we did say that I think a score of around 143 is about par with this wind. It's just so tough out there. It doesn't look as if it's coming across on camera. It is so windy. It is blistering out there, and it's just making things 10 times harder. And, you know, Sharma's trying to take a fight against the bowlers here, 13 off 17. But new batsman Rahman, well, I think there's only going to be one way about his business. And first swipe is a bit of a wild swing of the bat. Nothing comes from it though.
Pai will be looking to get a couple of more wickets this over, I'd have thought. Finish this innings off, get back in the dressing room and get a bit of rest before that second game against Portugal. As he comes in, swung up. Now he wants it himself. This could be caught and bowled. Oh, and he's dropped it. He's dropped one off his own bowl. It could be run out though, and the finger goes up. It's Sharma who has to go.
Dear,
oh,
dear.
It's drama galore, and Avinash Pai is still getting off up the floor. He'll be fuming with himself. The caught and bowled was on, and he doesn't drop catches. But the run out is confirmed, and it's Sharma who has to go.
Such a simple catch, but Avinash Pai just looked a little bit like he took it for granted, but he won't mind too much. He'll be thinking of his personal figures a little bit, but from a team perspective, Sharma goes. That was the man that they needed to get, and it might be a bit of a blessing in disguise as he goes, and Malta 62 for
Look at the hands to the face. He knows, and it's Reyes. It's Haman Reyes who gets the ball in. Well, look at the pass, but Sharma's ball watching. Sharma has no idea that he's been called through for the run, and he stood there watching Avinash Pai lying on the floor. And in the end, it's a simple run out. Haman Andrew Reyes gets a run out to his name.
Yeah, 62 for 9, and new batsman comes out to the middle, and well, it's only going to be one thing here, and it's going to be a swing from the hip, I suspect, from Jason Jerome.
High in, darts it, bended away, not much foot movement, very much looks the tail end of the batting lineup here, doesn't it, with Jerome and Rahman.
Yep, number 10-11 in at the moment.
Oh wow.
He's bowled that from behind the stumps, and just looped it up, just changing a few things up here. It's about 24 yards he's had to bowl, but missing out does Jerome.
I thought that one was going to be a full toss. It just dips, doesn't he? He's a clever ball from Avinash Pai, but I thought he got it wrong as he tries it again.
Stagno doesn't look too impressed, and it's a wide signal, but look how far he's bowled. He's trying everything, his Pai. He's trying everything. Got one more delivery though left in his spell.
I know last year he was trialling, trying to learn how to bowl the Karen ball. So I don't know. He's just trying something different here. Is Avinash Pai? He's coming towards the end of his spell. He's got one ball. Can he get a wicket? He does! Avinash Pai finishes the innings off. He takes the final wicket of the innings. He had the chance at the start of the over to get one, drops one off his own bowling, but the final ball of his spell, and he finishes on 3 for 20. Malta all out for 63.
Yeah, another defeat in the 80s as they are defeated by Gibraltar by 80 runs, and Malta slumped to 63 all out. And yeah, another good spell of bowling for Avinash Pai. He gets his 3 wickets in the end, just clipping the top of off. There's a little bit of confusion as to whether or not it did, but it certainly did. And Avinash Pai, he's a happy man. He'll be walking off pretty content. Thing is now, you've got to remember, it's a long break for the boys as well. Possibly a little bit longer for those bodies to seize up. But Gibraltar beat Malta here by 80 runs in match number 5. And we can take a look then, go towards the highlights as we get going towards the end of this game. And yeah, it was just a poor start really from Malta. Too many wickets falling in that power play, and they just don't seem to have the middle order to be able to get themselves back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just see here Basil George, who'd been pushed to the top of that order. We weren't sure about his injury. Comes off the bat in that first over with 2 humongous sixes. And we thought, hang on, we might be in for a game, didn't we? But James Fitzgerald here, as we see, kind of getting clipped away into the leg side. Calvin McCrory, how well did he bowl?
Yeah, really good spell from him. Finishes with great figures of 3 for 16, but yeah, just really was one just wasn't enough. And some great bit of keeping there from Stagnote, lightning hands, and yeah, straight back to where he came from in terms of back to the dugout. That was a really good catch from Avinash Pai. Skipper leading from the front, diving down in front of himself, and yeah, another one for mid-putty here. This was a really good catch from Bruce. He almost overran it, but the wind just carried it on as well. But that was a really good, well-held catch. But look how far back he's bowling from there. About 25 yards in the end from Avinash Pai. But he got the final wicket, and that meant that Malta fell to 63 all out here. And Gibraltar, they're your winners here in match number 5.
Brilliant performance from Gibraltar. Once again, back-to-back victories now. And wow, I think that, we look at this Gibraltar area inside, the confidence is flowing through them. They think they'll be looking to go forward into their next few games, taking as many wins from as possible.
Yeah, they'll be hoping that they can really push Portugal one more time, and that's what they'll be thinking of. And they're going to probably go and have some lunch, find a bite to eat somewhere, and see what happens. But this was the story. Basil George, 2 big sixes, but that was it for him. Stanislaus 3, Kana 1, 5 for Prasath. Prasath can't get things going. He is crucial, and he's just not come to frame of things. And Amar Sharma tried his best, but it was a mix-up in the end. In the middle he went. David Marks tried, hit a few shots, but only went for 10. And when your highest score's 13 in the squad, you know something's wrong. And you take a look then here at the Gibraltar bowlers, and Avinash Pai 3 for 20, 3 for 16 for mid-putty, 1 for 18 as well for Fitzgerald. He'll be happy that he can keep his economy rate down. Also Lou Breeze 1 for 5 off 2, some really sensational bowling. Samath Bodder only got the 1 over in the end. Wasn't really much more required from his services. But Gibraltar are your winners then here in match number 5. It's a bit of an extended break. We'll be back at around about, probably most likely 20 to 3 local times. It's about an hour and 23 minutes or so, if my calculations are correct. Been a pleasure to call the games already here. 2 more still to come here later this afternoon. My name's been Charlie Hunt alongside Joe Marples here on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the T20Is here on the ECN.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Gibraltar then for the second match of the day. It's a big matchup. It's first taking on second. Portugal, their 3 wins from 3. They take on Gibraltar, who are coming off the back of 2 very good wins against Malta. This one earlier today, that was very convincing, Malta being bowled out for just 67. That was a pretty poor display from them. But we move on to the next game then, and Avinash Pai, the skipper for Gibraltar, he's having a good time with the tosses. He's won the toss again. He's elected to bat first, which will be very interesting to see. Most likely Avinash Pai at the top of the order for Louis Bruce. One change for Gibraltar as well. Brian Zammit comes into the lineup. He makes his debut, so a huge congratulations to him. So that's the one change for Gibraltar. Portugal, well, they're looking to make it 4 from 4, aren't they? It's going to be a really interesting matchup, this. 2 teams who are on the top of their game at the moment. I'm certainly looking forward to it. Joe Marples is in the commentary box. News from the toss. Avinash Pai, going to have a bat first.
Thank you, Charlie, and welcome back to the Europa Point Stadium here in Gibraltar. As you've just been told, Avinash Pai has somehow managed to win another toss and has elected to go and put themselves in and bat again. Not a strange decision. Look, Gibraltar have done well these last couple of games, having been up to bat first. So just looking across there, across some nice pictures of the Mediterranean. Looking at the 2 teams then, Portugal and Gibraltar on really good form. Portugal come off the back of 3 wins from 3. One of those been against Gibraltar on that first day. Gibraltar, meanwhile, now on the back of 2 back-to-back victories. The first time they've ever done that in T20 internationals. A couple of changes to mention in the squads. Brian Zammit coming in for his debut for Gibraltar, replacing Samarth Boda. Just feeling a little bit of an ankle niggle. Meanwhile, Portugal have a bit of a change as we see Azar Andani drop out of the squad and Assad Mahmood come in. A bit of a late call-up to that Portugal squad. Looking at the 2 teams then, some really good players in there. Avinash Pai and Louis Bruce will be opening it for Gibraltar and looking to do what they've done in the last 2 games and set up that partnership at the top, getting through that power play without losing the wicket and setting the platform for the big guns underneath, their likes of Ian Latine and Karen Stagnum to go big. Portugal, meanwhile, they'll be looking out to come and get those early wickets here and put Gibraltar on the back foot. The likes of Junaid Khan and Siraj Nippo have bowled really well so far in this tournament. It'll be interesting to see how they get about today, and let's see if they're up for it. I mean, they're on for a really good tournament so far. 3 wins from 3, another 3 games to go. If they come through these next couple of days unbeaten, this will be a very, very good tournament for them. Anyway, as the players head on to the field, you can just see one of the stumps lying flat on the ground. It has been a bit windy here this morning, and as the day has gone on, it has picked up in speed. So, although it looks beautiful across the skies with nice blue horizon in front of us, not many clouds in the sky, it is very, very blustery, and it'll be interesting to see how both teams kind of take the approach to that. Gibraltar obviously are fairly used to these conditions, having with this been their home pitch, and they played a home series here in that ECS home night series at the start of the year where the conditions were probably, I'd just say, a little bit worse. Portugal, on the other hand, it'll be interesting to see how they take to this. Junaid Khan, I'm expecting some fireworks at the start of this innings from him. Remember, on that first day, he got Avinash Pai with an absolute peach first ball. So that'll be probably in the back of the mind of both of these 2 before we start. Avinash Pai just taking a leg stump guard there, so that's interesting to see. Yeah, just a bit of a leap off the pitch, which nicked away. Good hands from Kuldeep behind the stumps to take the wicket of the skipper. Meanwhile, at the other end, Louis Bruce coming off the back of an incredible half-century against Malta, which really set his team up. Probably the only player today who's really found that form with the bat. Looked really comfortable, hit some beautiful shots through the covers, and just showed how you can bat on this pitch with the rapid outfield. You don't always need to go aerial, and that might be the way to go today, especially with that breeze in the air. You've got to play with the wind and be really clever with some of your shot selections. As we just wait to get going here, Avinash Pai taking guard. We're about to get underway in game number 6. Junaid Khan into Pai, short of a length. Pai looking to get off the mark quick. No is the call from Louis Bruce, and that will just be a dot to start this one. Junaid Khan again, just back of a length. Avinash Pai plays it nicely off the back foot. But that is brilliant fielding at point region by Gamire. Bit of a live wire in the field. Charlie likes to nickname him the Portuguese equivalent of the Duracell Bunny. It does remind me of that kind of Zachary Simpson character. Anyway, Junaid Khan comes in into Pye's legs this time. Just flicked away into the leg side. It's a good run to get Gibraltar underway in this innings. Anyway, let us know where you're tuning in from across the chat. Good to see you, James Stewart, and also Chris Smith. So let us know where you're listening in from. James Stewart saying, I'm just tuning in as the Gibraltar team passes in the coronation procession. That's great to hear. As Louis Bruce looks to take his first delivery of the second game of the day. It'll just be interesting to see how he goes about things as well, having had a really good first game against that Malta side. As Junaid Khan just teases him outside that off stump, back of a length again. Louis Bruce looking to cut, kind of goes over the top of the bat, very close to that edge. Look at that, again, yeah, very, very good bowling from Junaid Khan. Such an experienced character at this level, gets wickets fairly regularly. Paula Nunes in the chat saying, good luck to Portugal, watching from all the way from St Albans. Great to see you in the chat as well, Paula. As Junaid Khan comes in for his fourth delivery of this spell, and Louis Bruce is going to go over the top. It's a lovely shot from Bruce over the top of the infield, and that will be the first boundary of game number 6. As we see the highlight here, again just back of a length from Khan. Louis Bruce staying nice and still, realising that infield is on the ring. Anthony Chambers there, got no chance of getting that one. Nice shot from Bruce, brings him on, well, his first runs of the afternoon. Confident start to his day today. He looks in fine form at the moment as the youngster. Just noticed Anthony Chambers just been moved back there, so down there at long off now. Junaid Khan comes in, driven down the ground, and that will be just wide of Anthony Chambers, who'll pick it up, but that was the field change. Very good captain in there from Najam Shazad. Talking of Najam Shazad, has had a really good tournament so far. Has really helped Portugal with the bat push on in their innings, and he's got one of the highest. I think he's got the highest average of any batter so far this tournament. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes today. He's done really well with the ball as well. Just such a good kind of figure within this team. Does everything, bit of bat, bit of ball. Can also take a really good catch as Khan just pulls up here. Dead ball called. Avinash Pye just having a little look at where the field is. We've got a man at extra cover and then a third man out. The rest are in the infield. As Junaid Khan comes into bowl, just pushed into the offside. That'll be a dot. And that will finish the first over of this innings. Only 6 runs from it. Good start from both teams here. 6 for no loss after the first. As we take a little look at some of the statistics, and there you go. As I was saying, that man, Najam Shazad, 91 runs, top of the Portugal batters. Meanwhile, Stagno and Latin with 110 and 107 top the charts for Gibraltar. Zaib has also chipped in with some really good runs and important runs for Portugal. 85 there, Mercado, who had that really good innings against Gibraltar on the first day. Just had a couple of decisions, LBW decisions. Got to watch that in this one, make sure he doesn't. Looking at the bowlers, look at that. Siraj Nippo is the man to watch out for, isn't he, for Portugal. 9 wickets. Hasn't gone for many runs either. I'm guessing he tends to come on in that later stage of the innings, and he just start trying to tie batsmen up and force them into a bad shot. It's good if you are a team like Portugal to have so many bowling options. It makes it really, really good. Makes it a lot easier for the captain as well. So, as we're about to get on with his second over, is that man we were just talking about, Shazad. The captain is on from the other end, unsurprisingly, as we always kind of tend to see Junaid Khan and Shazad open up at the top of the order. Lou Bruce will face up. Should be a good battle, this one. Both sides on good form as Shazad comes into bowl. Bruce goes over the leg side. It's going to be over the top. It's going to be called a no ball. Is it going to run away for 4 as well? It's a really good shot from Bruce. No ball 4 as well. 4 signalled. That'll be 5 runs and a free hit. Just clipped into the offside over the top of that infield, and it's just going to race away on this boundary. Good start from Bruce, and he now has an opportunity to compound that error from Shazad. Having 5 runs come from that first ball, he now has a free hit to contend with. just takes a little look. Obviously, not allowed to change the field after a no ball, so in comes Shazad. Bowls it short and wide of off, and that's gone over the top. It's a lovely shot from Bruce. Slashed away for 4 runs, and that mistake of the no ball has been compounded. 9 runs have come already from this first couple of balls in this over. Really nice shot from Bruce. Got onto it quick. Shazad just trying to hide it outside off stump. Ball short of the length. It's worked for him a few times, but yeah, Bruce, I think he anticipated that one. It's a lovely shot over the covers. Nice cut, and he is looking in fine form. Shazad to come in again. Oh, that's a lot better. Good response from Shazad. And joining me back in the commentary box is Charlie Hunt.
Yeah, cheers, Joe. Good start this Louis Bruce, pretty much continuing where he left off. Of course, played a bit of a rash shot to get things underway, or the way he got out in that last game. But yeah, no, he'd be hoping that he can really push on here in a jam, starting with a bit of pressure. A lot of talent in Louis Bruce. We said it numerous times, and I don't think I'm going to stop either, because he's just playing some outrageous cricket shots here and there. So Louis Bruce 13 off 6. Good start for young Bruce. Shazad then. And this is driven offside this time. It'll carve away, and that'll be another boundary. Beautiful shot once more from Louis Bruce. Offered width from Najam Shazad, and Bruce is not going to miss out on there. Lovely shot.
Yeah, great shot. Backward point. He's looking strong in this offside today as he's looking to punish that offside, and given a little bit of room by Shazad as he flays away. Doesn't quite get it as on the full of the bat as he wants, but it's through the gap, and that'll be another 4.
Swing hard, and that's exactly what he does, and just gets enough on it. It runs away. It's a really good start this is for Bruce again. He's probably seeing it like a bit of a beach ball. Well, if you had a beach ball at the beach today here in Gibraltar, you'd probably lose it within a matter of seconds. Very windy here today. The jam needs a response. And this time, similar sort of line, but just pulls his length back, and Bruce just unable to quite cut that and carve that away yet again.
Yeah, good response from Shazad after a difficult start to this spell.
He hasn't quite gone underway. Of course, that front foot no ball at the start, and then getting punished with a beautiful shot over the offside. That was a really good one there. And again, offside. It evades the diving Suman Gimidi, and that's going to run away. Mahmood will chase, but it's just going to trickle over, and that's another boundary. And yet again, dominating through the offside, and at the end of a pretty interesting spell with the delivery left, Najam Shazad, he's got a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah, this over's turning a little bit magical. Bruce has he's come out with intent, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's looking to really take the game to the openers and providing a serious start here with 21 off 9. And at the moment, this is all Gibraltar, also all Louis Bruce. Pie only 1 run to his name, only faced 3 deliveries though. Bruce and lets this one go, and the jam sneaks one in, and that'll be a dot ball to finish though. And at the end of the second, Gibraltar 23 for no loss.
Yeah, I think Bruce was just thinking this was going to probably stay outside the line. He probably got away with that one, Shazad. It was close to that line. But yeah, really solid start here from Gibraltar as the 2 openers once again look to set that platform like that we've seen in the last 2 games.
Yeah, and I'm just watching Suman Gimri have a race with his sunglasses that have blown away. But this is the story then so far, updated after that last game this morning. Gibraltar 2 wins to their name, but look at that, 4-0 in the wrong way. 0 wins, 4 losses for Malta. Struggling here in Gibraltar.
Very much so. Been a difficult 2 days for them. They've still got 1 more to go today. 2 games. They've got 1 today and then 1 tomorrow. They'll be at least wanting to come back and at least put on a decent show here, because at the minute they're just getting blown out of the water a little bit.
Yeah, just looking like they're a shade away from where they need to be. Janai Khan's going to continue from the rock end. And Avinash Pai just fends into the leg side, and looks like if it's going to be a repeater last time, he's just going to play second fiddle and just have a little watch and enjoy the best seat in the house.
Yeah, it's a lovely, it's a lovely view, isn't it, from this arena. I mean, it's very windy today, but the skies are still beautifully blue. It's a lovely view we've got across the Mediterranean Ocean, which we can see the white tips of the sea. Lovely day for cricket.
Janai Khan hasn't got anything for Louis Bruce. Bruce driven nicely straight to Shazad, and it's just a dot ball. looking where we are then, Joe, you'll know this more than I. What's that way? If you keep on going that way from where we're looking, so to the left of the pitch now, what's there?
The Mediterranean. So you're going to.
But what's the closest point? What's the closest point? What's the next bit of land?
I think no. So that on the pictures you see now, that's Morocco.
There,
We're
that
looking,
way,
yeah,
that
that way.
way.
If we go that way, I think you're heading towards Italy and that area.
And this one just bounces off the chest of Assad Mahmoud, and he'll come through for a single. I'm gonna get Google up. I'm gonna have a look.
I reckon it's Italy. I'm hoping
Maybe
I'm
not.
right now because you've proved me wrong a couple of times already this week. It's
Mr. ICC himself.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's the boot of Italy which comes down, and that's across the way.
Okay. Well, when my Wi-Fi decides to work again, we'll have a look.
I'm pretty good at geography, to be honest. If I get this wrong, I'll be disappointed with myself.
No pressure then. Junaid Khan against Avinash Pai. They'll be trying to get one here. And down the leg side, half an appeal, but the wide signal pretty much straight away from Jeremy Perez, and he's going to have to bowl that one again. Let's have a little look then. So if I zoom out on a map, what's going to be the closest point of contact from Gibraltar all the way through? Okay, so technically you're gonna find Africa before you find anything else. That's interesting. But then in terms of Europe, it's Malta's pretty much a dead straight line.
Yeah, Malta.
Just got to go through a bit of terrain, but apart from that,
bottom of Italy and Malta. I'll take that one as a win.
take every win you get.
Yeah, funny story. So that side of the rock, if you walk up that side of the rock, there's some steps, and they're called the Mediterranean steps. So that's the Mediterranean, the walls that way. Anyway, as we come back,
just leaves that one, lets that one flow through. Yes, come on. You've lived there for a while. You must have some interesting facts up your sleeve.
Yeah. So interesting facts. So there's obviously the Barbary macaques, the tailless Barbary macaques. They're the only European colony of apes, and
there you go.
Which live in Europe, and there's a lot of different opinions on how they got here. There's no actual facts as how
What's
they got.
your opinion?
I reckon it comes through that tunnel, which supposedly leads under the sea to Morocco.
Yeah, whether or not that exists still remains an argument. Junaid, though, and steps across to Avinash Pai into the vacant mid-wicket region. Should just be a single. Mahmoud, who was a late draft into this squad. A couple of injuries. I mean, Mahmoud coming in, and Saeed Massam, he's really struggling struggling to walk at some points. He's just got a serious injury on his leg. And, of course, Mubin Tariq got that hand injury. So Mahmoud took the long drive down a couple of days ago and straight into the thick of things. And he's a nifty bowler as well. He offers a little bit of variation if need be. But, of course, Portugal, they've been so good over the last day and a half, nearly 2 days. It's just been sensational. This time plays offside, doesn't quite get through the gap, and Gimedy, he will collect it, and that will be a dot ball to finish then. And at the end of 3 overs, Gibraltar 27 for none.
Yeah, very good start. Two very good teams here. Again, just that little bit of in movement from Junaid Khan. Really good pickup that is from Gaviri. He's such a live wire in that field. I do like him. But yeah, I think both teams will be quite happy with their start so far. Probably Gibraltar slightly more than Portugal.
Yeah, again, I think Portugal now realise and they understand over the last couple of days of what they've seen of Gibraltar. Got to get an early wicket. Get one of the two openers at the start, then they're going to try and really push on from there. But yeah, if you can get into the openers early, get one of them gone and get them back in the shed, then you can try and dig into sort of the middle order.
Having that good start from the two openers is such an important thing. It just gives the freedom, I think, to other batters who come in behind, especially if you've got such big hitters and guys who like to go hard at the ball, like Gibraltar have in Ian Latine and Kieran Stagno. So Shazad will continue from the straight end. Just waiting to get going here in the 4th over of this innings.
Shazad then. And that will be a wide. Got away with one probably earlier, but that one will have to be bowled again.
Wide ball. Yep. So Shazad just having a little bit of trouble here to begin with his lines and his length. It's a bit unusual for him. He's normally such a reliable character with his bowling, but you know, it'd be dangerous to write him off at this point. I just wonder if he's having a little bit of a difficulty with that breeze across the ground. Well, I say breeze, that wind across the ground as he comes in again, driven into the offside by Pye. Bruce could be in trouble if it's a direct hit. Now there's a decision to be made. They're going to go for a run anyway on the overthrow. Well, on the overthrow, hit off the deflection. Now this will be an interesting decision to be made by the square leg umpire, which was not given. So it's going to go to the third umpire. We said they needed a direct hit. It was a direct hit. And this, we saw Louis Bruce run out against Portugal on that opening day. He's in trouble. Let's have a little look.
Yeah, so we keep going through.
Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be really close.
Could be close one here. This is a big moment in the game here. A wicket here. And oh dear, hang on, here we go. So you've got the thing is with no bells, you've got to go off the point of contact, and there for me, I think he's gone. For me, I don't think he's made his ground, and for me, I think that's actually going to be a really superb bit of work by the Portuguese there. As they're just waiting. Of course, it's a little bit tough to go off because you've got to remember there's no bells on due to the wind. That's again Mother Nature playing their part, but yeah, for me, I think that's enough there to turn around and say that it's got to be given. But we're going to see what happens here. Just see what the decision. Yeah, and he's given his marching orders. Louis Bruce has to go. Superb bit of work in the end then from the Portuguese side. It's a big wicket. Louis Bruce goes early on, and well, Gibraltar up 28 for 1.
That's exactly what Portugal need. And it's really not. If you're a Gibraltarian fan at this point, that is not what you want to see. I mean, they're good backing up, but he's been sent back, and then yeah, brilliant direct hit though. You've got to credit where credit's due to the Portuguese field to be right on the money there. Yeah, as you can see there, point of contact before the bat's down.
Yeah, bat was in the air and it was inches away, but again, I think that was really good work. That was Mikel Machado who did the work, and again, he's just proving that he's being really crucial at the moment. Interesting move here. So he came in at number 3 against Portugal in the first game. Hasn't been at number 3 since then. And now up against Portugal again. Jonathan West coming in at number 3.
Probably one of that decision based on, I think, Gibraltar have always been willing to adapt to how things play out. And I think with that early wicket in the power play, Johnny West is that character which is very good at rotating the strike. And I think that's probably what they'll be looking, rather than someone like a Stagno or a Latine to come in at this point.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I still think I still would have gone Latine. Latine's not going to come in and throw his wicket away. This is the thing. I haven't shown any signs where he's just going to come in and play a rash shot. He takes his time to get going. It's when he gets going that's the issue. It's an interesting one, but Jonathan West still capable. But well, Avinash Pye, he's really got to step up to the plate now. Here is Shazad. Just drops and runs, and West gets called through, and yeah, makes his ground pretty comfortably.
Yeah, good run, and that'll be just playing on the back of maybe a few of the Gibraltarian minds. A couple of run-outs. The Louis Bruce one, that's twice in 2 games now against Portugal, which he's made a good start and then got run out. It's frustrating from a perspective of a Gibraltarian. You know, when you're playing so well, that's the last thing you need to be doing.
Yeah, it really is, and you just got at this. Again, it's what Portugal needed, wasn't it? You said a wicket in the power play. Just got to have a little bit of a rebuilding session. Here is West facing up, outside edge, and you don't take a single to Faf Stoneman. I tell you what, that was close, by the way. That wasn't as simple as just making your ground. He wasn't exactly as home as he thought he was, but yeah, that's gets that front foot. It's I don't think the way that West sets up, he's not going to be going to drive down the ground towards the leg side. That front leg doesn't get out of the way enough, and well, Mahmood doesn't realise that there's cameras behind him, needs to move, but again, Shazad bowling in the right areas, and again, and this time goes leg side. It's a misfield from Nippo, and they will come back for a single. It's pretty simple running in the end. Another direct hit though. Portugal, they're up for this one.
Not afraid to have a go at the stumps, are they? And they're pretty good at it, I have to say. Mercado and Stoneman, we've seen direct hits from them now during this week. Nippo there, I know he hasn't taken one, but again, they're not afraid to have a go.
Yeah, they're certainly not. Looking forward to seeing Nippo again with the ball. He's had a great tournament so far. Picked up wickets in the right times. And this one again just steps across, and impact certainly was outside, and Jonathan West just telling Kuldeep Galir what he thought of that appeal, and then it's a dot ball to end. But again, good areas from this for Shazad.
Yeah, just pulled it back, hasn't he, in this second over. After a pretty tough first over, he just got his line, starting to get into his rhythm a bit. One ball to come.
Going to try and close this out better than he started the over. And he doesn't. It's down the leg side. And just struggling to finish off the over here.
Good take from Kuldeep. It's a tough one down leg. It's kind of drifting. It's interesting to see with the wind. I think possibly, I said this earlier, why the jam might just be struggling potentially with that breeze.
He has and he hasn't. I mean, he's been able to get it throughout the over. It's just finishing and starting the overs that he's struggling with. And again, this time more confident appeal, but comes away, and that will be a leg bite to finish the over. Pretty tidy one, and the end of 4. Gibraltar 33 for 1.
Yep, good final ball there from Shazad to finish out that over. It's been quite. He's gone for quite expensive. 22 runs off his 2 overs so far, but he's put a couple of balls in the right spot. And although the wicket hasn't gone down to him, the wicket has come in the over that he was bowling. A very, very good run out from Mikel Mercado. And we said at the start of the week, he's the type of guy you do not want to be running quick single to because he has a laser beam arm. He showed it there in that over, didn't he?
Don't really want to be running ones to any of these Portuguese fielders. They're all so on it. And the one that stands out, of course, Faf Stoneman, who I'm sure we'll be seeing with the ball. He's just proved to be that extra yard of pace that even though he's skiddy, it reminds me of a little bit like sort of Tom Curran, Sam Curran kind of vibe. Just skiddy, still quick though. And yeah, it just seems to be having that extra yard of pace that batsmen are struggling with. West on strike though against Junaid Khan, and just drops and looking for a single. But again, Saman Gimmery is a man who you definitely don't want to take a single to.
Not at all. They do seem up for this, the Portuguese. And why wouldn't you be? After coming off the back of 3 wins from your first 2 days, I'm not surprised they're up for it. And let's not forget, they won 3 out of 3 against Gibraltar only a month ago in that T20 International Series back in Portugal.
Yeah, no, a couple of new names though in the squad. Of course, Zamet making his debut. He could come in, and we've seen him. He can be destructive with bat in hand, and if given the opportunity, if he faces those sort of slower bowlers, he might find himself enjoying his time here. But again, just drops and finally will get the single as Gimmery gets a bit of a cartwheel in. that's quality. Hey, commitment to the cause. I like it.
I am going to start to note down every time this guy...
Look at this. Look at this. Ready? And away he goes. Well, do you know what? I give him a 7 for the landing.
He loves a front flip, or a roly-poly, or a cartwheel, whichever. That's the 3rd one this week that I've seen him do. It's pretty impressive. And yeah, maybe he's in the wrong sport. Maybe he should do a bit of gymnastics.
Well, I only gave him a 7, but it probably was realistically more like a 2 for that landing. No double feet on the end, or no pose. Pretty poor, really, in the end, but single nonetheless. Pike needs to cash in. Driven nicely. Excellent bit of fielding. Caught, though, in the middle, and a direct hit yet again would have been close, but that's Miguel Machado once more, and he's really leading by example in those covers. And you mentioned it on the first day, but him in those covers, there's no way getting past him.
He's deadly, and he's showing his quality, isn't he, in that inner ring. And Avinash Pai having to really scramble to get back there as he realises who he's hit it to.
Halfway through the over, it's been pretty good from Junaid Khan. He's Mr. Reliable for Portugal, 9 times out of 10. Outside edge, steps across, and just that bit of movement is troubling the 2 batsmen at the moment. Junaid Khan always getting that angle and turning it and swinging it. It's just showing to really be difficult. You also have to add in the conditions of the wind as well. That's only going to make it 10 times harder for batsmen.
Yeah, I think, look, we were talking earlier about, I think, the par score today. I think anything over 140, 145 on this pitch is a good score. It's just adding to the complexity of the game a little bit, especially for the batters and fielders.
Junaid Khan, none for 12 off nearly 3 overs. Deserved the wicket. West 3 off 6 at the moment. And playing at this one again, and he's really looking just to play this and dab this down to 3rd man. I'd like to see him with this delivery. That's a good delivery. It's a good length, good line, but rather than just dabbing it down and just opening the face, I'd like to see him commit to a shot. See if he's got that power in him. Just try and flow through the shot rather than just holding himself back. Maybe a little bit of nerves coming into it, but again, he's played a lot of cricket in his time. Final delivery then. And this is an appeal, but height the issue. West comes through for that leg bye. He'll keep the strike, and after 5 overs, Gibraltar 36 for 1.
Yeah, as we just see Khan here come in, drops that again, short of a length, just nipping in at West. Yeah, definitely too high, but another good over from Junaid Khan, who's proving to be, as usual, a tough little customer.
36 for 1 then. 5 overs down. Very good afternoon to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on Fancode out in India or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. This is what we've had today. We've already had Gibraltar versus Malta. Gibraltar winning by 80 runs in that game. Malta just not at the races, unfortunately. Portugal versus Gibraltar, that's at the moment. Malta versus Portugal, that's at 7:15 local time. Certainly looking forward to that one. And it looks as if it's going to be Najam Shahzad, who's just had to take his sleeves off because they were white, of course, with the white ball. Just makes it a little bit trickier for batsmen. Here is Shahzad then. Well, that's better intent from West. I don't mind that. Straight to Gimmery out at point. But that's what I'm asking for, is just that bit of intent. Don't get bogged down because he's always facing a few dot balls now. He's chewed up a few deliveries. Just rotate the strike. I get that's what he's trying to do when he's nurdling it, but just punch it. That's all it's got to be. Just that punch through, trying to pierce through the infield. We've seen batsmen get quite a lot of success when playing along the ground. And this time it's a bit of an outside edge, and Swar Stoneman will do the work, and it'll be a pretty simple single.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, what he's trying to do, I think, he's just trying to open the face of the bat up, isn't he, West, and kind of glide a ball down kind of in that kind of third man region, in between the fielder at backward point. Hasn't quite got it just right yet, but he's a type of character. I've seen him on this pitch hit into that from the other end, hit into the car park. He does like to play with the full face of the bat. So a bit like you, I'd like to see him probably try and play a few of these with a full face.
Pai advances, doesn't get all of this. It's off the toe end of the bat. Down the ground will be collected by Ranasawa, and will just be another single.
Yeah, I can see what Pai is trying to do. It's a nice little shot, but just doesn't really quite get hold of it. Take the single. He's still really key here, I think, for Gibraltar. With Pai still at the crease, he's still just trying to try and move on a little bit, but they're starting well. Well played from West down to Fast Omen, who's going to have a go at the stumps again. This fielding performance of this Portugal side over the last few days has been nothing short of incredible.
Yeah, they just set the standards, and that's kind of what's been the level between. I think Malta are sort of struggling, but the level between Gibraltar and Portugal has just been that fielding, not really dropping any chances. Portugal, and their ground fielding as well has been excellent. Shorter, and this just pops up. He's trying to hook that into the leg side, gets nothing of it, and it will be a dot ball to finish. Good over from Shahzad, only concedes 2 runs and has really stemmed the flow of runs at the end of 6. Power play done. Gibraltar 38 for 1.
Yeah, I think obviously very, very strong start, wasn't it, from... Oh, it looks
Never
like
mind, I got it wrong.
One more to come.
One more to come. If it's a dot ball, then I'm happy. I've got it right. Full toss. It'll be a single, and it will be the end of the over. Eventually, Nippo getting a bit of a juggle act in, and at the end, finally, the end of the 6th over. Gibraltar 39 for 1.
Good start from both teams here. Really strong start once again from Louis Bruce. That run out would be really disappointing. Probably think they'd have been hoping for a score maybe around the 45 to the 45 mark. So they're not too far below that here, Gibraltar. That loss of wicket, as you can see, once Bruce was run out, it's just started to go down. Western Pride just trying to manoeuvre the field a little bit, but it hasn't worked as yet. And Portugal doing really, really well.
Oh, I said he brings in a different angle after driving down from Portugal the other day, but it is going to be Asad Mahmood. We have seen him on the network plenty of times before, and he is more than capable. Bit of left arm spin, if I remember correctly, for Assad Mahmood. And yeah, once again, really interesting character. We've seen him, of course, playing for Marlow as well. And yeah, that bit of variation.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he gets on here, having kind of had the late call up. In terms of his preparation, it doesn't really give you too much time to get in the right frame of mind or body prepared. But let's see how he gets on. It'd be a great introduction if he can come on and here and get some wickets and have a good end of tour for Portugal. Just a little bit of a delay here as we're waiting for something. Not quite too sure what, but ready to go. Johnny West will face up.
And already asking the question, but going down the wrong line. But a good start, though, for Mahmood.
Pitches outside leg, I think. Yeah, I mean, that's hit him outside the line of leg and also pitched outside of leg.
Yeah, nothing really going for him there, but good start, though, on the money. And again, this time, just push leg side. There'll be probably a call of two, and they're going to take on Mahmood. He's going to throw to the correct end, but they'd get back pretty comfortably in the end. But Mahmood, lively little nip up early on.
Definitely runs inside on that leg. As you can see, they've got men out on the boundary, but there's no one really in close, so they can kind of just drop the bat into that kind of leg side region and look at picking up some ones and twos if the boundary option isn't on.
West would surprise me. I was going to say if they plug that little hole in the leg side, and they do, opens up that option to play through square on the offside. But West 7 off 15 needs to look to be an aggressor here. Just plays it, dabs it down offside for just the one run.
Good shot. Nice little cut shot into the offside. He'll take the one, rotates the strike, brings back the skipper, who is currently 6 off 11 balls. He'll be looking to start to get a move on. He knows he's got those big hitters in below of Stagno and Latin. So Avinash Pai, I think, will just start to look for the boundary options here.
Drop and run straight to Nippo. Good awareness from Pai. Knew that was the right side of Nippo. Calls the left-handed Siraj Nippo, so knew it was going to be pretty tricky for him to flick that in and cause any issues. But continuing here in Mahmood, it's been a good, tidy first over. Won't be a run there. And again, just keeping things tight, not giving too much away. And this is what you really want, especially at the end of the power play, coming out of it. Fielding restrictions are in, just bowling stump to stump, and that's exactly what he's doing this time offside. And should just be one to finish the over, and will be. Someone Gimli does the work, and 7 overs down. Gibraltar, 44 for 1.
Not a bad over from Mahmood, having kind of that late call-up. It was going to be interesting to see if he was ready, and he looked really quite smart in that first over. Some really nice balls. Jib just struggling to kind of find those boundary options at the minute, just having to rotate the strike, which is fine and all being well. There's still plenty of time to play in this one. But obviously, as the overs start to tick through, I think these two just have to start looking at pushing on, especially with some of those big hitters coming in behind.
Yeah, West striking at 50 at the moment. That's probably an issue that they need to look at. I know he's coming in at 3 to just steady the ship a little bit after losing Louis Bruce, but yeah, you got to get a move on at some point, and he's now going to have to deal with the express pace of Faf Stoneman, who is also going to be bowling with. Is he bowling with the wind? I can't even tell where the wind's coming. It looks as if it's actually going into the wind now by the look at the flag. So changing here, there, and everywhere is the wind. It's coming across, coming this way, that way, every way. I'll just say it's windy. But Faf Stoneman still going to be looking to push the ball through here. And he might push West for a bit of pace here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how West faces up against Faf Stoneman. Winterfield is quite skiddy, quite quick. We just saw him got rushed in that last over by Shazad with a short ball. Faf Stoneman here, bit of a different seam option, and he's bowled fantastically well in these last couple of days. See if he can continue his form here.
Here is Stoneman then, driven nicely. Doesn't quite get all of it. That's to Junaid Khan at point, and it'll be a dot ball to start. But good, bit of a loosener from Faf Stoneman. Of course, Stoneman, 23 years old, leading the warm-ups, leading the practice sessions beforehand, and just shows his talent really is evidently on show, and certainly is one for the few years coming up for Portugal. This is Fuller, and again push, and this time they take on the others. Chiney Khan almost run past it, but
Problems.
oh dear,
Problems.
Avinash Pai's gone. Pai's gone here.
It's the hamstring.
He's gone again.
Hamstring.
He's gone again. He's done. You can see he's finished, and that's bad news for Gibraltar. That is bad news, and just went off and set off on that first one, and Lateen's gonna come out as well. But yeah, you can just see he's done straight away, and this is bad news, as you can see he's in some serious discomfort. It's never nice to see.
We said it the other day, didn't we? You know, he does have these injury problems. He's had problems with his hamstring. He's had problems with his knee. And yeah, I mean, it does look to me like his hamstring, he knew straight away that had gone.
Yeah, it's gone. We've got the medical assistants come on without losing their hat. But yeah, it's a real shame. It's never nice to see. It would have been a nice contest between Avinash Pai and Faf Stoneman, but he's hobbling, and he's in a bad way. Here's Avinash Pai. I think they're checking, but I don't think you're allowed runners anymore in ICC games, so won't be able to probably have that option.
No, they got rid of it, didn't they? So there isn't no option of having runners anymore in ICC events. But yeah, it's a real shame. I mean, he's such a lovable figure around these parts. He's such a talismanic player, and he's so enthusiastic with his cricket. And yeah, it's a real shame when your body just starts to give out. And he has had these hamstring problems now for quite a while. I've seen it a few times where he's ended up pulling it or tweaking it. Hopefully he can come back stronger.
Yeah, it's just as the body ages, he's just going to keep on. He's going to keep picking him up, and you can see he's going to get helped off, and it's never nice to see, as he's well liked around the community within the European cricket circle, and it's a real shame to see. So he'll be retired hurt, and he'll go off and retreat treatment. But I don't think we'll be seeing any more of Avinash Pai in this tournament. That's my initial reaction. He's just so in serious pain. It's horrible to see. It really is a big shame. Ian Lateen then will come in as retired not out, of course. That's the new terminology, retired not out, not hurt. So, of course, can effectively come back, but I don't think we will.
It's looking unlikely, isn't it? And never write Avinash Pai off, because he's not a quitter, and sometimes he just needs to be a bit sensible, and someone to sit him down and go, look, there's no point trying to play on an injury and doing yourself some further damage. Yeah, it's really sad sight to see. Really sad sight, especially if you're a Gibraltarian fan, because he's a big player, isn't he?
Yeah, big miss at the top of the order as well. That will change things up now. He goes out, who comes in at the top? Anyway, Lateen comes in then, and he's got a face Faf Stoneman, and starts with a nice cut shot, but Jonathan West is gone running again. Well, he's already had 2 run-outs in 2 games. And Machado's just sat there saying, well, why is no one at the stumps? But again, Jonathan West, he's looking a little bit, he just sets off and doesn't really listen, and Lateen wasn't going anywhere.
Looks at, he's been watching a bit too much of Azran Dhani here. He's up and about, he's a bit nervous at the crease, isn't he, Jonathan West, at the minute? Just needs to settle down as Stoneman comes in again.
Yeah, that one lifts up off a length, and Lateen as well, not to get anything on that, because that really got up. You can see the reaction from Golia that really jumped up off the length. But yeah, good promising stuff from Stoneman.
Lou Bruce was telling me that from this end, it does tend to have like, because it doesn't get used, it does leap off a length sometimes. So Stoneman just showing that there.
This time doesn't get up, skids on through, stays low. Lateen just taking a few sighters, but once more it's good early signs for Stoneman yet again here at the Europa Sports Complex.
Very good first over. If he can finish off here with his last ball, it has once again been a really good start to his bowling spell here in Gibraltar.
1 run. He's effectively has been super effective for Portugal. Final delivery, driven nicely straight to Najam Shahzad in the covers, and it'll be a dot ball to finish. Concedes the only run, but a frustrating one for Gibraltar as they lose their skipper due to injury. And at the end of the 8th over, Gibraltar 45 for 1.
Yeah, just struggling a little bit here, Gibraltar. That run rate is now really drying up as we see the projected scores there. The current run rate only going to make 113, so they are going to have to try and get a little bit of a move on. They have got the batters to do it. Ian Latine obviously now at the crease. Kieran Stagno to come. Kane Roy Nesta, James Fitzgerald. You could list a few off who could potentially come and try and take this game to Portugal, but they're going to have to start to make a move.
Yeah, it's a test of character now as well. You lose your skipper to injury. Someone's got to turn around and take over, and no surprise to see that Samir Nayak's going to have to just go and have a word and see what's going on as he's relieved from his duties as a scorer for a second, and of course having that hybrid role. But trust me, bosses, he is working. I just want to make that clear. But Mahmood's going to continue after a good first over. Jonathan West got to get a move on 10 off 20. And again, just finds the outside edge and looking to push a single, but can't get it away. And this is a tough job for West. He's got to get going, otherwise he's going to end up chewing one too many, and impatient when you've got Stagno still back in the hut. Well, and this one, a little bit of appeal from square leg, which I'm sure it probably looked really good, but Sraylon tells you that it's pitching outside leg, hitting outside leg, and missing leg stump.
Yeah, same again from a move. It's good bowling. He's just tying West up, and West just trying to look for where he can score runs, as we see the ball kind of going down to the leg side here. He'll just take the one from it. Yeah, no, West has got to try and get a bit of a move on here, hasn't he? And I think he's just looking a little bit tentative at the wicket. I've seen him bat, and he's such normally a confident batter, and he'll hit through his shots. Just looks a bit reserved within himself at the minute.
Yeah, it just looks as if he's just a little bit nervous here on the international stage. Sam Mahmood is, again, bowling superbly well at the moment.
Credit where credit's due. Portugal have bowled very, very well.
Fuller, full toss, leg side, hit well, chases on. Suman Gimidi, he's electric on the outfield, and he gets there with such ease, and it ends up only being 2 runs. But well, anyone else, you probably wouldn't have expected him to get around there. He's come from deep square leg, by the way. Has covered probably about 50 meters, I reckon, in not very long amount of time. That's superb bit of work. And then this one is just hit leg side. This was just that last ball that we missed. Just clipped by Latine. And again, West just dropping it into the offside, and it's getting, I'm sat here getting frustrated now because there's 2 players there. He's not going to get anything from it. It's another dot ball to end the over. 49 for 1 on the board. Portugal, they need to find some runs somewhere.
Yeah, Gibraltar needs to start to get a shift on here as we edge towards that halfway stage. Plenty of wickets and batters in the tank here. As we take a little look at the scorecard there, as we see Lou Bruce set off once again like a house on fire. 22 runs off 13 balls. And then that really unfortunate run out. Brilliant fielding from Miguel Mercado. But what did we say? Do not run on this man's arm. And laser beam fires down those stumps. Avinash Pai, he was looking good at the top of the order. He was just struggling a little bit maybe to find the boundary options, but what looks like a bad injury for him might be the end of his tournament. As we see now, West and Latine are going to try and have to get the shift on with 11 overs to go in this innings, with Stoneman continuing from the straight end. Back down the ground, drop. Stoneman goes with one hand, was fired back hard. Latine, we know, likes to hit the ball hard. It was a chance though. As we see it again, yep, just the fingertips of Stoneman. Unlucky. That would have been a fantastic caught and bowled, wouldn't it?
Yeah, West has got to get going now. He's got to start taking risks. He's 11 off 24. It's getting almost to the point of no return here. Oh, and that one just sneaks through. He just can't get anything on it at the moment. He's just struggling his West. No foot movement, getting stuck. It looks as if he's sort of questioning himself now. He doesn't really knows if he wants to back himself or not. He's always got to back himself. If you commit to the shot, 9 times out of 10, something will come from it. You may get a run or 2. just can't get things going now. Got to try something new here. Got to work out a way of trying to get a run here. And again, comes forward. It's something different, is what we're saying, but I don't know if that's the option when you're facing probably nearly 80 miles an hour in Faf Stoneman.
Yeah, Faf Stoneman, I think he sees him coming early here, and he just pushes it a little bit wide of West, who ends up kind of trying to stretch for it. But yeah, West trying really hard to try and get some runs from somewhere, but it's just getting a bit bogged down, isn't he?
Stoneman continuing on here. And this one trying to turn around and given. And Stoneman gets his first wicket of the match. And West goes, and it could potentially be a blessing in disguise. And that one looked pretty good for me. Caught in front, and second wicket goes. West goes for 11, Gibraltar 50 for 2.
Yep, good ball, really good ball from Stoneman as he comes in here. We just see it nipper off the seam into the bat, or angled it across. Maybe a little bit of extra pace, catches West out, rattles him in front on the pads. And the LBW, the finger goes up from Steve Mumford.
Yeah, good delivery. Bit of simple cricket, just up and down, nice and straight. Yeah, just trying to turn it around the corner in a shot that wasn't really there. But a bit of a frustrating innings comes to an end then for Jonathan West. And who knows that he's probably not quite done the job he was set in for. He was set in there just to settle the ship, but he's almost put the brakes on as well. As it is going to be the two men who've scored pretty decent runs at the moment in this tournament. Both have scored an innings in the 80s, and it's Kyron Stagno who comes out to the middle alongside Ian Lateen.
Well, Stagno was that man which took the game to Portugal in the first game between these two. He took the score from, well, a really low score up to a really high score in the end by just absolutely some sensational hitting. The question is, can he replicate it again today? And he'll take guard here. I think he'll be feeling confident. He's done it before.
Could be just a couple of deliveries just to get himself in. I think that the 2 balls left of the over might just be sighters for Stagno. Doesn't want to take any unnecessary risks, but
Stagno, take a sighter? I'm not sure about that. Let's see.
Stoneman 1 for 2 off of 1.4 at the moment, and tails up is for Stoneman. And this one just skidding through again. Well, he's looking at the end of that. Might have got a bit of ball on this Stagno, but see here, just skids on through. Doesn't get up at all. Luckily so, because that looked as if it might have been angling in onto off stump, but that one stayed really low.
Yeah, skidding on through. He's got to watch this with Faf. I really like the comparison that you made between the Currans. He does remind me of the Currans, especially Sam Curran. Quite nippy, quite quick, but very, very skiddy.
Faf then trying to close out the over. And he's gone, he's got him. Stagno goes, he goes for a 2-ball duck, and Stoneman picks up 2 in the over, and things go from bad to worse for Gibraltar. Big wicket of Stagno goes, and at the end of the 10th, Gibraltar 50 for 3.
Yeah, very good from Stoneman once again as he picks up another wicket. Really good take from Kuldeep as Stagno looks to go big, gets a nick on it. And that is a big, big wicket for Portugal.
That's where you're just wanting to come in, give himself a couple of deliveries, and then look to go. But as I said, you're taking on one of probably arguably the best bowlers in this tournament, and unnecessary risks. And now, well, this is a horrible, horrible circumstance to come in. But on your debut, Brian Zammit coming in then for Gibraltar. Well, it's what a way to be an opportunity to make your name for yourself. Absolutely.
And you know, popular figure around these parts, Brian Zammit. He's been kind of patiently waiting to get this debut at T20Is, and he comes in to a bit of a, well, fire pit. Gibraltar in all kinds of trouble at 50 for 3 after 10.
Of course, this coming up tomorrow. More international cricket out in Italy, France versus Romania. That's the first game, 9:30 local time, 7:30 GMT, 1 o'clock out in India. Question though, you'll have more info on this than I would, being part of the setup at certain points. Who replaces Pai as captain if he's out? Who's the vice skipper? Who's the go-to?
I think it's a kind of a shared role between Ian Lateen and Kyron Stagno. If it was anything to do with the last tour, I think it'll probably be Ian Lateen.
This is up, and Perez turns around and says no, and it's probably because the left arm over the wicket against the right-hander is most likely pitching outside leg. We take a look here, and that's exactly why.
Yeah, that's 3 times he's kind of done that. He's really good bowling, but if you are coming around the wicket and you're pitching outside leg, you're very unlikely to get an LBW call. Kind of take the LBW out of the game with that angle.
And this will be just pushed down the ground for a single, which means Zamet will face up for his first delivery in international cricket. And this is a big opportunity for him. Got to give himself a couple of deliveries to have a look, but he really needs to come good here. What a way that, what a chance to do so as well.
Yeah, it's time to make yourself become a hero, and he can bat. I've seen Brian Zamet bat, and he can. He's a proper cricketer, good all-rounder. But yeah, coming to difficult circumstances here.
And he will get off the mark straight away and will get a single for his troubles. Yeah, I remember the first night of the night series at the start of the year, and he was hitting all ends of the park. Apart from that, he struggled a little bit at times, but he has got the capabilities here at the home ground. Continuing here, Latine advances down the ground, and that will be, oh, that's an absolute ripper! That's insane! That's incredible work. Anthony Chambers take a bow out of nowhere. Latine trying to take the attack to the bowler, and Mahmood picks up his first wicket. And what a grab that is. Anthony Chambers take a bow.
We have seen some good catches this week so far, but there is going to be none better than this. This is unbelievable. On the dive, fingertips. That is, that is sensational.
Look at the way he's caught that. Look at the way he's caught that. One finger. That's incredible bit of work, and things go from bad to worse for Gibraltar. They're just waiting on something, just trying to check to see if it's been taken cleanly. I don't think there's an issue. I mean, that doesn't really give us... Does he make any contact with the rope? No, he's fine. He's absolutely fine. And Latine will be giving his marching orders, and he has to go. And, well, what a comeback story for Chambers. He struggled yesterday in the field. He's just taken one of the best catches you'll ever see.
Honestly, that's probably one of the best catches I've ever seen live. That was sensational. I mean, we've seen some great catches over this year on the ECN. That is going to be up there. That has got to. That was a highlight reel on its own. That is sensational piece of fielding from Chambers. How he has leapt off the ground, got high, and then been able to just keep his fingertips and wrap round the ball. Just something else. That was something else. Honestly,
that's incredible. And well, this could be an uphill battle now from here for Gibraltar, as it's now 52 for 4, and you've got Nestor, who hasn't really batted in this tournament. He's a little bit short on time out in the middle, and Zamet on debut. His nerves are going to be through the roof at this point.
I mean, yeah, look, these two now at the crease are really new to the crease. It's going to be pressure's on, isn't it? 4 wickets down, and runs have dried up, and you've got fielders in Portugal's field who are throwing down the stumps, taking catches like that. What can you do?
Here's Nestor, and this is just turned around the corner, and yeah, it's a dot ball for Nestor's first delivery. But that's a sensational catch that I don't think we'll ever forget. That's going to be remembered by Chambers. He'll be watching that time and time again, and I know there'll be a lot of support for him back home. Slower from Mahmood, holds it back in a good variation as Nestor has to just let that one flow through. Good over again. Portugal well on top at the end of the 11th. Gibraltar 52 for 4.
Yeah, I think honestly, that's one of those catches where if it isn't caught on camera and you tell your friends about it, they go, yeah, sure. It's an exaggeration. But anyway, looking at the bowling scorecard there, look at that. Asad Mahmood, 3 overs, having come into the team. Only 11 runs from it, 1 wicket as well, 3.66 economy. Francois Stoneman, 2 overs, 2 wickets for 2 runs. Incredible from those guys. And yeah, just looking again at this highlight, what a catch!
That's so good.
I'm honestly still in awe of that.
That's so good, and to be able to keep himself in the field of play as well. He wasn't far off. Understand them as to why they were trying to check that, but that's so good. He struggled yesterday in the field. You remember right in front of us the 4 that just bounced away from him, and he dropped one at the start of the innings yesterday as well. But to come back like that is stunning bit of work from Chambers. And well, he'll now be thinking, well, there's nothing that I can't do, as Zamet is going to face up against Stoneman, and this is going to be an interesting one. Here is Faf Stoneman, and Zamet just lets this one flow through, and And back to reality. Calm down a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of calm after after probably one of the best catches we'll ever see. I mean, I'm putting it out there. That catch isn't getting top this week.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised by what happens when you say that. This is a big, big opportunity for Zamet to make a name for himself here. And that one by whiskers, missing the off stump, and Faf Stoneman, he's not far away here from picking up another. Look at this one, angles away, but then nips back in off the seam, and Zamet just needs to try and get a bit of bat on ball here.
Yeah, it's difficult times here for Jib. They just look a little bit under pressure, don't they? And as they struggle to score runs and the wickets keep tumbling.
Here is Stoneman then, up against Zamet. And this time does get bat on ball. Will just be a 1 down, 2 long on. And I think realistically the big turning point was Avinash Pai getting injured. Losing your skipper, it almost just, everyone just sort of goes, oh, well, now what do we do? Who you know, they're going to look for their leaders, and that's where other people, you know, Latine has to step up. Latine's just got to turn around and go, I hit that well, by the way. It's just one of those things in cricket. Sometimes you just find an absolute sensational catch, and that's what he's got to do. Nestor just fends this back to Stoneman. Nestor might enjoy the extra bit of pace of Stoneman, has to be said. I think he may enjoy just giving a little bit of a swing and just swinging from the hip. The only danger is Stoneman will just be eyeing those stumps right now. That's all he'll be thinking about is timbers, timbers, timbers. If simple equation, he misses, I hit, out you go, see you later.
Stoneman also knows that Jib are going to have to go for this at some point. There's not many overs left now, and the score is not looking great at the minute. But
again, just left by Nestor.
I think Stoneman goes, yeah, you miss, I hit, isn't it? It's around that time where the Jib guys are going to have to start swinging at things.
Yeah, it's not going to be. Well, I wouldn't want to be in that team meeting at the halfway stage, because it's going to be a tough one, and for something I can rock up the assistant coach, but yeah, it's got to be a tough one. Still plenty of overs to go though if they can get through it. Last delivery then, and that one just missing the top of off by a matter of millimeters, and that is a sensational over, just the 1 run off it. And at the end of the 12th over, Gibraltar struggling, 53 for 4.
Perfect delivery that. I mean, you can't get much better than that. All you want that to do is clip the top of the off stump, and you've got yourself another wicket, Faf Stoneman, and he's bowled so well once again. So difficult to get away with that action. But with only 3 runs from it, 2 wickets as well.
Well, this is the thing. 18 deliveries. In the last 18 deliveries, there's been a total. This is incredible. There's been a total of 4 runs for 3 wickets in 18 deliveries. Now that, if that's not applying the squeeze, I don't know what is.
Yeah, it's tough reading that from a Gibraltar perspective, isn't it? And you're just looking there now and going, where are my scoring shots? Where can I get runs? Because everywhere in this field, Portugal are just feeling like demons.
Mahmood 1 for 11 off 3. This time slower delivery, just pushed into the offside, and that'll be a single. Now Nestor, I think he's going to try and take the game to Mahmood here, just like Latine did. But again, he's got to get it. He's got to get something out of the screws. He's none off 5 at the moment. Something's got to click for Gibraltar.
I can't see Kenroy Nestor not going after Mahmood here.
Well, they're appealing for a catch that wasn't taken, and LBW was an appeal at one point, but Cordiglia strangling to try and get something there, but it was a bit of an inside tickle, so effectively it's a drop catch.
Yeah, I heard a bit of woody sound. I thought it might have come off the bat. It will go down as a drop chance for Kuldeep behind the stumps.
Very rare drop for Gulia. And turn round. Good shot from Nestor. Should just be a single. They're going to take on the arm of Swan Gimini, and well, Nestor's set off pretty quickly, and that's really good running from Kenroy. K-Nest, he set off. He was pretty determined on getting that on coming back for 2, and if you run that first one hard enough, it just becomes a little bit easier.
Kenroy's game, this one, isn't it? And we've been crying out for him to get an opportunity. Here is your opportunity. You've got to go and take it. You've got to take it.
Still got 7.5 overs remaining, and he's got a lot of time. Well, he's gone for it leg side. Hasn't quite got all of it. Givity this time. Pretty much an easier job. Just a single to that total. Zamet's got to find a way of motoring along as well, as he's got it in him. He's capable of it. He's capable of playing at this level. He's got to prove it now here on the big stage. And pulled leg side again. Oh, Givney, bit of a magnet, can't get away from it. That'll be another single.
I just get the sense about Gamiri that he really enjoys fielding. There's something about him that he just looks like he loves being out on the field.
He's normally a keeper in the domestic game, which is the crazy thing. And this one just holds it back, and Zamet's been sent back from Nesta. Could be trouble. Oh, they're appealing for they're appealing for getting in the way. I don't think that's really within this current point and within the spirit of the game. So I like the fact that Jeremy Perez just turns it down, and that'll be a dot ball to finish. 58 for 4 after 13. I don't know if that's really obstructing the field there, is it? It's a bit harsh, but
Yeah, Zamet's eyes weren't on where the ball was. His only idea was to get back in the crease, and I think he probably would have been safe anyway.
yeah, so this is the story so far. Wickets falling in clumps, and you can see that was that period. 18 deliveries, 4 runs, 3 wickets, and you look at that and you go, well, that's just where the game's turned on its head. I mean, West coming in at number 3. Was that the right call? Was that the right move? He chewing up deliveries, and then it just meant that after Avinash Pai comes off injured, you never know, he could shock the world and come back and hit some runs in the end, but I just don't see it happening. He just looked in so much pain. But Faf Stoneman, by the way, 2 for 3 off of 3. Looking at career best figures here, he'll be wanting to try and take a couple more. And Zamet with a wild swing and the dot ball to start.
Good start again from Stoneman. They just can't seem to get a grip of him at the minute, the Gibraltarian batsman. Not just in terms of scoring runs, but even getting bat on ball at this point.
Yeah, just that's all it's got to be, isn't it? You've still got to, even if you're not going to hit boundaries, get runs somehow. And again, pushes it through, and once more, rush for pace, Zamet. And this is the thing, you're now going to see a mixture of nerves, frustration, confusion as well. Zamet not really sure what to do, but possibly that's where the questions are asked, and that's where you often see batsmen crumble. But from a Gibraltar perspective, you hope that Zamet and Nesta can find a way of getting through this tricky period and having a go at the end of the innings. This is slapped back down the ground, and that will just be one.
I think Portugal so far, and I don't want to speak too soon, but so far in this game have shown why they are ranked so highly in the world. We talked about Gibraltar coming in off the back of 2 really good performances, having played a really close game against Portugal in the first day, but they've shown why they are ranked so highly.
Wild swing. It was a bit of a wilder delivery, and Stoneman potentially a little bit lucky to come away with that unscathed, but again, this is still some sensational bit of bowling from young Faf, and it's he's just proving to be a little bit too much for the level of the batsman here at the moment, and it's a really promising display from young Faf Stoneman. Again this time, and all Kenroy can do is just mean it with the full face of the bat.
Yep. He's just loving a little look around, isn't he, Kenroy? It's not really his game playing defensive, but yeah, there's just a bit of frustration growing. I think amongst the Gibraltarian players, you can see that in their batting.
Last delivery then, Stoneman's spell. This is gone up, and it's just going to be a pretty simple single to end the over for Nesta, and a good spell comes to an end. Just 5 runs conceded for Stoneman, picks up 2 big wickets as well, and at the end of the 14th, 6 overs to go, Gibraltar 60 for 4.
What a spell of bowling that is from Stoneman. He just seems to be getting better and better throughout the days. Doesn't seem to be fatiguing. If anything, just seems to be getting more and more into his rhythm, if anything.
Well, the thing is now as well is you think then you go, okay, I've negotiated the overs from Mahmood, I've got through Stoneman, then you've got to come on and face Siraj Nippo, and it's and that bowling lineup for Portugal is very, very tough and very deep, as is their batting as well. They're just all round at this level, just looking like they're just a level above everyone here.
Definitely, and this is the kind of performance that I think they're growing into the tournament now. Portugal, they've won their first 3 games. They probably said after yesterday, right, let's make sure we go and win the next 3 and come out of this like we should with 6 wins from 6.
Yeah, that's what they're going to want to be hoping to come away from here, and once more it's just looking like this is it's an uphill battle from here on in, isn't it, for Gibraltar?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult from here. Projected score currently looking at 86. you've still got to I think you've still got to try and target at least getting over 100 to make it any kind of a game.
Here is Nippo, and again, is Nestor just soft hands, outside edge, comes through for a single. Yeah, one of these two, they've got to just take a go for it. You know, you're up against the spinner Nippo. He is a very talented bowler, but he can be hit. Just finding a way of doing so successfully. And flat batted to deep mid wicket, hit well, but Stoneman gets the old traditional long barrier out, and it's just a single.
It's good field placing as well, and they're bowling to their field. That's the most important thing. We've seen sides maybe not do it this week sometimes, especially Malta, haven't bowled to their fields they've set for themselves, and it's so important.
Nestor could be looking to go here. And there's a big appeal and turned down from Perez. Well, we know that Nippo likes a good appeal. And he's just asking the question. He's just saying, well, why not? Why not? What's wrong with this one? Take another look at this then. Well, this one, yeah, I think that's a good call. I think it was possibly missing that leg stump.
Yeah, good call. Nippo does like an enthusiastic appeal. Good strong umpiring from Jeremy Perez.
And this time Nestor just fends offside, and Nippo frustrated. Shouldn't be a single there. And it's another, just one. And where's it gone wrong for Gibraltar here? This is, considering the way they've been batting over the last couple of days, where's it gone wrong?
It's difficult to tell actually. I think you've got to credit where credit's due, and they've fielded very well and bowled very well, as we see Nippo coming in again.
And this time a bit shorter, cuts away, and will just be another one.
I'm going to go back to that run out of Lou Bruce. Look, at that point, Lou Bruce was batting with intent, like against Malta in that first game, and Gibraltar were looking really good that first few overs. That run out happens, and all of a sudden since then, they've just got bogged down, and it seems to have got in their heads a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's just a downward spiral since then, as again, this time, is just played back, and Nippo thinks signs of frustration. Concedes 4 off the over, dot ball to finish, 15 overs down, and Gibraltar will again in a struggling position as they will finish on 64 for 4 after 15 overs.
Yep, someone's got to go here. It's going to be a tough ask with the likes of Siraj Nippo bowling from one end. We know how economical he is, and well, this isn't really what you want to be seeing, as Junaid Khan looks like he's coming back on. Anyway, European Cricket Series in Austria, 8th to the 19th of May coming up. That should be a really interesting set of games, as we see Cricketer CC, Snazzy, Austrian Daredevils and Vienna CC all looking to battle it out over the coming weeks. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing, well, you're looking forward to seeing Snazzy, I'm looking forward to seeing the Daredevils.
Yeah, I think it'll be really good fun. Of course, we're there for the next 2 weeks. Then we make our way to Sofia. I'll be there alongside Rico Full. That'll be good fun. Out in Sofia, always love going there. Prakash Mishra's restaurant is top quality. End up coming away from that with a bit of a stomachache because I've eaten too much food, but certainly looking forward to that one. But yeah, no, what do you? What's your plans after this, Joe? Where are you going? Are you going back to the UK or?
Yeah, back to the UK and back to reality, back to work on Tuesday.
To the day job. As Junaid Khan back to the attack and starts with a decent ball, dot ball.
Hoping the weather improves in the UK that we can actually get some good quality cricket games going, because as I hear from back home again, it's raining back there again today. Shock, and the games have been called off.
Yeah, it's not looking good out in the UK at the moment. I don't think you're going to get any cricket, but doesn't matter. We're in Gibraltar and the sun's out. That's a wide. I have to bowl that one again. That's a loose delivery from Junaid Khan, bowling from the straights end this time.
Yeah, very unlike him. But I think at this point, you're happy to take any extra run they can get.
So go on then. So tell the viewers, what's the day job? What's the usual?
So I work in the hospital. I'm an operating department practitioner, which is effectively a theatre specialist. I'm working in anaesthesia and surgery.
Khan, and this is hit well down the ground. Should just be one run, and well, they're going to come back for a second. Good running. These two pretty quick between the wickets, and yes, I'm not scared to get those legs pumping.
Yeah,
yes.
good running. Oh, sorry.
So that must have been pretty fun during the pandemic.
Yeah, not the easiest, and it was a difficult time for a lot of the people here in Gibraltar. You realise how quite isolated you can be during that time. I think it was a difficult time for everyone around the world.
Yeah, it certainly was. It's a bit of a false start. And, are you scheduled to have a game next weekend?
Scheduled every weekend, yeah. But yeah,
whether it happens or not is a different question.
Yeah, that's exactly. Fingers crossed that the weather permitting, we can get some games going. But because the weather in the UK at the minute has been particularly poor for this time of year.
Very good at all. Khan needing to get things back on the money, and he does. And Zamet, his adventure comes to an end. And yeah, it's a good delivery from Janai Khan. He just straight off his line of length, but got it spot on there, top of middle stump. And Zamet goes for 9 off 15, and his debut with bat in hand comes to an end. May see him with the ball in hand, you never know. But Gibraltar, well, they're now 5 down, 67 for 5.
Yeah, big swipe across the line as he tried to look for boundary options. Didn't get it right, and one bowler you can't really do that to is Janai Khan. It's a really good wicket for him as it's his first wicket of the game.
Just trying to see who's come out next. It looks as if that's Fitzgerald, who will be coming in. And again, he's coming in similar situations all the time, or similar time during the game, not situations, but the timing's been pretty similar. Always coming in this 14th, 15th over, and that's where he really, you know, he's been given opportunities, just hasn't been able to find the middle of the bat. Has just struggled at times, but needs to try and get a few off the stringer. Otherwise, it's looking like it's going to be a pretty below par, or very, very below par total.
Absolutely, and if there's one game where you want to all of a sudden find your form, it could be this one. Anyway, the Gibraltar dugout does look a little bit subdued at the moment. They need to pick themselves up. They're going to have to come out and give it all in the field. Whatever score they end up on here, they want to at least make a decent account of themselves, even if they fall to defeat today.
Well, that's the thing. You never know. Cricket's a funny game. Portugal could turn around, and we know they're susceptible to a bit of a collapse here and there. But at the moment, in Gibraltar, they've just been above everyone else as Fitzgerald faces up, and it's a dot ball straight away. And Janai Khan, he's showing a bit of fire in the old belly.
They're fired up here, aren't they, Portugal? They've come out after day 2 and 3 wins on the board. And they've really just almost stepped it up a gear. I mean, they've been very good the first 2 days, but this is just, today they just look on another level.
Yeah, they do, and Janai Khan just looks as if he's really up for this one. He's pumped after getting that wicket. That was his first wicket. He's bowled very well again, only conceded 50 runs, and of course picked up the wicket of Brian Zamet, the man on debut for Gibraltar. There is Khan then, up against Fitzgerald. Off the toe end of the bat, should just be a single, and will be. And Keynes, well, he's got to go for it now. He's faced 16 deliveries, only got 6 runs. He's got to try and go for it here. And it's this is a position where Gibraltar haven't really found themselves very often here this week, and it's going to be asking questions of that top order. And again, when one goes, who's going to come in next? And well, if your top order fails, there's not much you can really do. Here is Khan finishing off his spell. And that will be a dot ball to finish. And Keynes not really playing with the usual freedom that he normally does. And at the end of 16, Gibraltar 68 for 5.
Yeah, just watching that one go by, he was probably thinking it was going to be a wide. It's really well bowled from Janai Khan, touching that inside of that blue line. And I mean, at this point, you can't be affording to leave stuff. And if we look at that scorecard, it says everything you need to know.
It's all gone wrong, isn't it? Avinash Pai retired, of course, can legally come back. Don't think we'll see him come back, but it was that run out from Miguel Machado, really. But then also, don't forget that catch from Anthony Chambers to remove Ian Latine. It was firmly struck from Latine, but it was matched to a serious level from Chambers. And I know that a lot of support will be going out to him back in Portugal. Nippo full toss and just driven for just a single. Yeah, I know for a fact that, you know, Conrad Greenshields, he's well known to these parts, and Butchie will be watching and paying attention. Miguel Stoneman, of course, as well. I know there's a few of those viewers out there as well. But again, just needs to go for it, and well, that's a full toss, and that's in the air, and it's been dropped. And Stoneman hasn't really put a foot wrong all weekend, but that just goes right through the young man, and well, that'll be a welcome boundary for Gibraltar.
When you need a little bit of luck, you get a little bit of luck. That one, I was not expecting it. I mean, a bad ball from Nippo, gets it really wrong. Very close to being a no ball. Nesta goes big into leg side, doesn't really get hold of it, and Stoneman just seems to take his eye off the ball at the end there. And he'll, yeah, very disappointed, and he'll be disappointed with himself because he's got such high standards of himself.
Yeah, just Nippo, a little bit frustrated with Fafa before that. Well, this is the question, and finally he gets the response from the umpire that he wants. And well, Nestor isn't very happy with the call, but Nippo tells him, you've been sent your orders, off you go. And Nestor comes to an end after a boundary, and he goes for 10 off of 19. And this is a replay of the wicket. Yeah, it looked pretty dead set of just clipping the top of the stumps, and at the end of Nestor's innings. And in fact, the height there is a question, but Nestor has to go. Gibraltar are 73 for 6.
The only thing I can say is he was quite far back in his crease, wasn't he? But I mean, height would have been the issue with that one. He wasn't happy with the call, was he? Let's be honest.
Yeah, no real surprise. He's fuming as he walks off. I think he knows that. Well, the fact it's hit him on his thigh pad is probably the initial question, but yeah, not a happy chap. And I'm surprised no Andrew Reyes. He played so well against Portugal on Thursday, and he's still haven't seen him yet. But you can see. Well, look at that. That was what all you needed to know. The helmet went flying, and he was not a happy man. As it looks as if that's going to be Cohen Midpudi is the man coming in at number 8.
Yep, Kevin Midpudi. He's got a few overs left here. There's still time to get some runs aboard. Look, Jib have got to look to try and get over that 100 mark. And it's T20. Look, Portugal are amazing, but you never know. Anything can happen in T20, just like T10. So, you can't write yourself off at this point and kind of almost go into your shell and go, oh, we've lost this game. You've got to come out and perform.
Here is Nippo then, up against Midpudi, spinner against spinner. Nippo, everything is almost out for him. He's almost, every delivery is almost a wicket. He probably thinks he should have 10 wickets of the entire thing, but yeah, again, just showing signs of struggle here, Gibraltar.
Yeah, just prodded away. Nippo's such a difficult character, isn't he?
Oh, some serious turn there. Midpuri's probably sat there thinking, that's okay, I'm going to do the same when I bowl, but as a batsman, I don't want to face it. I mean, look at this, angles in, nips away. That's a peach of a delivery.
That's some serious turn on an Astro as well.
He was trying to replicate it as well, just trying to turn it around the outside edge of the bat, but not to be. Dot ball, very good over, comes to an end, and well, at the end of the 17th over, Gibraltar 73 for 6.
Yep, 3 overs to go here, and Jib have got to really now just push on. I mean, there's no point fending away and defending shots at this point now. They've got to at least go for it and try and get themselves to a respectable total or a score that can at least try to defend.
It looks as if it's going to be Rana Sawa is going to be the new bowler from this Straits End, and he bowled well yesterday. I thought he bowled really well. Wasn't a bit of a surprise to see him come on and bowl, but he actually was pretty effective when it came down to the nitty-gritty side of things. And yeah, this looks like unless Portugal do turn around and have a bit of a collapse, this is looking like a pretty simple equation for them. Unless Fitzgerald and Midpuri can set the world on fire, and you never know. But yeah, this is a tough one to take for Gibraltar.
Yeah, especially after coming off the back of 2 really impressive victories, where they batted really well. And the one thing we noticed from those innings was a lot of intent, some really good batting performance. But yeah, this will be disappointing.
Sawa, that's a wayward, very crazy bit of a swing of the bat from Fitzgerald. Almost lost me words there, but yeah, that was wild swipe from Fitzgerald. I think Galea just saying, well, that wasn't very good. Just getting in his ear. Sawa going to continue. Good first delivery. That is too wide. I thought the first one was questionable, but that one certainly is wide and just straying too far. Good take though from Galea.
Yep. Just getting his lines wrong here, Sawa, to be in this. But Fitzgerald will be looking, I think, to target Sawa. We've seen Sawa go for a few runs. He's a good bowler. This is the bowler that Jib need to kind of go after.
And rolls his wrist over this one. Will just be turned for a single, just saying that that one got up a little bit more than he expected. Just be another single, but singles aren't really going to be enough for Gibraltar at the moment.
Nope. Someone's going to have to go, and that man should be James Fitzgerald. He's got the capabilities. It's just whether or not he can pull it off.
Yeah, questions being asked of Fitzgerald. I mean, his bowling's been pretty good. It's come and gone, but it hasn't really. The batting hasn't been there as an all-rounder. He's just struggled. Yeah, he just hasn't really been able to middle much throughout this week. And this just dropped and round, and will just be another single.
Yeah, Jib batters today have actually had a bit of a rough day. I mean, other than Louis Bruce, who's really come out firing in both games, Jib batters just having a little bit of a difficulty getting going and kind of striking above that 100. And going into the last day, that's something that I think the coaches will be looking at.
Sawa continuing up against Fitzgerald. And this is going to run away. This will be another welcome boundary, and it's signalled as byes. Gets through everything, and Kuldeep Galea just missing it out entirely there. Just nipping off the seam, but again, he'll be disappointed, but welcome runs.
Yeah, any runs at this point for Jib are more than welcome, and they'll take them. But yeah, it's a big swing and a hoik across the line, which he's got nowhere near Fitzgerald. Just needs to kind of keep his shape. He's got the power ability, he's got the timing. He just needs to settle himself down and not try and lose his head. He tries to overhit the ball sometimes, and that head goes and he completely loses that shape.
Comes right across, and this will just be down the ground, and in fact it's been taken. I thought it was a bump ball, but it wasn't, and Fitzgerald, he has to go, and good take in the end from the man out. That's Amir Zaib, and I thought it was a bump ball. I completely misread that entirely, haven't I? Poor from me anyway. But another wicket goes. Fitzgerald, a bad time with the bat, comes to an end yet again. Only goes for just a few runs. He goes 7 wickets down. Gibraltar 80 for 7.
What a catch that is. He's dropped it. He's managed to. It's rolled up his leg, and he's managed to kick it back up into the air and catch it. I mean, that's not as clean as the Anthony Chambers catch of earlier, but it's still a pretty impressive catch nevertheless. If we have a look at this, just have a look at this. So it's gone out. He's come in. He's looking like he's got it. Oh, I've dropped it. Oh, I'm going to kick it up in the air and back on top. What a catch.
Oh dear. Well, we've had everything. We've had the good, the bad, and the ugly so far throughout this innings from both sides. And here is Angie Reyes coming in at number 9. And at this level, probably a little bit harsh on him to have him down at number 9. Would you agree?
Yeah, a little bit. After making that 22, I think he scored in the opening day against Portugal, where he batted really, really well alongside Kerr and Stagner. Just feel that he's a good option. He'll feel a bit harshly done by to be batting so low. But again, he's still got a few balls here to try and put a respectable score on the total, and also try and say, look, maybe next game I should be batting a bit higher.
Well, the thing is now they've potentially got to find an opener as well. This is the thing. Avinash Pai's gone, so you've got to find someone who's going to be put up as well. They're 80 for 7, but effectively they're 80 for 8. And that's tough. That's tough on the whole Gibraltar squad. Here is Reyes, and just turns this into the leg side. Should just be a single, and that will bring us to the close of the 18th. 81 for 7.
Yep. Good over from Sawa, only the 4 runs from it, and he picked up a wicket as well. Good start from him. As we see Mipuri and Reyes in the middle with 2 overs to go. Jib well and truly into that tail now. It's going to be difficult to get over that 100, I think, as we just have a little look at the bowlers here. Some really good figures there, isn't it? Faf Stoneman, 5 runs for 2 wickets off his 4. Atham Mahmood coming into the squad, 1 wicket for 16. And yeah, some really, really good bowling options for Portugal, as they've shown throughout the week. They are a very, very good fielding outfit, and they can go deep as well.
Yeah, Reyes then, he's going to be facing the dangerous Nippo. And yeah, you have to remember that, effectively 81 for 8. So, of course, don't think we're going to see Avinash Pai. I'm going to try and get an update on that as soon as we can, but I don't think we'll be seeing him come back. My eyesight isn't that good. I can't see if he's over there sat down. I'm not too sure. I don't know if he is. I think he's still retrieving some treatment. Nippo then to continue. And question asked, but going down the leg, and it's come through for a leg bite, just be a single. But yeah, who fills that opening spot now? I mean, someone's got to come in to replace him, but I don't think I'd see Stagner. I just don't think he's got that ability to sort of fend off the deliveries that are straight. Nipu continues, and Nipuri trying to, bit of a misunderstanding, but gets back safely.
So someone I've seen open in domestic level is that of Johnny West, and he has done well in that role. However, he struggled today a little bit. So whether or not you then go and put him into that opening role is another question. One person who may take on is Ian Latine.
Nipuri just pushes this down. Good bit of work. Nipu off his own bowling. Sensational to prevent that through him. And yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because he struggled today. Poor run rate. And when you want someone who's going to be able to go and, take on the bowler and you make the most of the fielding requirements. This is up in the air, just pops up, and it's done him for spin. And they should come back for a second. You've seen that happen to everyone at the moment here in Gibraltar. You always forget, on Astro, it's just going to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I'll just apologise in there to Nippo. He's such an enthusiastic character, but he does get frustrated, doesn't he, Nippo?
I wouldn't want to be on his bad side. He certainly makes it known and voices his opinion if you've messed up. But yeah, 2 deliveries left. Want to pick up one other hit. Nippo trying to be the aggressor. Mistimes it entirely, loses his shape. It's a dot ball, and again, struggling to get to 100 here at Gibraltar. Nippo trying to finish out the over then. Oh, and almost an absolute snarler of a catch, but just evades the outstretched left hand, and another tidy over comes through, and he'll finish on 1 for 12 off his 3 overs. And at the end of the 19th over, Gibraltar, 85 for 7.
That would have been a brilliant catch, by the way. Diving one-handed to his left. We've seen some stunners in this innings so far, and that was very close to being another. Anyway, we'll have a little look at the run rate here, and yeah, that tells the whole story, doesn't it? Nice start in the first few overs when Bruce was really going, and then it's just been a downward trend ever since, and they've struggled to get that run rate above 5 for the entire innings, haven't they?
Yeah, sitting at just under 4.5, and it's just a bit of a disheartened Gibraltar camp at the moment, looking at the dugout, and it's going to be tough to come out to try and defend this, but it's a good test of character.
Yep, last over. This is the one where, I mean, you've got still 3 wickets. You've got to have a bit of a go here. Or should I say 2 wickets?
2, essentially.
Yeah, 2, obviously, with the Avinash Pai, yeah. I think you've still got to have a go at this point. With such a low total on the board, there's no point kind of trying to fend away shots and try and defend stuff here. Especially, I think, if it is Sawa. There's a bit of something going on. There's a bit of a question. I'm not quite sure what it's about. Maybe it's time. Again, we saw yesterday that Portugal ended up being having a slow over rate. I just wonder if that's just wonder if it is this. I'm not really
trying
sure.
to get some confirmation. Just see if we can find out a little bit of information as to what's going on. The umpires are meeting in the middle, just trying to work out what it could be. It could be time. It could be something else. I don't really know what's going on.
I mean, if it's 2 in 2 days for the time, then it would be poor time management from Portugal. For such an experienced skipper as Najam Shazad and such an experienced side, to have kind of, if it is a time thing, then that needs to be looked at, because that shouldn't be happening at all. Never mind twice in 2 games.
Yeah, so again, they're still just having a conversation as to what's going on, and umpires and Najam Shazad just seeing what's going on, and there is confirmation then. So another issue with timing for Portugal, and that's twice now, as Joe just said. So that now means that they can only have 4 out, got to have 5 in. And this will be just turned into that leg side, and that will be a leg bite. I was just looking at it, I was just trying to see where the man was in, but he was just snuck in around the corner. But yeah, again, that's poor. That's just an element of poor captaincy, really.
Very poor. And look, this isn't going to hurt them today, but going forward, if they're going to start playing against bigger nations and want to compete at the top of the European kind of level, things like that are going to prove very, very costly. They can't afford to do stuff like that.
Sawa then, continuing here. Reyes trying to just make something out of nothing. Just drags leg side, and that'll be another single to the total. So yeah, really struggling to get up to 100 here. Looking as if they're going to finish just short of that 90, maybe try and get into 90. So they get to 95, something to bowl at. It's not a lot, but it's firmly Portugal in the driver's seat here in match number 6. Here is Sawa. Down the ground, toe end of the bat, should just be one. Reyes is thinking of pushing 2. Don't think they'll come back. They won't. Will just be a single yet again. And this is, yeah, dominant display of cricket from Portugal.
Yeah, very good. Been impressed with their cricketing skills all week so far. And once again, they've come out and shown today why they are ranked so highly in the world. Thought they were a little bit sloppy yesterday in that last 10 overs against Malta. And they probably realised that themselves. A few drops went down, a little bit sloppy, and but they've come out absolutely firing today.
Sawa getting that one wrong. False start. Rev the engine up once more. I'm just looking at the boats that are coming in. There's a couple of interesting ones flowing through the straits. A couple of oil tankers. See a couple of cruise ships as well throughout the day. A couple of yachts. I'll be on one of those at some point later in the future. Sawa continuing, and he's got his man. The stumps go. And that'll be a second for Sawa, and a good bit of bowling again, and that's now 88 for 8, essentially 88 for 9. And you can just see there, just plays on, and Reyes just unable to get that one away, and it's another wicket down. 88 for 8 for Gibraltar.
Yeah, Portugal just easing through to the end of this innings now, and one more wicket should do it as we see Jack Horrocks come to the crease. Coming in at number 11, essentially, of course, with Avinash Pai. Still no sign of him. I don't think we're going to see him back. That's going to be a real shame for him. He's been enjoying his time at the moment with picking up some wins against Malta, but yeah, it's going to be tough now for Gibraltar, and as Horrocks does make his way out, and again looking as if they're not going to get up towards, well, they're possibly not going to get up to 90, which could be a real shame. But 88 for 8 on the board, all 8s around. Big loss with Avinash Pai isn't just his bat, and his, as we look for his bowling as well, and his field, and how much of a key player he is in that kind of thing. It's going to be tough. Here he is then facing up Horrocks up against Ranasawa. Just drops and runs, and they're going to take on Gimri. And well, no one at the stumps. He hasn't even got the ball in hand as he applies the brakes. Yeah, it comes slowly towards an end here, and yeah, last delivery then, 89 on the board. It's just gone wrong for Gibraltar, just losing early wickets at the wrong time. That's just been the issue, and then no one really standing up and taking the game to Portugal. It's just been a bit of a simple ride for the Portuguese, and it's a nice shot, turns it around the corner. It won't really get them anywhere. It will just be a single, and they will finish on 90 for 8 then after 20 overs. And it's a bit of a poor display from Gibraltar, but credit where credit's due. Portugal, they have been very much on top out in the middle. Absolutely, and they will be very pleased with that performance in the field. Not many mistakes, and we've seen some absolutely stunning pieces of fielding, haven't we? Mikado throwing down the stumps, and the anti-changes catch come to mind particularly. But the bowling, fantastic. Yeah, it really was. This is some examples of it. That was a really nice shot from Louis Bruce, and you thought maybe this was going to be another bit of batting from Louis Bruce that was going to take them away, but he ended up being run out, and well, that was a bit of acrobatics from Suman Gimri, but it just wasn't meant to be. Jonathan West struggled, and Latine, well, that was another close chance, but yeah, Latine ended up being caught with an outrageous catch. That was Stagno getting caught behind, and Stoneman, what a spell of bowling that was from him, and yeah, Stagno just taking one too many attempts at that one, and yeah, missed out. But this was it, wasn't it? This was Latine down the ground, and what a catch this was from Chambers. That is a hanger and a half, and it's come sharply. That's come hard. You're not going to see a better catch than that at any level of cricket. Yeah, and then Fitzgerald then didn't really get things going once more, and then this was missed by the commentator. I don't know who he is, but good catch in the end from Amir Zaib. And well, Kenroy Nestor not happy whatsoever, and that was his dismissal. And then Nippo ended up almost taking another snatch, but it ended up just being a single, and they finished on 90 for 8. Bit of an abysmal display with bat in hand, but big news is the injury to Avinash Pai. What's going to happen with Gibraltar? Only time will tell. Taking a look at the scorecards though, and that's really the story, isn't it? I mean, Louis Bruce started well, 22 off 17, but after that, there was a real struggle. very much so, and that's something that Gib will probably need to look at going forward. No one really stood up to the plate against the really good bowling, and when it kind of got tough, it just got frustration really set in with the Gibraltarian batters. Bruce, another good start from him, but he's got to make sure he starts converting more of these good starts.
Yeah, he really does. Take a look at the bowling figures here, and yeah, it was a really good spell from Faf Stoneman. 2 for 5 off his 4 overs, alongside Janae Khan as well. Nippo bowled pretty well, as did Rana Sawa. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around about 8 minutes or so. As Portugal, well, they only need 91 runs for victory here, as you join me, Charlie Hunt, alongside Joe Marples on the European Cricket Network.
Welcome back to Gibraltar for this afternoon of cricket in this T20 internationals in this tri-series between Portugal, Malta and the hosts Gibraltar. As we just take a little look across there, across the Med. It's been a pretty blustery day here today. Some white tips on those waves across the Straits of Gibraltar. And yeah, we've seen some interesting cricket already today. Some absolutely spectacular catches, some run-outs, some brilliant shots and some fantastic pieces of bowling. So as we recap on that first innings by Gibraltar, didn't really go to plan, did it? Apart from that little cameo from Louis Bruce, no one really troubled the scorers. Gibraltar just in the end managing to get up to 90 runs for the loss of 8 wickets. The big news probably for them is the fact that Avinash Pai looked to suffer a serious injury. Looks like another tear of his hamstring. We'll see as the week goes on. Hopefully it's nothing major, but we know he has had trouble in the past with those hamstrings. Portugal, on the other hand, absolutely fantastic. Probably one of the fielding performances of the week, and the bowlers also produced. We've also seen probably one of the best fielding catches I've seen in a long time, and especially down here at Europa Point. Anthony Chambers with an absolute hanger, and Ian Latine will feel very, very unlucky to have got out to. Anyway, as we see the players just on the sidelines there, just getting ready to come out for this second innings. You know, Portugal will be in the driving seat for this one and be expected to knock off these runs fairly comfortably. But the game's not done. T20 is, well, anything can happen. And they've got to set themselves, they've got to stay focused, and they've got to come out here and you know, put on a bit of a show. Gibraltar, on the other hand, will want a professional performance in the field. They'll want to come out and they'll want to make sure that they don't go down without a bit of a fight. They'll be disappointed. It's understandable after that performance with the bat. A bit of a despondent camp down there, quite quiet, but you know, they're a good team. They've got a good team spirit, and they'll be up and about and around each other, and hopefully they were able to kind of give us a bit of a game here in game number 6. And later on, don't forget to join us for the game against Portugal and Malta. Malta, obviously, in that opening game today, took a bit of a beating from this Gibraltarian team, so they'll be looking to come back. 4 losses from 4. They need to come back strongly and at least finish their tour on a high note. So do join us for that later on this evening for the final game of day 3. As the umpires lead us back onto the field, it's a lovely day out there, very windy, and but yeah, the sun is out, the sun is shining. Can't really ask for more. It'll be interesting to see what kind of Gibraltar do. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of different bowling options that we might not have seen already. They've tended to stick to the same bowlers and kind of follow the same pattern over the last few games. But there's a few bowling options in there which you wouldn't be surprised if they get given a chance. The likes of Andrew Reyes, Brian Zammit on his debut. He's a very consistent bowler in domestic cricket. And yeah, it does look like, can't see Avinash Pai coming back onto the field, so it will be a substitute fielder coming on and taking his place in this innings. He's a massive loss to this Gibraltar team, obviously his bowling and his fielding, but also his captaincy. I can imagine Ian Latine and Kieran Stagner will lead the team forward for at least the rest of this game, if not the rest of the tournament. Anyway, as I said, it would be interesting to see if we do get some different bowling options, and it does look like I've been proven right. It is that number 7, that big man, Kenroy Nesta. We saw him come off the pitch, unhappy with the decision that he got from the umpire, very fired up. One thing I'd say about him, he needs to take that fired up and that fire in his belly and take it into his bowling performance now. We've not seen him yet with the ball this tournament, but you know, this is an individual who's taken a fair few wickets for Gibraltar in the past. He's probably, in my opinion, probably the quickest bowler that Gibraltar have with that express pace. The one thing that tends to trouble him is his consistency, but he's a dangerous prospect if he gets it right. So, ready to go here in innings number 2 as Portugal look to target that 91 runs and get into an early tee. And Kenroy Nesta will get us underway here in over 1. Very well bowled, and that is exactly the line and length you want to see from Kenroy Nesta. Just tempting the batter outside that off stump. It's a really good ball from Nesta, and that is what you want to see from him. Good pace, good line, good length, And Galoy just takes a sweet swing at that across the... looking to cut it. It's also interesting to see that Anthony Chambers, who we've seen bat really fairly low down in this tournament so far, is getting a chance at the top of the order. Cut into the offside, no run there, as Charlie Hunt joins me back in the commentary box.
Yeah, cheers, Joe. Bit of news for us. So no Jonathan West and no Avinash Pai on the field at the moment. So Nico Advani and Richard Hatchman, they come out onto the field for this innings, and yeah, good to see Nestor getting a bit of a chance here as he comes back in, and this is just lofted over. That is stand and deliver stuff. That's a beautiful shot. That's gone all the way, and well, Galea, he looks as if that looked so easy for him. 6 more.
Yeah, he hardly seemed to really put too much effort into that. It's just a lovely piece of timing, and with Kenroy Nestor's pace, that has flown to the boundary.
Stand and deliver stuff. What a way to get off the mark that is, by the way. Good way to... Well, Zamic's just there, and he's got the best view in the house. That's gone a long way, and, well, Galea, he's trying to get this done as quick as possible by the looks of things. And this is just mistimed, just miscued into the leg side. Will just be 1 more to the total, but yeah, that was a brilliant shot.
Yeah, that's probably one of my favourite shots of the day so far. Cut shot's one of my favourite shots, to be honest. And yeah, just pure timing, and yeah, to get it for 6 without much effort is a really some effort. As we see a bit of a field change here. Long on is come up, and they've pushed a man right out into those covers.
Well, took a pretty decent catch early on, Chambers. Here he is now. Oh, and this one just... he got up. I don't really know what Nestor's appealing for. That looked as if it just popped up, but Nestor, well, he wants a wicket, doesn't he? I think he wants to prove a point here. Not really been given much of a chance with bat and ball in this tournament, but he's got an opportunity here. Hasn't got almost no runs to play with, essentially, in terms of T20s, but yeah, he's got a chance to, if he can just get a breakthrough or two, just put his name in the hat for a few wickets here and there.
Yeah, well, Phil unlucky with his dismissal while batting, but it'll be great to see him take maybe a couple of wickets here. That's a fantastic shot from Kuldeep as he goes for 6s again over the top of long on.
Nice shot from Galea. Stand and deliver once more, and Nestor, he's just bowling it in the areas that Galea is an absolute fan of, and that's a slot delivery. It's a bowling machine delivery from Kenroy Nestor, and what a way to end the over. 6 off that last ball, and Portugal 1 over down, 14 for no loss.
Yeah, very good start, and that's the kind of thing I think Kuldeep, we've not really seen him hit his straps too much yet with the bat this tournament, but he's a player that we've seen in the past go big, and I think he'll be wanting to kind of get this done pretty quick, and I think he'll want, want to do unbeaten and get a nice little score on board as well.
Yeah, just trying to take a look at who's sort of taking charge out in the field. Looks as if it is going to be Latine that's sort of just in terms of field placements more than ever. But yeah, again, there's more people more than capable to have a look at things in terms of field placements. But yeah, once more, this is an opportunity for Bruce yet again. Again, just was unlucky with that run out. Has to be said, it was a direct hit from Machado, which was incredible to see, but yeah, no, this is an opportunity here for Bruce to come in. He's up against Chambers, misses out early on here.
Yeah, he's bowled really well so far this tournament. Lou Bruce had a really good tournament with both bat, ball, and in the field. He'll be disappointed a little bit with that run out in the first innings. He was looking so confident and composed again. But he's bowled really, really well in all the games I've seen him, and he's looking like he's going to start again and bowl well here. Coming into bowl. Anthony Chambers just pushes that one into the offside. That's Kabir Mipuri fielding in there. 2 dots to start the over for Bruce. This is what you want to see.
Yeah, good start for Bruce. He's kept it pretty quiet. Chambers struggling with bat in hand. He's not struggling to take pretty sensational catches. That'll be on the socials, I'm sure. This time short down the leg side and will be signalled wide. Yeah, Bruce just struggling though, just to get it in the right areas.
Yeah, it just drifts that one slightly down the leg, Bruce. I think he was trying to bowl a bit of a cutter. He doesn't get it quite right, but he's bowled well at the start of this over so far. Just needs to put that ball back in the right areas again.
Bruce then response is short and wide outside the off stump, and Latine out in the deep will do the work, and it'll be a pretty comfortable 2. Yeah, it does look as if Latine is going to sort of lead this team in the absence of Avinash Pai, who I was just speaking to Samir in the break, and he said it didn't look as if it was a pull or a tear. I think it was more just cramp more than anything, and a severe cramp. But I don't write him off just yet. But yeah, you never know. Slower ball, and Chambers got this. He got himself into a right tricky situation. He got muddled up. He had limbs going between limbs, and this ends up missing it. It's another leg side wide though.
Yeah, he's just getting that kind of wrong. But I tell you what, when he gets that cutter right, he causes so much problems. He disguises it very, very well, does Bruce. Just a little bit down the leg side with it.
This time gets it right, and that one comes in afterwards. And well, Chambers saying, maybe I should have just let that one go, but wafts at it, and it's another dot ball. And yeah, again, Chambers just struggling a little bit to find his momentum with the bat in hand.
Yeah, he's got a good opportunity to kind of make a statement here as well for Portugal, having seen him bat fairly low down in these first 2 days.
Pressure free. And again, just lets this one go through. And this is, again, good signs though from Louis Bruce. Is again, just lets this one flow through Chambers. And yeah, you can see he's just thinking about it.
Yeah,
thinking about playing a shot.
He was tempted there, wasn't he? You just saw that little twitch, and he pulled it, reined it in, and said no, no, no.
And Bruce finished off this decent first over nicely. Driven down the ground, should just be a single. Nikhil Advani, the shadow cricketer himself, will do the fielding, and that'll be a single to end the over. 5 off it, 2 overs down, 19 for none.
Yep, good start again from Portugal as they look to try and just do a professional job here and chase down that score in a professional manner. And I think we might be seeing our favourite player of the last few days.
Yeah, Andrew Reyes is bowling. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now, for those of you that aren't aware, he came on yesterday, and when I was begging for him to come on, I said he's going to cause issues. His little slow swing that drifts and in this wind is going to be even harder. But yesterday came on, first delivery, caught a wicket, and well, it was we were a little bit excited up in the commentary box.
Slightly is probably an understatement, but yeah, I mean, what an over he bowled. But given the given the 20th over in a game which was probably dead and buried at that point, he came on and bowled one of the overs of the day, and he got 2 wickets. Probably could have had 3, or could have had 3. It just dropped short of the fielder, and he bowled so well.
Here is Reyes then, starts, and Chambers just pushes it through and almost gets through Reyes, but a good start. Starts with a dot ball. But yeah, no, this is I like seeing this. Good change. Unless they're probably rightly so didn't get an over again. Got a bit of tap in that first over, but here is Reyes. Oh, this is a question. Close. This is a question, yes. And he's got him. He's got the man, and Reyes comes in again, and he picks up the wicket, and it's the big wicket. Chambers struggles once more. Wasn't able to find the form that he had in the field, but he goes for 4. First wicket falls. Portugal 19 for 1.
Well, you said it earlier. Look, that ability to kind of drift the ball, and with the breeze coming across the ground at the minute, it's dangerous. So dangerous. You can see, just rolls his hand over the top of it. It's so difficult to get away and play. Just see Anthony Chambers there, just get a bit muddled, trying to push it into the leg side, stays a bit low on him, hits him around the ankles, hits him right in front. He takes a look at the umpire, but the umpire did have a little bit of a think about it, but yeah, finger goes up, and Andrew Reyes, that man from yesterday, he's back with his 3rd wicket of this tournament.
3rd wicket, and probably not many runs given as well. He still hasn't given a run away. Went for a dot ball, then takes a wicket, and yeah, Chambers comes off, and it just isn't happening for him with the bat, and frustration kicking in. You can see him here. He's just saying, I'm just possibly falling over. There's possibility as Machado is going to come out to the middle again. Hasn't really been able to kick off. Had a good innings in that on the first day, but since then he's just struggled. But again, he's such a talented player. But see how he negotiates Reyes. Not easy. It's the type of bowling that will get you out. It has to be said. He's already shown that he's got a few wickets to show for it. And, well, this could be interesting here.
The matchup is very interesting, Machado versus Reyes. Reyes, meanwhile, 3 wickets in 7 balls in this tournament so far.
Here he is then, up against Machado. And just pushed down the ground comfortably for a single off the mark straight away. Louis Bruce does the fielding and gets Kuldeep Galea on strike. And Galea could be trying to take a bit of a liking to Reyes, you never know.
What do you think of the glasses combination? It's very Ashley Giles-esque, isn't it? I mean,
legendary is what it is. Legendary indeed.
Pulls it off.
Galea 13 of 5. That one turning the other way, and or swinging the other way, I should say. Good take from Stagno. He's just, this is the situation where a keeper might love it a little bit. Just have a bits of ammunition, knows that there's a bit of pressure, and you never know. Another few wickets, and it's a different game. But Reyes, he's bowling pretty well here. And again, struggling. And we've been calling for it for about a day and a half. And, well, it's paying off it.
Yeah, and look, he's taken his chance, hasn't he, when he's been given the ball and given the opportunity. You have to say Reyes has performed, and he's also done it when he got the opportunity with the bat in that first game against Portugal.
Trying to close off the over. Can he do so successfully? Galea will just get on that front foot, and it will just be a single. So great over from Reyes, the main man himself. 1 for 2 off his first over. 21 for 1 after 3.
Better from Gibraltar, and that's what you want to see, especially when things are going against you, and it looks like Portugal will probably try and chase this down fairly comfortably. You want a bit of fight, and it was really good to see someone like Andrew Reyes come up with that. As we have a look at the standings there, Portugal top of the pile at the minute, unbeaten on 3 wins from 3, 6 points. Gibraltar were looking with this game to try and maybe get back on level terms with them and really send us into a really interesting last day. Doesn't look like that might happen, as Portugal are probably in the prime seat to go 4 victories from their opening 4. While Gibraltar will slip to 2 wins and 2 defeats, but don't want to call it off too early.
Thing is, though, for Gibraltar, they came into this tournament, they were saying, if we can get 2 wins out of the weekend, we'll be pretty happy. And they've already done that, so anything else is pretty much a bonus. But I think they know that they're just they're a level above Malta at the moment, so they'll be hoping that they can go ahead and take a couple more victories off them. Here is Louis Bruce then up against Kuldeep Galea, and Galea goes down the ground and should just be one. That's man on debut. Zamet comes through just for a single.
Good bowling from Bruce. He's just looking around. He's definitely interested and still wants to put up a good fight here. He's bowled well so far. Only 6 runs from his spell, and he'll be looking to try and get the wicket of this man, Machado. I was talking to him earlier, and he's been looking forward to having a bowl at him.
Machado, 1 for 1. 1 off 1, I should say. Yeah, hasn't really been given much of an opportunity. Oh, it takes one here. Oh, dear, this isn't good. This isn't good. This is really bad. Yeah, well, I think he's just copped one right on the cheek. I think it's just got through. This is not good. And yeah, I think everyone just saying just give him a little bit of space straight away. But medical attention coming off straight away. Yeah, and we're just again just going to come away and just give him some space, and well, that will mean that we're going to have to take a break. And again, apologies for that break in play, but yeah, and he's still on the floor. He's in a bit of discomfort, and yeah, he looks as if he's going to have to come away, and that's never good to see. But again, that's such a shame as well. Machado's so talented. He's still on the ground, so we're just going to wait and make sure that we do everything in go by the books and make sure that everyone's in the right place that needs to be. He's still down, and yeah, this is not nice to see. And again, I do apologise for the break in play, but if you're just joining us, just having to wait. There's been a bit of an injury on the field of play as Machado got down on one knee to Bruce, and it just popped up off a length again. It's what we've seen from Bruce from that end, and yeah, he just took one into. Just looks as if it got under the grill of the helmet, and yeah, he went down straight away, and yeah, he's still down. So yeah, we are going to have to just be a little bit patient here, and he's not really showing much signs of improving. So I think it is going to have to be a a case of getting someone to come in for him and replace him. But it's another injury that we've had, and we've done pretty well. I know Portugal have been struggling for their injuries, and really have had to get someone to drive down to join the squad. But looks as if another one, again, you just don't know what the story is unless you're out there. But he's sat up, so that's good news. And well, he's up and he's just trying to work out what's going on. He's being aided off the field. And
yeah, I mean, I think what's happened, he's gone low. He's gone low. He's moved to his offside. He's gone low to try and sweep it to the leg.
Yeah, so this is what's happened.
I think it's caught him on the chin, hasn't it? It's come under the grill, I think, is what we can see. He's just turned his head. It's took a bounce and hit him underneath that grill. Yeah, just on the neck. Yeah, not nice. Not nice at all.
Okay, yeah, it goes down straight away. But yeah, he's just being walked off the field just down in front of us. And again, we hope that he is okay and it's not too serious. And again, he comes off the field of players. Looks as if that's Nippo who has come out to replace him. So yeah, Machado retired hurt, so retired not out. And yeah, he goes straight to the medical tent. Well, that medical tent's been pretty busy today, but yeah, well, here is Nippo. He comes out, batted at 11 the other day, by the way, and so he's coming in.
Big opportunity for him. I mean, he didn't look like a genuine number 11 when he batted the other day. He played some really quite nice little shots.
Yeah, no, he did, and looked pretty promising and was able to just nurdle around. And yeah, that's never nice to see. We're going to continue here then. Louis Bruce up against Nippo then. And just fends this back, and that'll be a dot ball. Thing is, Bruce will be feeling he'll be feeling bad as well. He obviously never an intention to injure a player, but that's just the the sort of nature of the game we play. And of course, we will try and give you an update on Machado as soon as we can. And he's a big miss now as well. That's two big players that we've seen go off injured today. Bruce then continuing. This is short pulled, and that'll be 4. Well, that's a man who's batted at 11 at one point throughout this tournament. He's coming in now at essentially number 4. And well, what a way to get off the mark.
He really doesn't look like a number 11 to me. I mean, you've got to. This is a proper cricketing shot. It's just pulled round the corner, finds the gap, and it's going to race away on this boundary for 4 runs. Very nice for Nipper to get off the mark with that one. Lubri's just kind of straying onto his hips, a little bit too short as well from the young man.
Yeah, so moves on to 26 now for Portugal, and again, yeah, it's just not going to be enough runs on the total. I mean, that run rate just sat below 4 and over now. But needs a response to Bruce. Goes short, and this time Nippo just fends this down, and he certainly is not a number 11. I mean, there's no way that if I ever see Nippo batting at number 11 again, I'm going to be texting the Portuguese Federation and saying, what's going on, sort it out, never happen again.
This is proper cricketing shots, and he just looks very, very comfortable at the crease. So, yeah, interesting to see that why he is batting so low normally. But great to see him given a shot here. And Portugal, I wanted to, obviously, they've got a low total to chase, but they're going to give a few of the guys a chance with the bat as well.
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of those, it's a bit of an experimental one now. I mean, we're seeing it with Gibraltar, giving Reyes and Nestor. Well, Reyes coming off very well, and then also seeing it with Nippo coming up. But, yeah, this is, again, really good from Portugal, just showing good signs. This is flat batted down the ground. Will just be a single. Good fielding by Zamet.
Yep, nice shot, and just take the 1 run for it. End of the over, 28 for 1.
28 for 1 or 4 then, and good shot that by Galea for just 1. And good signs though. Andrew Reyes, he's going to continue.
I'm not surprised. How well has he bowled? First over was exactly what Gibraltar were looking for and exactly what they needed. Interesting to see at this point, Gibraltar were 33 for 1. Yeah,
well, just good signs there. And Just if we can see, you can just see there's Machado just in the background there, and he's up, and he's obviously got a bit of a wet cloth and some ice on his cheeks. So good to see that he's up and communicating, which is always good sign. So hopefully isn't as serious as we previously imagined, but I think it was just the shock factor of it as well. But good to see that he's up, and Reyes is going to continue on here and asking the right questions is Reyes.
This is what you want, and I mean, the more and more he kind of gets this going, the more the batsmen are going to get frustrated, and the more likely they're going to make a little bit of an error against him.
Galea, 16 off 11. This is down the ground, hit hard and hit firmly. Louis Bruce will come through and will just beat the single.
Yeah, got away with that one, Reyes. Just didn't get his length right. Kind of ends up being a juicy full toss. Kuldeep doesn't really end up making the most of it. It kind of just dips at the last minute.
Just overhits it. Thing is with low full tosses, they're often the hardest sort of delivery to actually hit. I mean, getting enough elevation on it and getting the power as well is sometimes really tough. I mean, against the pace that Reyes has, it's a little bit different, but even still, it's sometimes hard to get away.
100%. They always say low full tosses sometimes, well, quite often, get wickets.
Reyes going to continue that against Nipper and just turns this around the corner, and they're going to take on the arm of Zamet, and ends up being a good bit of running from Galea. I think he's probably going to try and take on Reyes here, but you've got to do so with a bit of patience. He will put it in the right areas. That one almost just being a wide, but Nippo hitting it and saying, I don't want the extra, I want the run. Here is Reyes then up against Galea. Galea probably going to look to maybe go leg side here. And he doesn't. He opens up the offside and does so elegantly, and that's going to run away. Zamet will give chase, but it will be in no success as it's another boundary, and Galea just looks as if he's almost going to say, don't worry, boys, I'll do it. I'll do this all by myself. Lovely shot, 4 more.
What a shot. To give himself some room and then just cuts it away. Lovely placement, 4 runs.
Yeah, it was probably wasn't really a delivery that needed to be hit on the offside, but yeah, gave himself that extra bit of room, and he reaped the rewards for it. Needs a response, does Reyes. And this time through the covers, and good bit of fielding from, that's the substitute fielder, Hatchman. And yeah, good bit of work in the end there.
Yep, good stop by Hatchman in the covers. He's definitely another imposing figure, isn't he?
And this time driven down the ground, Bruce will collect. Should just be yet again another single, and a pretty decent over for Reyes. 1 for 9 off his 2, and at the end of the over, Portugal 35 for 1 after 5. So of course we're in match number 6 at the moment. Match 7 coming up, Malta versus Portugal. That's in about 2 hours 20 minutes ish, kind of.
Yep.
And but yeah, that's going to be a really good one. And Conrad, just seeing your comment, I will send you a message. I'll let you know, keep you updated. I also keep everyone updated on Machado, but I think he's made his way back to the team dugout. We're just trying to wait on confirmation. But yeah, as I say, when I get the news, I will of course pass it on to everyone, and everyone will also get an update as well. But yeah, it looks as if is that going to be Fitzgerald? I think it is. He's got the long sleeves on, so that's exactly what he's going to go for. And I like this move. I think this is a good idea. See what he can do. And this is the thing, at this stage, they're not too dissimilar, but it was a big collapse for Gibraltar. Big collapse. And I think, you know, this is really where you just want to try some things, try some different things, you know. See what you can do, and just see what happens out of those changes.
100%. And look, to say Gib were 36 for 1 after 5 overs and only ended up on 90 just shows how they struggled against this Portuguese side.
Here is Fitzgerald then. And this is just turned over into the leg side. A little bit surprised, I think. Maybe just thought it was going to be a little bit quicker, but it was a bit of a loosener from Fitzgerald.
Yep, got away with that one as it was looked to be pulled into the leg side by Galea. He's looking in fine nick at the minute. He'll want a big score from this game. He'll want to get the boys over the line and finish on an unbeaten score, I'd have thought.
Wild swipe from Galea. That's the shot. That's the bad shot from Galea. He just loses his head a little bit. He knows as well. He knows that that's not where you want to be, and it's a rash shot, isn't it? Rush of blood, really.
Definitely. That's the one which takes off the pitch from this end. Really good length, good line from James Fitzgerald. Galea, yeah, just looking to go down the ground and loses all of his shape, loses his head. And yeah, that's what kind of Fitzgerald needs to do here. Just consistency.
Off the toe, and that'll be out to Louis Bruce, who's come to deep point. Will just be one. Yeah, so I'm just trying to look over, and I think he's just sat back down in the dugout. So I don't, just trying to work out, of course. Probably thing is you got to have concussion protocols as well, and just think about things. Yeah, he's standing up, so I can just see him now. He's just talking to Shazad, and he's okay. I think he's up, and he's probably sat there saying, "I'm okay, get me back in the game." But no, he's up, he's standing, and he's gone back, and well, he's taken his pads off as well, which is good. Good to see that he's taken the thigh pad off, and he's just saying, "Yeah, no, I'm done. I shouldn't be needed, and I'm gonna just have a little rest." So yeah, good news to come out of that. Here is Fitzgerald up against Nippo. And Nippo over the offside, hasn't quite got all of it. Don't think it's going to fall to a man, and he's going to run past it. And Hatchman didn't quite judge that, did he? He was running past it. I mean, it's another boundary for more.
Yep, good shot there from Nippo as he looks to go big into the offside over the top of that infield. Hatchman thought there may be a catch in play, doesn't quite get there, and then the ball kind of just goes past him. And yeah, 4 runs to Nippo, who moves on to 10.
He's batting well. He's looking pretty confident. I think that the fact that there's 0 pressure on him at the moment is really helping. Fitzgerald needs a response. Short and just delicately played down to Reyes, who will do the work, and it'll just be one. But yeah, no, good to see that Machado's okay. He's sat back down, and he's up and moving. So nice to see.
Nasty blow. It was a nasty blow. It's never nice when you see any kind of injury around the head and neck area. You always are initially very, very concerned, especially as a medical professional myself. There is always that concern when you get hit around that area. And, you know, cricket balls aren't soft, are they? And Lou Bruce isn't slow with that speed either.
Well, there's a half an appeal, and Seamup just turns around and goes, "No, that's okay, thank you very much." And that will be the end of the over. 6 overs down, Portugal, 41 for 1. Conrad saying that just pass on the fact that he'll teach him how to sweep when he's back. Well, yeah, I'm sure that will go down well. I won't be the one to tell him that. I don't think I'm going to go over there. I'll stay right here. Story then, you can see, well, that red line, that's got to be the lowest I've ever seen that red line ever in its history. And you can just see that just above the rate. And yeah, I don't think this is going to cause any issues for Portugal.
No, Portugal doing a very professional job of things at the minute. Nippo and Kuldeep Galoya doing some really good work down in the middle there. Reyes is going to continue here. I reckon he'll get his full 4, to be honest, with the way he's bowling.
Yeah, I think so as well. There's no point as to why not. I mean, Portugal probably, looking as if they're going to want to win this. Gibraltar, they can experiment with a few things. Maybe give Latine a few overs, just get that arm over. Horrocks maybe give him an over or two. Just see where you can. Zammit, maybe give him a bowl. He certainly can. He's on debut. What a better time. No pressure on him. No one's expecting anything. Just give him the opportunity and see what he can do. But yeah, we won't really know and see until it unfolds. But do remember, we'll be back later on. That's 7:15 local time, so about 2¼ hours, 2 hours 13 minutes exactly. And we'll be back on the air for that last game of the day, and then 2 more games tomorrow, and then we're done. And then we're off to Vienna. Anyway, here's Reyes. Nippo driven and drives nicely. Fitzgerald will collect it for just 1. Do you think Galea's going to try and take him on here?
Galea's a top quality batter, and I think, like I said earlier, I think he'll want him into making a big score. He's played some really nice cricket so far, but just not really be able to convert any of the starts that he's made. I think this is the game he'll be looking at as taking the game and finishing off, and hopefully in his head he'll be looking to get that half-century along the way.
Yeah, potentially, if they don't run out of runs to chase. Reyes just bringing another man over onto that offside, which would suggest he's going to try and move it away from Galea rather than into him. That's what he does, and this is driven nicely. Galea answers it with a beautiful cover drive, and that's slapped for 4.
Good shot. Hard hitting batsman, and that is what we know of Kuldeep. Bit of a, yeah, let that one go. It's going to be a wide ball if he didn't go for it. He just slaps it through the offside, and very powerfully hit. No one was stopping that one.
Reyes then, has he got a response up his sleeve? I'd like to see him sort of trying to swing it into the batsman. I think that's where he's more effective. Let's see what he has, and half an appeal, and I think they knew that was going to be going down to miss. Dot ball, but good comeback though for Reyes, and yeah, you can see here just comes off the pad.
Very good ball. Rolls the fingers over it again. Kind of that middle, kind of leg stump, middle and leg line, and that's where he is dangerous.
This time goes Fuller and is swatted leg side and just be one.
Good comeback from Reyes after kind of that loosener which kind of got pumped through the offside by Galea. We see Nippo now come to crease. It'll be interesting to see how Nippo and Reyes kind of face off against each other.
This will be an interesting one. Nippo, such a fun character. He really is on the European Cricket Network, and yeah, he's batting well here. 12 off 7, and just fends this one back to Reyes with the full face of the bat.
Getting a bit of a taste of his own medicine here, Nippo. I mean, I know Reyes doesn't particularly dart it like Nippo does, but it's, yeah, very good from Reyes. Just tying him up. Nippo goes back to it.
This time Fuller, and it evades everything. And the chase is on for Nikhil Advani, and, well, he puts a foot down, doesn't get it, then falls over, and that will be given as 5 wide down the leg side. We take another look here, and yeah, just the angle into the left-hander, and Stagno can't get down there, and he just take a look at this one, goes for the foot, and takes a tumble, and doesn't do enough. Good old Nikhil Advani, you'll never forget it. And trying to finish it off here, and good comeback, start. Finishes with a dot ball, expensive though, 2 boundaries in the over, and at the end of 7, Portugal 50 for 1.
Yeah, they're just edging towards this total now there. It's a fully professional job, isn't it? That's a really good last ball there from Reyes. Really, you can see he was really disappointed. He thought he managed to get it through the gate. 39 runs needed now in 78 balls, 3 runs and over, and I expect these two to kind of take this through to the end of the minute.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Really wouldn't surprise me. A little bit. A couple of questions being asked as to why Gibraltar not changing things up a little bit, giving a few different people a bowl. I mean, you know, maybe go back to Nesta, or you know, maybe give Latin a bowl, just get him to turn his arm over just in case. You know, he might be required with the fact that Avinash Pai with an injury, so he might be looking for another spinner. And Latin hasn't really bowled that much. But then again, I guess you have given Reyes his a few overs, which is good, and getting him to turn his arm over is always positive. Very
surprised Ian Latin hasn't been given a bowl this tournament. Averaging 16.3 internationally. Took his best ever figures last year against Hungary, 4 for 25. He's a guy who can bowl and he can cause trouble amongst these kind of batsmen.
Kalia on strike then, up against Fitzgerald, and well, this is big leg side, and that will be all the way 6 runs, and Gulia, he's looking to finish this in style.
Lovely shot, proper pull shot, gets down the track to it, aggressive on the front foot, and Gulia now looking to finish this in a bit of style.
Just sits up like an absolute peach on this wicket, and Fitzgerald getting it wrong yet again. He bowled well in this first over, but gets it wrong first up. Has he got a response up his sleeve? Leg side again, he doesn't. Well, that's even bigger. That's out of here. That's over the cafe. And that might be on its way to the Gibraltar Straits. Lovely shots, 6 more. Double them up, 12 off 2.
2 in 2. And again, Kuldeep getting on that front foot, an aggressive pull shot. And this one, yeah, as we see, it's almost a carbon copy. This one hits the roof of the cafe. I'll tell you what, I bet they hope they've got some insurance on those windows.
Well, a little bit disturbed if you're having a nice espresso just towards the end of the evening on a nice Saturday night, and you turn around and get a cricket ball in the face as Fitzgerald. He's been hit for 12 off 2, and well, make that 18 off 3. That's out of here as well, and James Fitzgerald getting it all wrong, but Kuldeep Gulia has got the answer, and that's this time a little bit further in front of square. And it's another identical result, 6 more.
This is the Kuldeep that we know and love. Like, this is what I was told about him and I've seen from him. And yeah, this is some incredible hitting. 3 sixes back to back, and that one's in the within the spectators.
Yeah, well, watch out if you're going for a nice leisurely stroll on a nice Saturday evening. Galea now just 4 runs away from his half century, and what really has just been a game all about Portugal has to be said. It's not really been Gibraltar's day, apart from, well, they played well this morning, don't get me wrong, but now it's the complete polar opposites, and Portugal ripping them to shreds here as Fitzgerald, well, what a poor start to the over, 18 off it, still got half the over left. Goes short again, and this has gone even further, and that will be another maximum, and what a way to bring up your half century. And Kuldeep Galea has dispatched Fitzgerald for 24 off of 4, and wow, that's this is an over that Fitzgerald probably isn't going to want to watch back.
Absolutely not, but this is some sensational hitting from Kuldeep Galea as he targets it that left leg side. Some monstrous hits. I tell you what, the sound off the bat is incredible.
Yeah, this is looking as if it's going to come to a pretty quick finish, this. As Mr. Cricket himself, Mr. Gibraltar Cricket, Richard Cunningham, he's
absolutely everywhere. He's absolutely everywhere is the answer to that.
He's gone to the swings to try and find the ball, but I don't know if he's going to find that one. It looked as if he's off getting a bit of parkour as he runs in and tries to find the ball. But yeah, again, this is he's got it all wrong, hasn't he, Fitzgerald? It's completely just on the wrong line and completely on the wrong length.
Dropping it too short. I think, look, you see what Kuldeep's doing, and you look how strong he is on that leg side, and he's just pulled you for maybe 2 or 3 sixes, 4 sixes now in a row. You've got to change it up. You can't keep bowling the same ball to him, or the same treatment's going to happen. And this is where Fitz has got to use his brain a little bit and change that length. Try and bowl it. Look, put a Yorker in.
Yeah.
Like, stop dropping it short and put a Yorker, maybe a wide Yorker, bowling it as toes. Do something different.
What's the response then from Fitzgerald? Is he going to stick to his morals, or is he going to go full? What have we got? Galea thinking big. He's gone for a similar shot. Doesn't quite get its clothed leg side. A little feeling of 6 sixes in a row, but it wasn't meant to be, and that'll just be a single.
Really nice 50 from Kuldeep Galea, though, and he's been threatening to do it maybe at the start of this week. He'll be probably disappointed that he hasn't really got going. He's made some nice little starts and then ended up losing his wicket. We saw him yesterday, and he never really got going against Malta, which was a bit of a surprise. So this will be fantastic for him, and to going forward into kind of the last day, to the last game of today and then tomorrow, and try and get as many runs on the board as possible.
Fitzgerald then will be pretty happy to see that it's Nippo facing rather than Kuldeep Galea. Again, it's now just 14 needed off of 73 deliveries, so that run rate, 1 at 1, just over 1 and over, just to be there, just in case. But yeah, no, Nippo might be looking to try and go big himself. And flat bats this down the ground, will just be a single. He'll keep the strike. And at the end of the 8th over, big over, and Portugal 78 for 1.
So I'd have liked to have seen probably Ian Latine or Zamet get a bowl at some point. So it'd be interesting to see who's going to take, if Rez is going to continue. It looks like Kabir Mipura is going to come on. I mean, at this point, the game's gone for Jib. And with Avinash Pai potentially, we don't know what's going to happen about his hamstring. It'd be nice to see maybe one of the guys who hasn't got a bowl yet, just give him a few overs. Anyway, having a look at the scorecard here. Look at that. Kuldeep Galea, 53 off 27 balls. Some sensational hitting. 4 massive sixes back-to-back in that over. And yeah, the sound off the bat was incredible. And you do not want to bowl in that area to this guy, because he will punish you. He's been ably supported at the crease by this man, Siraj Nippo, who has been promoted from down the order at about 11, I think I saw him in the last game, to now batting all the way up in number 3. He's not looked out of place, has he?
No, he's looked pretty comfortable at the crease, hasn't really been pushed or struggled with anything, and it is going to be Kabir Mipura who's going to come in. He's only got 13 to play with, though. Good start. Nice bit of it. Just holds it back a little bit, just allows the ball to turn. He doesn't usually put a lot of revs on the ball, does Mipura, but of course he faced that delivery off Nippo that span a mile, so he's probably thinking, I'm going to try and give him a bit of taste of his own medicine here. That one just goes on with the arm, and good bit of work from KNS in the covers. That'll just be a dot ball yet again.
Yeah, tight start from Mipuri. We know he's got a really good economical rate with his bowling. Difficult to kind of get away. Another guy here bowling with shades on. It must be the new thing, Ashley Giles-esque, as he comes into bowl again to Nippo. Down the leg side as he... Oh, now there's an appeal. And the white ball is called.
That's always something. That's one way of answering the appeal. Stagno still asking questions, but didn't hear anything. It may have just been a shuffle of the pad of Nippo, of course, as he went down and stuff, but yeah, that's...
That is stretch. I'm not sure I'd want to be trying that one.
Well, his legs are as tall as you, Joe. That's probably why. Here is Nippo again. Sorry,
that was uncalled for. Totally uncalled for. Oh, wow. I'm not sure what I did to deserve that.
Oh,
I mean, you're literally the same height.
No, taller.
I'm going to get the tape measure out.
Mipuri then comes in again. And cut away. That's going to run away. Fitzgerald will chase. He will probably cut this off, and he does. It's good running in the end. It will just be two. Sorry, I don't know what came over me then.
There was some bite behind that as well.
Oh, dear. I'm not going to apologise. It's funny.
I wouldn't expect you to.
Nippo moved on to 15 off 14. He's batted pretty well. Just been watching Kuldeep Galea go about his business. Can do it in 2 hits now, can Portugal. And again, offside. And Galea's going to have to get these skates on here. It's a poor throw from Fitzgerald. Never mind.
Kuldeep isn't happy with the call there. I mean, I'd like to see it again whose call this was, but Nippo sets off straight away. Kuldeep's not particularly interested. I think it's because he probably hasn't called. And he turns around and says to his partner, hey, come on, let's finish this off. There's no point of any stupid wickets now. I'm on 53 not out. Please don't try and run me out.
This is interesting here. Very leg side dominated for Galea. I don't know if that's going to be the best idea. There's now, on the leg side, there is 1, 2, 3 men out. That's long on deep mid wicket, and then a sort of deeper mid wicket, and then on the off side you've got long off and deep cover. So this could be interesting, and that's good decision from Galea. Just pushes it, and that'll just be a single. Keeps the strike. He's ball counting his Galea, and he finally acknowledges his half century. As at the end of 9, Portugal 83 for 1.
Yeah, just a little punch down the ground here, a little bit too full, but again, it's that low full toss, which is not easy to get away. Just clever batting. Galea will just want to finish this off now and remain unbeaten, won't he?
Yeah, no, he will. I've got a question. When you lived here, how did you get about? Did you have a car? Did you have a motorbike? Did you have a moped? Did you taxi it? Did you bus it? What was your go-to?
To be honest, because Gib's quite small and parking isn't a premium. Most of the locals, or most people live here, have got mopeds. I enjoyed walking around them, to be honest. If I went out into Spain, I would get the bus or the train or use public transport to quite a lot of places, but I did enjoy the walk.
I was just asking just because I just keep seeing them go past. I just wanted to know what your go-to was. And here it is going to be Zammit. He's coming on. He's got 8 runs to play with. It's a little bit tough to ask, but yeah, it's an opportunity for a man on debut to have a go and just see if he can pick up 1 or 2. You never know. Might just get a little bit of a snick, or might just get one that holds out in the deep. But yeah, this game looks like it's pretty much going to come to pretty uneventful end. Here is Zammit then on debut. And well, that's going to be out to the leg side. And Hatchman watches it properly this time and will just be 1.
Just dropped short there of Hatchman. Didn't quite get hold of that like he'd have wanted to. Kuldeep Galea. I'll tell you what, that's not a bad start from Zammit. Maybe a little bit too short. Just want to kind of get that length up nice and full. And trying, like you said, try and get a wicket. Look, there's not, at the end of the day, Portugal aren't going to lose from here. And probably he's only going to get 5 more balls, because realistically Portugal are going to finish it either in this over or the next. Kind of gives them a free rein. Just look, there's no pressure on here for Zammit. Go and come away with a wicket and say, well, you know, maybe give me more of a bowl in the next game. Or look, I should be playing.
No, absolutely. And yeah, just 7 needed for victory then. 6 will tie it. So just making sure that they get it right, as Louis Bruce is stood right next to the side screen, and Nippo probably won't be a fan of that.
This is an interesting tactic, actually. We've seen it in T10 a lot. We'll come back to that in a minute as Zamet comes in.
Just drops this and runs, and Advani, look at that. Like a gazelle. Cuts it off, just a single. I love Advani. The thing for me was last year at the Valletta Cup, and he sat there, didn't really get a bowl, didn't really get a bat, and I looked over to your dugout at one point, and for about half an hour was just shadow batting. He never got a bat that game. That was the best bit. Zamet again continues high in the air. Nesta underneath it. Oh, and it's been put down. Tough chance over his shoulder. Couldn't quite get into the correct position. Nesta's tough day at the office gets even worse.
Tough chance, but yeah, Zamet will be disappointed. It's a really good ball. It's not a great shot from Gulia, and it should be taken, I think, by Nesta. He'll be disappointed with himself for that one. Was going over his shoulder, but someone like Ken or Nesta can take those in, and probably should be taking those in.
Most likely you'd be hoping so, but yeah, Varney would just sit there and he'd be bowling, batting. I think he ended up, I said that he was playing a test match within himself, because he was batting and then he was bowling, and it was just so good, so funny to see. And this is punched nicely. Good bit of timing from Nippo, and that'll just be another single. And well, Gulia, I have a feeling he's going to try and do this in one strike. Absolutely.
Just going back quickly before, obviously, Portugal finished off that fielder where they go nice and straight. We saw that along a new kind of tactic come in the T10 kind of stuff of having for guys who really go straight down the ground. Christian Munoz Mills of Spain, he did it in that most recent ECL championship, doesn't he? And he did really well for Sporting Alphas. Here is
Zamet. And this is not going to be four. It's turned around the corner. Good bit of fielding though from Reyes. So Gulit, he is definitely going to try and finish this with one blow, and can't really blame him, can you? Just one single delivery left, and well, if they do it this ball, it'll be a T10 innings, and it'll be an extended break, just under 2 hours then until we return for the Malta versus Portugal game. Oh dear, well, that's going to be a bit of a no ball, and Galia's just, Galia's arguing about it. Oh dear, have I just missed? That's not hit the helmet, has it? No, it's not. No way, that's not hit the helmet. Oh my word. As if I've just seen a game won by the ball hitting the helmet. That's the worst end to the day for any Gibraltar. Oh, that's fantastic. Look at this. Zamet, oh, that's not a good way to end your debut, is it? And Stagno, oh, no, the realisation. Oh, no. Oh, that's awful. Dear, oh, dear. Oh, dear. Portugal. Portugal are your winners here in match number 6. As it was never enough runs on the board from Gibraltar. Well, it's just not been their day, is it? I'm trying to keep it together here, but oh dear, Gibraltar, they've got to go back to the drawing board as we take a look at the highlights, and Joe, take us through this. It wasn't a really good start from Gibraltar, was it?
No, it was, good hitting from Kuldeep at the start, and he's remained unbeaten. He wanted an innings this tournament, and he's found his innings. Played some really nice shots, but some shots from a number 11 in the last few days. Nippo, some lovely shots, but yeah, some very good batting at the top of the order, and it's just a professional performance all round. Gibraltar just looked a little bit downbeat and defeated.
Sorry. Advani there, what's he doing? Oh dear, it just wasn't meant to be Gibraltar's day here today. They got a nice victory this morning, but Portugal just were too high of a level for them this afternoon, and still yet to get a victory against Portugal, but it was that over, and well, this is, I don't think we'll ever see anything like this again. Stagno just misses it, and plop, on the helmet, and game, set, and match, and Gibraltar, they lose here. And Portugal, they beat Gibraltar by 9 wickets here in match number 6. Take a look at the scorecards then, and yeah, just, well, not really much to talk about. It was a pretty simple victory for Portugal. Kudi Galia, 56 not out for him off 32, a very well-made half-century. And also Anthony Chambers, well, he was given LBW, trapped in front by Andrew Reyes, and of course Mikel Machado is, of course, tied, not out, hurt. So again, good news is that he's up and he's not. I think he's going to be okay. I think he will be making a recovery there. But yeah, not really anything else needed for Portugal. And then looking at Gibraltar, they tried a few things. A couple of them worked, a couple of them didn't.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, the game was always probably going to go in Portugal's favour after that low first innings score. But they did try a few things again. Lou Bruce, 2 overs for 12 runs, very well bowled from him. Andrew Reyes, 3 overs, 20 runs, 1 wicket. He was probably the pick of the bowlers for me, and he's really tapping on the door of the to start in the next game and also get a more of a choice of a bowl.
Yeah, no, it certainly is, and that's going to be the end of this game. Then, as just a reminder, Portugal winning by 9 wickets here in match number 6. We'll be back in just under 2 hours' time. It's 1 hour and 50 minutes to be exact. As Malta, they take on Portugal. Malta trying to get a victory here. Do return as we are just going to take an extended break, but do come back. You're watching the Gibraltar T20I series with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Joe Marples on the European Cricket Network.
Good evening and welcome to Gibraltar for this final game of day 3 here at this T20 International Series at the Europa Sports Complex as we see Malta take on Portugal. Big news is coming in from the toss that Varun Prasad, the Malta skipper, has won it and they have decided to have a bat first. They'll be hoping to try and finish their tournament off on a high note, having had a very difficult first 4 games, whereas Portugal come off the back of another really impressive victory this time against Gibraltar, as they are top of that leaderboard, 4 wins from 4. As we just have a little look at some of the views from around the bottom of the rock here at Europa Point. A lovely day. The wind's actually, funnily enough, settled down a little bit compared to what it was like earlier. So we're in for a really nice evening game of cricket. As the blue skies are there's not a cloud in sight here. And with that light breeze just setting across the ground, it is a bit chilly, but a really nice setting for hopefully another really good game of cricket. Looking at the team lineups as we're just having a look here, big news from Malta is that Basil George does miss out. I think that shoulder injury that he sustained yesterday, he did play this morning. I think he was just feeling it a little bit, and that might be the end of his tour. But we'll see tomorrow and see how he comes out. The big news from Portugal, on the other hand, is Miguel Mercado, having done a head concussion test, has come out of that unscathed, and he has been deemed fit to play. So that's a big positive for this Portuguese side after sustaining a really nasty knock to Louis Bruce in that second game of the day. So we see as the players heading onto pitch now, as the sun just starts to settle down behind the stadium here. We are settling into a lovely game of cricket, and we will see if Portugal can go 5 from 5 and remain defeated for their first 3 days. Let us know if you're joining us in the chat where you're watching in from, and let us know your predictions. Who do you think is going to win this one? I mean, on form, you'd be definitely saying Portugal, wouldn't you? But, you know, 2020 cricket, you don't know, and Malta could come out the blocks firing here. So if you have a look, I think we have Stanislaus, who will continue at the top of that order. And he'll be looking to try and make a decent score. He scored a decent score of 43 yesterday. He'll be hoping to kind of recreate some of that and maybe go at a decent level. Looking at the score, the teams there, as we can see, Kuldeep Galoya coming off the back of a really good half-century against Gibraltar. And, yeah, Miguel Mercado, as you see, very good player. No, apart from that half-century, has struggled a little bit. Najam Shazad, though, he's been their key player, both with bat and ball. In terms of ball, we've got Francois Stoneman, who is having an exceptional tournament, taking wickets, not going for runs, and also that of Mohamed Nippo. If we're looking for runs, that's something that Malta have struggled a little bit with. Varun Prasad is playing again today, and he will want to finish this tournament off. He's had a little bit of a poor tournament in terms of scoring runs, but he is such a talent with the bat that he could, if it comes off, go big. Anyway, we're a few minutes away from start-up time. It isn't going to be any different at the start of this innings from Portugal, as Junaid Khan will open from the top here, from this rock end, and he has been as reliable as ever with the ball, taking wickets as he normally does. So Stanislaus and Singh to open up here. We saw Singh hit a nice shot, a couple of nice shots earlier. He's been promoted up to the opening position alongside the experienced Stanislaus. And these two will be looking to get off to a good start here in the power play. One thing that Malta have struggled is with keeping those wickets. Anyway, here we go. Junaid Khan with the first ball of match number 3. Wide ball called by Steve Mumford. Just pushes that one down leg. Just Junaid Khan, and something we've seen him do a couple of times. He just angles it across into the batsman. Just sometimes just push it a little bit too far, and it kind of skids down the leg side. Stanislaus waiting for this one as Junaid Khan runs in again. It's a lot better line. Oh, and this could be a run out early doors, and it's, oh, I think he was gone if this was a direct hit. It's that man Gamiri in the outfield. Such a live wire, very good fielder. Always feels at that kind of backward point region. Again, Stanislaus set off. Bit of a yes-no, gets sent back, and yeah, it'd have been miles gone. That would have been an early wicket again, and just that bit of lack of communication between these two Malta batsmen as they just try and have a little chat with each other and say, look, come on, let's finish strong here. We've got 2 games to make amends for this tour, and let's go home with a win under the belt. Junaid Khan coming in. Just drifting that one down leg. That will be given another wide. Stanislaus kind of takes a step to the right. Looks to kind of nurdle it down to his leg side, but doesn't get anything on it. Such a reliable bowler, Junaid Khan, at this level of cricket. So good and genuinely likeable character as well, as he'll come in again. A lot better line. It'll be a 1 run. Stoneman going to have a go at Stanislaus's end this time. You do have to be careful on Francois Stoneman's arm, and he isn't afraid to have a go. And what I've noticed from this week especially, he doesn't often miss either, so you've got to be careful against Francois Stoneman. He is an absolute gun fielder. Saying that, there is a few in this Portuguese team, one of which is Mikel Mercado. Good to see him back on the field. As Junaid Khan, Yorker length, really well dug out there from Singh with his first ball. Not really what you want first ball as a batter, is that really in dipping Yorker, just nibbling away. Very, very nice bowling there from Junaid Khan, as we see that Yorker length, really good, very well bowled from Junaid Khan. Looking for another wicket to add to his collection. Comes in for the final ball of his over, just pushed into the offside. They're going to have a go at the stumps. No, they're not. And that's, single to finish the, actually, no, sorry, I'm really jumping way ahead of the game here. A couple of wides in that one, obviously, so we've still got a couple of deliveries to go here. 4th and low lost, 2 balls to go for Junaid Khan. Charlie Hunter has joined me back in the chat.
In the chat? Well, I think I'm here in person as well, aren't I? Big long day.
It has been a long day.
3rd game of the day, I'll allow it.
Right, here comes Junaid Khan. Switch on, right. Yorker length again, very well played from Stanislaus, back down the ground.
Oh dear. It's been a long day, Joe.
It's been a long day, I forgot my own name at this point. Right, Junaid Khan, good start to his over so far, only 4 runs from it. Just a couple of wide deliveries, pushing it a little bit down the leg. But other than that, he's hit a couple of really nice Yorker length deliveries.
Yeah, he's looking really on the money, a couple few wides, but from that when he's on it, it's really tough to get away.
Here he comes again, and again hitting that Yorker length. Defended by Stanislaus well, and that will be the end of the over. 4 runs from it, and for the loss of no wicket.
Yeah, really good start for Portugal, no real surprise. And I would be hoping to see Malta really try and take on these Portuguese bowlers. You look at the batters, and it's been Sharma that's been the highest run scorer, and that really says quite a lot. I mean, he's normally been coming in at around 7, 8, and to have that as your top scorer, that's really where you've gone wrong. Bowling-wise, they've not been too poor. I mean, Sharma's in there with 3 per Sat, but Rahman's been the big one at 9 going at the moment. But Shazad is the top scorer for Portugal, and Zaid coming in at 85 as well. And no real surprise that Shazad's going to come in and bowl this second over. But yeah, it's been a tough week, hasn't it, for Malta? A lot of learning curves, and just haven't been at the races.
Absolutely, and I think, like you said, Sharma, who's been batting low down the order as almost a kind of a tail ender, is your top run scorer with only 50 odd runs. That's never going to win you games of cricket. And so I think going forward, look, I think Malta have bowled well and fielded well in phases. Rahman, especially in his debut tournament, has come through and looks a real prospect for this Maltese team. But you know, it's been a tough one, and they've struggled to get the runs, and this is where they'll be looking and going, right, last couple of games, let's get someone, one of those bigger batsmen, one of those top order batsmen, to try and make a score. As we see, Shazad start his first over of the game, and that one is off the track. This should be a no ball called. There's wide ball given. Shazad has got away with that one because it definitely pitched off the track here. It's a real loosener. That's, yeah, very far off the track. And, yeah, definitely got away with that, Shazad. A lot better ball. Stanislaus says no. And Singh will remain at the striker's end.
Yeah, we've seen it a few times, Shazad, who's really struggled to get that first delivery in the innings in his spell, but no surprise that second delivery he gets it back on the money. It's an interesting one.
Here he comes again, steaming in. They're going to take on the arm. Yeah, nice run. 1 run there for Singh. he hit a nice couple of shots early, didn't he? He's been promoted up into the top order. How do you feel? Obviously, we're seeing batsmen not score runs, but the constant changing of batting lineup, do you think that affects things a little bit sometimes?
The thing is, when things aren't going right, you've got to change them. You can't just keep sitting there and going through defeat after defeat.
This is a good call from Shazad. The finger goes up. It was late call, but Stanislas has to walk. It was a very good delivery from Shazad, but it looked pretty plumb to me.
Yeah, a bit of inward dip right at the end, and just trying to cut or pull a ball. Sorry, that just isn't there to pull, and just playing down the wrong line. And height was the only question. This will tell us a little bit more. And well, that's you see the impact. May have just been clipping the top of the bails.
Umpire's call.
Umpire's call.
Oh, well, we both said that at the same time, didn't we?
Jinx.
Jinx, indeed. Right, that was, yeah, but very nice line. It's the wrong shot to be playing to that delivery in the first place. So, look, from my opinion on that, it's a bad shot. It's a straight delivery. He's trying to kind of pull it into the leg side. Should be looking to play that straight, and he's got punished for it.
Yeah, so that's 6 for 1 then here halfway through the third, and that's really a build-up of the pressure from Junaid Khan as well, and in that first over, but the jam coming in, getting in there.
How well do these two work together at the top of the kind of the innings for Portugal? They tend to open always the kind of from one end and the other, and they tend to work in tandem really well.
No, they do. And it's all about bowling in partnerships. Something that I've always been a firm believer on. It's not just, bowling's almost one of the only elements that you kind of do on your own, but it is a team game, and if you have pressure from two ends, you're going to build pressure for wickets.
Good ball from Shazad.
Good to see Sharma coming in at number 3, as I mentioned, highest run scorer at 50 odd runs, and it was only a matter of time to see him come in early on. But again, you say he goes, and well, then you get Varun Prasath and he goes. But again, Varun Prasath really not really been a threat, has he?
No, it's not. His tournament's never really got going. He's not really threatened to trouble the scorers, but we know he has that power hitting ability, and he could come good in these last 2 games. As Shazad comes in again, just fended into the leg side, and take a single. Good running from the 2 batsmen.
Yep, Faf Stoneman does the work, and it's pretty good start there for Sharma, off the mark with just a nice drop and run into the leg side. Nice to see that the wind's died down. It's still windy, don't get me wrong, and it's not going to be easy, but it doesn't seem to be as bad as what it was previously. Sort of in that first game, in that second game, especially this morning, it was really tough.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those winds can be really difficult when you're playing here at Europa Point, and yeah, they've settled down nicely. It leaves us with a beautiful kind of sun, kind of set, dusky kind of view over the Mediterranean, where the white tips of those waves have disappeared, and yeah, very, very nice evening game of cricket to unfold it. As that was just pushed wide from Shazad. This will be wide and a bit of a misfield from Kuldeep Galoya behind the stumps. And they'll get a run through, so that'll be 2 runs there and an extra ball to be bowled.
Yeah, Galoya just not getting over to that one, which is an interesting one. But yeah, again, just straying off his line is Najam.
Just going back to that batting lineup. But if you've got a batting lineup which is constantly changing, it's never a good sign. It's a sign that there's an unsettled team, a team which isn't performing.
Yeah, no, it really is, and it's just, you do have to make changes though, because without doing it, then it's an issue. That's a no ball, and that's well, this is going from bad to worse for Najam.
Yeah, he got away with a no ball call earlier in his over, his first ball. This one is called a no ball. I mean, it was going to be a wide anyway. Just struggling a little bit at times here, Najam Shazad, and be interesting to see if what he's going to do here to the free hit. I've seen him, when he is a free hit, try to pull a ball back of a length, doesn't he? He tends to kind of bowl that kind of shorter length delivery. It'll be interesting to see if he does go to that shorter option here as he comes into bowl to Sharma. Goes full, Sharma will go over the top. They're going to get for 2 runs. Throw in, yep, they're going to get the 2 runs as well.
Yeah, good running. Good bit of running in the end there from Siraj Nipu, and or good bit of fielding, I should say. And yeah, Sharma looking to be the aggressor, of course, in the due to the free hit, but Well watched in the end, though.
End of the over, I think, as the players start to wander across the field to the other side. And if we just have a little look at the standings, look at that. Portugal, 4 wins from 4, net run rate of 2.616, 8 points from their 4 games, and looking really in control of this group. They've been a different class, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They've just been a level above everyone else, and it's been really obvious. It's not nice. It's probably not the nicest thing to say, but they have just come in, and you could kind of see it from day one, the way that they were set up and warming up, whereas not that the other 2 teams weren't, but they just seemed to be more, their intent was there, and that's, you know, that's half the job. The mentality as well is a big key area as well.
Junaid Khan starts his second over, and it's a really well bowled delivery.
Singh getting a little bit of getting the dancing shoes on there.
Yeah, decides to come down the track.
It's this bit afterwards that I'm more interested in. Here we go.
I like it. I do like it. Good footwork. There's been a good, I mean, there's been some competitive cricket. There's been some good. There's been some bad. It's really good to see that both of these teams have played the game in good spirits. As Khan comes in again, dropped into offside. There won't be a run there. Yeah, so all 3 teams playing with a really good spirit, hasn't there, amongst the good camaraderie between all of them.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think the thing is you have to see, and something you probably may not see, but it's not picked up on camera, but they spend quite a lot of time together off the pitch. You know, there's a lot of, they'll sit there and chat about stuff after the game, and the thing is, in this sort of close-knit circuit, everyone gets to know each other quite well. You play against each other a lot, so there's a lot of friendships that get built over time.
Khan coming in. Oh, little bit of late movement into the batter, and it's well played into the leg side. Faf Stoneman picking it up. Just the 1 run to Singh. Yeah, I mean, you see this delivery again. Just watch the late movement off the seam there. Really good to get a bit of bat on that. Junaid Khan, as we know, can move the ball both ways. Does get that a bit of late movement, and yeah, he's not here to just have a nice relaxing game. He wants some more wickets.
He's not, and I just want to say, by the way, considering the last game, by the way, that got won by the ball hitting the helmet, that clip's already being passed around. I've just got a message off a mate from uni already saying it's been put in his cricket local group chat, so that's already making moves, as this is a full toss, and he's well, it would have been close with a free hit, but just a single in the end. But yeah, that's that clip that's already going around. It's already doing the rounds, by the way. It's another hop and a jump from Singh. This one would have been close, by the way.
Would have been close. And look, Faf Stoneman isn't afraid to have to go. The thing is, he knows that a lot of his team are backing up, and he knows that more often than not, then there's not going to be buzzers, and that as a player really does benefit you. Right, Khan in again. Oh wow, that's a nasty bit of bounce off the pitch, and it jagged in at the batter. Just watch this off the pitch.
Yeah, this is it's what Junaid Khan can really do. Just squeezes him for room, and Singh is probably wasn't expecting that, and he does well not to have it pop up and be a pretty simple catch in the end. But hey, how good is it to see Machado back and still in the team? He's, of course, came off after the injury. Looked really bad at one point, but he was up within the next 10 minutes and seemed pretty okay.
Yeah, it's always really worrying when there's a head injury or anything around that area, and so everyone kind of holds a collective breath. But that's a good ball from Khan. He'll finish his second over, having only gone for 6 runs. Malta on 14 for 2. But yeah, it's really good to see Machado back and playing. I had a word with him in the break, and I think he was in good spirits, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Junaid Khan, by the way, just a little note on him. He is the happiest cricket player I'll ever see. He's never not smiling, ever. I've never seen him not smile. And you talk to him afterwards, he's always got a smile. He'll shake your hand, looks in, makes eye contact, and he's a very, very, very happy chap. Is Junaid Khan, but he still has that capability of being rather ferocious out on the field of play, and we've seen elements of it in the last few days.
Nice off the pitch, competitor on it, and that's how you like it. I mean, that's what you want to come up against. Absolute competitors. Machado is actually similar. I'm speaking to Louis Bruce earlier, and he said on the field he's firing, he's really in your grill quite often, but as soon as you get off that pitch, he's a lovely bloke. Anyway, here comes Shazad for his second over. This could be big as Sharma goes over the top. It's not going to make it the whole way, but it will go for 4 runs. Nice shot from Sharma.
Yeah, nice cricket shot from Amar Sharma, and well, it's only taken us to get into the 4th over, but that's the first boundary of the Maltese innings.
Very good shot. Straight down the ground. And he has shown as he can bat in this series so far. Interesting to see that he spent most of it batting in the lower order. Obviously, in the 5th game, they've moved him up to opening.
Well, the loss of Basil is probably the reason as to why that's happened. But evening to Giddish, he's involved with 29, as he's also known as.
Nice shot. Just kind of glanced off his hip, and that'll be just the single for Sharma as well, who moves on to 9 from 7. Shazad just dropping the ball in a little bit short that time, into the hips, and yeah, just glanced off his hips nicely for that single by Sharma.
Can't see, that wind is still there. It might have gone away, but it's still present here in on the rock.
Shazad again, just nudged into the leg side. It's another single. It's a good start here from Malta. Again, one of the things we've seen is they've not struggled in terms of scoring runs in the power play, but they have been unable to hold on to their wickets and have yet to not lose any less than 3 wickets in any of their 4 games. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get out of this power play unscathed now. They're 20 for 1 off 3.5 overs. And yeah, they're going okay, these two at the minute, and it'll be good to see them do that.
Yeah, you'd love to see if Malta can make a game out of this. They've shown signs of promise, but just not come off.
Well bowled from Shazad as Sharma just looked to advance upon him. Drops it a little bit shorter.
Serious bit of in-dip, by the way. Bit of seam movement. It's always what we've come to see. No Assam Mahmood, though, by the way, was kind of shocked to see that he's not come on a little bit earlier. I think when you got these two bowling as well as they have been, especially in this instance, it's a real shock to see that Assam Mahmood's having to wait. He bowled pretty well, though, in his first game.
Shazad in again. Oh, Sharma was a little bit troubled by the pace. That's going to go non-strikers. Were direct, probably would have been out. Be interesting to see this one again. It's that man Gamira in the outfield, onto it like a flash. But again, Sharma troubled by the pace of Shazad here. It bobbles up. He doesn't really know where it's gone. He's got called through the run. Good pickup from Gamiri. Goes for the non-striker's end. And let's have a look at this. Oh, yeah, I think he might have been gone.
It's done by a long way.
Yeah, I think that was unlucky there from Gamiri. Very good piece of fielding. Good one-handed pickup. And went for that non-striker's end. Here comes Shazad to continue with his last ball of the second. Over the top by Singh. And that could be... Let's have a look. There's going to be signalled a 4.
You got excited. You got excited.
I thought there might be a 6 here for Malta, but nope. It was just the 4 runs. Let's have a little look as Shazad comes in. Singh advances down the track. Let's have a look how close this was. Oh, I don't know, Charlie. That looks like it bounces on the rope to me.
Nah, signalled 4. They're not too bothered about looking at it again. Does finish the over. 25 for 1, 4 down, and good start for this for Malta. I mean, as long as they can keep the wickets down to a minimum, and then it's something to build on, but they've just got to avoid that collapse that they've been really susceptible to. We're just taking a look at this one, by the way. Here we go. That's 4, see? No, trust me, that's 4. Look at the puff of the black the black bits from the Astro.
Doesn't mean it's not touched the rope though, does it?
But if it makes any contact with the floor, then it's 4.
But if it did,
Joe,
I don't know.
I'm pulling rank.
Well, Charlie Hunt pulls rank here, but I'm hoping for I was trying to hope for a 6, wasn't I? Really? There we go.
I think you're. I think everyone's willing for Malta really. Bit of the underdog story, apart from everyone who's from Portugal. Here's Junaid Khan.
Strong shot from Sharma down the ground. There won't be a run. Nothing more disheartening as a batsman when you absolutely middle one straight down a fielder. And that's a really good shot from Sharma. Really gets across and smashes that down towards, I think it's Anthony Chambers there. No run for it. Nice strong shot though to start this 5th over.
Very good shot for none.
Junaid Khan coming in again. Bit more of a deft touch this time as Sharma looks to get off strike. Gamiri, no, there's no run there.
A rare misfield for Simon Gimmerty there as well, but it's more this Portuguese side are just always on it. They don't, never letting the opposition breathe, always keeping that inner ring tight. I mean, they've only got, look at their field, they've only got 1 person out, and that's a fine leg, and it's, that just shows they really feel as if they're on top at the moment.
Junaid Khan coming in. Again, he gets that kind of bounce and that inward movement. Chambers going to have a go. I think Sharma would have been safe, but it's good to see Portugal again attacking these balls and getting the balls across the ground. They're looking aggressive today, aren't they, in the field?
Yeah, they're always aggressive in the field. I think that's what we've come to expect of Portugal. It's the standards that they set for themselves, and it's just all about converting these starts, and that's just what Malta haven't been able to do.
Akon continues. Not going to be a run there, just dabbed into the leg side. Good kind of little defensive shot. Just looking to maybe try and nab a single in there, but no run comes of it.
Yeah, Singh can play nice shots. We've seen it. We saw him hit a really kind of out of nowhere 6 a couple of games ago, and then he hit that nice shot for 4 over the top. And you feel if he gives himself time and just bats with a sensible head.
Well bowled again from Khan. There won't be a run there. And again, he's just tightening things up. Only 7 runs so far. 1 ball to come in this over. Can he finish strong?
Yeah, again, just that difference there. You saw, Malta and Gibraltar possibly giving runs in the inner circle, but Portugal, as soon as it off the bat, they're on it like it's going out of fashion, and they're on it pretty quickly.
Goes for the Yorker, doesn't quite get it as Singh looked to advance a little bit. It was a bit of a full toss, but it was a low one. Didn't get hold of it, and it will be a dot ball to finish the 5th over. Junaid Khan only going for 7 runs off his 3 overs so far. As we take a little look at the games tomorrow, Charlie.
Yep, 2 more games tomorrow, back to the usual format of 2 games. Gibraltar, they take on Portugal. Gibraltar's got a double header again tomorrow. That's against Portugal in match number 8. And then the final match will be Malta versus Gibraltar in match number 9. That gets us underway at 2:45 local time, 12:45 GMT, and 6:15 out in India. It's been an incredible few days of cricket here in Gibraltar on the Rock. It's always a pleasure to come back. It's my 2nd time here now. Nice to be joined by Gibraltar national cricketer and not marmalade connoisseur, Joe Marples.
Yep, I still haven't got a clue about marmalade. I'm not going to lie.
But no, it's been a really outstanding couple of days of cricket, and positives for every team. But Portugal, they just have been on top, haven't they?
Oh, 100%, and they've really kind of shown. When you're playing against lesser teams, it's sometimes hard because the pressure's on you because you're expected to win. They've not shown, apart from that, maybe that first game against Portugal, against Gibraltar, where Gibraltar pushed them a little bit. They've just looked composed and professional, and they've done the job that was needed of them.
Yeah, I couldn't put it any better myself. As Faf Stoneman is going to come into the attack.
So Stoneman, and it's another first baller for Stoneman. It's a fantastic delivery as he takes up another wicket, and it's another bold for that man Faf.
Well, what a way to start. Top of middle, and it's just so good. It's express pace, and Faf Stoneman, you can see the passion he puts into his cricket, and he gets rewarded with deliveries like that. And that is a stupendous bit of bowling. First up, no loosener, top of off. It doesn't get better than that. And he loves a little bit of a send-up, but nothing wrong with a bit of passion.
Yeah, look at, I think Sharma just a little bit done for pace there. You can just see backs away from him a little bit. Wasn't really comfortable with Faf Stoneman's skiddy pace, and yeah, top of the middle stump, and doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, it means now that you're looking at the lineup for Malta, and you just sort of sit there and you go, well, where can we find some runs? And Dasha Patanka could is an option, but yeah, it's you also have to think, okay, Afi Khan might be able to come in and nerdle a few, and then you're sort of thinking, okay, well, Mughal can come in and Faram Prasath as well. But none of them have come off. None of them have converted any big scores, and that's just the frustration for Malta. The talent's there, it's just not coming off.
Absolutely, and I think most games we've been expecting someone to come off and going, maybe this game, and it just hasn't happened. As Stoneman continues, drifts that one down leg, the wide board will be called.
Yeah, they're running out of games. This is their penultimate game, Malta, of course, playing that in the last game against Gibraltar tomorrow evening. And yeah, just running out of options.
Definitely. So Francois Stoneman continues here. He's had a really good tournament, both with ball and in the field. That will be his 5th wicket, I believe, or actually Might be more. Let's have a. I think how many wickets have you got down for Francois Stoneman?
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. You concentrate on the cricket. I'll do the stats. Give me some time. Give me some time at the moment. Oh, that's. Give me a second. I'll add up all the numbers. I've got him sat on 10.
That's really impressive. Really impressive, isn't it?
Is it 10? It might be wrong, in fact.
He's gone from almost a part-time bowler to being part of this really kind of one of Portugal's best bowlers, hasn't he? As he comes in again here.
Just bouncing in front of Kuldeep Galea. He did well to get out of the way there, but again, Skiddy just missing that off stump once more. But a good evening to Nick in the chat, saying good evening from Northern Ireland. Doing well, Nick. Hope you're okay. Thank you for joining us on a nice sunny Saturday evening here in Gibraltar.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kana there just swinging across the line. We saw him get out earlier in the day just like that. Stoneman comes in and just pushes that a little bit wide.
Just trying to go for those stumps a little bit too hard, isn't he, Stoneman? Just really trying to. He knows that he can rattle Neeraj Kana for pace and just needs to let, again, similar to Fitzgerald, just let the ball do the work and it'll pay off. And he's been so good at that. Just trying a little bit too hard here.
Finished the game earlier today, didn't he, with amazing figures. Really amazing figures, Francois Stoneman. And just needs to settle here. And, you know, it must be difficult as a seam bowler. So many games in the day, or over a portion of days, to not get fatigued and not get tired. And he's still running in here, and he's still putting in the hard yards. And that's a lovely ball, just fended down the track.
Yeah, he's a young fit man, is Francois Stoneman, and the thing is, he loves cricket as well. He's just a badger. He will just sit there and talk and play cricket all day. So he probably doesn't mind that he did multiple games. And well, that's going to be hit leg side, and well, it's a rare boundary against the name of Stoneman. Nice shot though from Kana.
Yeah, really nice shot from Kana. We saw him trying to play that shot earlier, and probably to the wrong ball. This one was the ball to try it to, and he gets onto it nicely, and it races across this boundary, as we know, and that is a nice little 4 to start his innings off, having gone for 3 dots prior to that. Stoneman just losing his length there and kind of dropping it a little bit too short. He'll want to finish strong here in his first over. It's not been a bad over. 1 wicket for 6 runs so far. That really important first wicket on that first delivery. Can he finish with another one here? Oh, very close.
Yeah, good end to the over. Good comeback. Oh, well, that's Kuldeep Galea. That's a little bit silly. He's just asking for something there, but I think Najam Shazad's going to withdraw the appeal, and that will be the end of 6 overs. 32 for 2 on the board for Malta.
Yeah, just a little bit of a discussion in the middle. I mean, look, the games over these last 3 days have been played in a really good spirit. There's been a lot of good camaraderie on and off the field between all camps. Wouldn't need anything silly to happen here. A little bit of a pat on the back and yeah, nothing of it. As we take a little look at the run rate chart here for Malta.
End of the power play though as well, and it is going to be Asad Mahmood is going to come into the attack for Portugal up in this 7th over. He played a decent hand in the previous game for Portugal. Of course, come in as a very late replacement due to a few injuries, due to Mubin Tariq and Saeed Massam, but he bowled pretty well against Gibraltar. Only went for 16 runs and also picked up the wicket of Ian Latine. Of course, that sensational catch from Anthony Chambers down at long off, and he bowled pretty well, pretty economical, and he'll be trying to replicate things here and maybe pick up a couple more as he's ready to go, but umpire Mumford isn't.
So yeah, 32 from the power play, only 2 wickets. It's probably the best that Malta have managed to do from a power play, as we spoke about earlier. So it'll be interesting to see how they develop from here, as Mahmood will come in for his first ball eventually, and that is just nudged away, and it'll be a nice little single just off the bat there for Singh, who still finds himself at the crease.
Yeah, he's still there. Started at the very first over, and he's still going, and it's pretty rare to see at the moment, to see an opener still here in the 7th over for Malta, but Again, just good to see that they're applying themselves a little bit more here. And this is interesting here. As Leah's gone down, and I think he's just taken one on the inside of the arm. It's probably just giving him a bit of a dead arm more than anything. They're just asking for a bit of spray, bit of magic spray to be brought on. And I think it should be okay. I mean, the thing is with Portugal, Simon Gimmery can come on and take the gloves, and he's a very good keeper. So he's definitely it's definitely an option. They're just trying to signal something. I think they're asking for the physio to come on and the medical department just to take a look, just in case there's any more damage. They make their way on, but there's been a fair few injuries today.
There's been a fair few injuries over the last few days. I mean, it's been seemingly one after the other in every single game. I mean, it's very unrare that you go through a 4-day kind of tournament where there's been so many games that you don't see an injury or some kind of thing. But yeah, there does seem to be slightly more than usual.
Well, Portugal have had a fair few. I mean, you think Mabin Tariq's gone, you then have to go Said Massam's gone, and then they've been left with a bare 10 at that point. So have to bring in Assad Mahmoud, and
yeah,
of course you've also got Anzar Andani, who's sat at 12th man, and well, he's an interesting one. He'll be frustrated, I think, to not be involved in these games. I mean, just struggled at the top of the order, and just a couple of issues in the field as well. Just putting, there was a catching opportunity that he took, but then stepped over the line, and yeah, it just hasn't really been the weekend for Azar Andani that he probably wants. But he's still a talented player nonetheless. Yeah,
very talented player, and it just hasn't been really his week in a Portugal side which are performing, and obviously he's got a chance to come back at some point now, hopefully. And that one's pushed out into the offside. It'll only be the one. They're going to push the arm. No, they're not. It's cool. Galoy just reins that one in. Probably just did take a little bit of a knock through the ball and a bit of a dead arm, like you said, a bit of a sore arm, a bit of a magic spray.
He's got a bit of strapping on there on that arm as well. Just trying to see what that is, but it just looks like one of those sleeves that you put on, but you never know.
Pushed away into the backward point region. They're going to go for a direct hit. No run. Oh yeah, took the single there, but just the one run from it. Didn't decide to take a second. So we have interesting to have a little look at this, as it is Stoneman again, who we know likes a good shot at the stump.
That one just got feathering through and not far off. He's got some strap in there. You can see it there in a better angle, so he's definitely done something to that arm.
Just wonder if he's jarred it. I mean, keepers, it's a hard work, and here's Mahmoud again. That's nice and full and straight. Can't work it away, and it'll just be a dot ball. Yeah, I just wonder, keepers take a hell of a lot of work with balls firing in at them from the fielders, also from the bowlers. It's a lot of strain on the hands. It's a lot of strain on the arms, especially when you're playing a lot of games over a few days. Just wonder if he's maybe jarred an elbow or something. Glanced away. No, Stoneman is in tight and ready to fire away as the end of the over comes. Only 3 runs from it. Malta are 35 for the loss of 2 after 7.
Yeah, again, well, this time it's the runs scoring and the rate that the runs are being scored is the issue, not the wickets column for once. But Singh's been there since the start. Faced 16 deliveries, gone for 10 runs. Kana 5 for 9 deliveries, and got that one boundary off Faf Stoneman, who is going to continue into his second over, rightly so. Picked up a wicket off the first ball of the last over, then conceded just the 6 runs. And yeah, Malta, just the runs being scored, it's the rate that they're being scored at the moment is the issue.
Definitely. Although, look, we saw this Malta side yesterday probably scored their highest total of the competition so far against this Portugal side as they got into the 140s. And they'll be looking to get to that region again, I guess, as Stoneman comes in for his second over. This is chipped up, but that'll drop well short of the fielder down there, that long on.
Suraj Nipu is the man down at long on, and pretty good work from him. Keeps it to just 1. But again, he's very deep in the crease with Singh. He's running a few risks against the express pace of Faf Stoneman. Francois Stoneman.
Stoneman in again then as he bowls just wide of off stump. It's pulled into the leg side, and that is out. Really good takedown there by Mr. Anthony Chambers. It's another catch for the Chambers as he comes. He's having a great day, isn't he?
He is. Second wicket for Stoneman as well. He picks up another scalp to add to the list, and Niraj Khanna, I think that's the second time that he's got his number. Faf Stoneman, he goes, and it's a bit of an easier catch this time for Anthony Chambers, and that's the third wicket down. Malta 36 for 3.
Yep, another wicket falls for the Malta as the same story starts to develop for their batting lineup. But yeah, no, really good wicket for Stoneman as he proves again to get wickets and picks out the field, doesn't he? Picks out Anthony Chambers, who's fielding down on that deep mid wicket boundary, right by the lighthouse. As we see the captain come to the crease, Varun Prasath.
Yep, Prasath coming out. It's been a poor display of his talents with the bat in hand. Just hasn't really been able to get anything going in this tournament. But what a good time it would be to do so. He's actually coming in at, as a platform of some form. It's not the best, not the worst, but there's a platform, and it's something that you can try and convert onto.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if there is one person here who can go big, it is Varun Prasath. You just have to look at his international record and his record at club level to see that he can do it, and he does it regularly. He's just struggled for form. And I just wonder, I know he's come back off, and he was telling me obviously in the break, but he's come back off a pretty substantial injury. He went to the ECL and the ECC with Malta, was suffering with that injury. As that comes away, it'll just be the one run. But yeah, he's suffering from an injury. I just wonder, coming back into the team, having kind of been through that injury, whether that's just affecting him a little bit.
No, you never know. Of course, captaining the side here as well, it's something else to think and worry about. And then you lose your first game and you get skittled out in the 70s and you losing by 80 odd runs, and then you come here and still haven't won a game with 4 games down, and it's just tough. It's tough to be involved in, but got to find a way, got to dig in.
Stoneman in again, big swing and a miss.
So early on that is Singh.
Yeah, really. I think they're a little bit worried about Stoneman's pace, and yeah, just goes to pull this into the offside and doesn't really get anywhere near it. Like you said, bit too early on. He was quite early on it.
Yeah, trying to take a leaf out of Kuldeep Galia's book from the previous game after those 4 sixes in a row.
Stoneman coming in. Bit fuller this time, and he's got away with that one, Singh, because that could have gone anywhere.
Good to see the bails are back on, by the way. Just noticed that. Of course, when a game without bails due to the wind. Good to see they're back on.
That one just rolls past the stumps, Singh getting away with it. But yeah, no, he's still there. He's 11 off 19 for Singh. Just struggled with that one a little bit. And yeah, he'll be looking to make a decent score and push on from here. As Stoneman comes in to finish off his third over. It's edged just past the hand of Kuldeep Galia, and that one will race away for 4. Galia still down on the floor. That hasn't gone far away from his outstretched hand. Very good bowling from Stoneman once again.
Yeah, good way to win the over for Malta. Just opens the face, does find the edge a little bit, but Galia just probably a little bit fatigued there. He batted a long time earlier. He's kept every single game. And yeah, just didn't quite jump off as with as much energy as normal. 41 for 3 after 8 from Malta.
Yeah, Francois Stoneman, 2 wickets from his 2 overs, only 12 runs from it. Really good bowling once again from the youngster. And yeah, he's just been consistently good this week. As we see, I think that is Mahmood to continue here from the rock end. Yep, Mahmood will be continue. Only went for 3 runs from his first over. Tell you what, he's not been a bad option as a reserve player to come in.
Yeah, he's been a good addition coming in at the right time and just offers that bit of variation, means Nippo doesn't have too much weight on his shoulders.
Ball into the left hander of Prasath here, and it just stays inside that line. That will be a dot ball as Prasath doesn't get tempted. I think he was probably thinking maybe it's a wide, going to be a wide, but just drifts inside. And again, big swing and a miss this time from Prasath. Dot ball again.
It's interesting. You just feel that maybe, because Kuldeep is struggling with that hand, and again, fatigue coming into it, they haven't really been able to rotate. Maybe we see a rotation tomorrow, you never know.
Into the wickets, just fended away into the offside by Prasath. That's a dot. That's a 1 run to him. I just want to see Prasath kind of play with the confidence that I've seen him play with before, where he just opens his arms. You know when Prasath's on form because he gets his foot really far out in front of him to the pitch of the ball and just has those really long levers and just goes massive down the ground. But at the minute, just looks to be playing within himself. Maybe a bit of nerves or unconfidence. That's a really good ball. Fast Omen down there, backward point will pick that one up. It kind of ricochets off the keeper's outside of his pad. Just looking a bit uncomfortable here. I'm not sure. Not sure if he's a bit tired or he's just a bit sore. Kuldeep Galia just looking a bit sore. As comes again, that one down the leg side, and this will go for wides, 5 wides on to the total.
Yeah, again, Galia just not getting over and just looking a little bit sluggish. I mean, it's to be expected. A lot of cricket's been played, and you have to take that into account. And, you know, a huge credit to the players for coming over. And, you know, a lot of these players have travelled quite a fair distance coming over and playing in this tournament. So it doesn't really come as a surprise to see some fatigue come into it.
Mahmood in again. That's going to come off the splice, the back. They're going to go for the non-strikers. Now they'll take a run on the overthrow. Just a single. Like we said, not afraid to have a go at the stumps. I think he'd have been safe though that time. I'll just have a little look. I didn't quite get that one right. As it's picked up and fired in by that man, Shazad. Yeah, I think he'd have just been safe. Prasath takes another kind of swing and doesn't happen. And dot ball to finish, I think, here the 9th, as Malta are on 48 for 3. Mahmood only going for 10 runs from his 2 overs.
Yeah, another good over comes to an end, and yeah, just the run rate is now the issue. I mean, it's just when it's not one thing, it's the other. I mean, you look at this from Malta, no one really going at anything above a runner ball. I mean, in fact, no one, that's for sure, no one's gone above a runner ball. Everyone's just been struggling to get things away. But, I mean, all truth be told, it's mostly down to Portuguese bowling just being on fire. They've not really given much away. Extras is going to be up there. Extras is probably one of the highest scorers for Malta at the moment. But these two, they've got a chance to put things right. They're up against a electric Fast Omen.
So, Fast Omen in again. Starts his 3rd over. Fended off into the offside. It'll just be the 1 run. That's Miguel Mercado there looking to get on it quick and just looking for the non-strikers then because they were just ambling through a little bit there, Singh. Mercado is an absolute lightning bolt in the fielder as a fielder, and you just don't want to test his arm because he's got an absolute laser beam.
You can see Prasath struggling with Faf. It wouldn't surprise me. Faf similar to that sort of Fitzgerald kind of vibe, and can just see the angle being a little bit tough for him. But maybe no, he might prove me wrong and just turn around and dispatch a few over his head. Well, that'd be very nice to see. It'd be certainly a change to the trend of things for Malta.
So Stoneman comes into the left hand of Prasath, who just plays it out into the offside. Well, there should only be the 1 run, as it's Anthony Chambers out there, fields it well, gets it into Kuldeep Galia, and 1 run added to the total of Prasath, which brings it back to the right hand of Singh here, who's now 17 not out off 23 balls. He's looked well, he's looked okay, he just needs to start kind of progressing through now and trying to up his run rate a little bit. Stoneman comes in, just come down the pitch now. Is this a chance? It's going to fall wide of the fielders. Is it going to run for 4? Really good effort from Chambers, but he just can't stop it from crossing the boundary. Throws in the dive, but unfortunately for him, it is 4 runs to Singh, and we just said he needs to up that run rate a little bit. He moves into the 20s.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there for Chambers. He did the hard graft. I mean, he covered a lot of ground to cut this off, but just wasn't able to get enough on it and keep it inside the field of play. And you can see the little giggle there just before we cut away, but yeah, he just wasn't able to get enough on it. But again, it's good signs from Singh. He's got it in him. It's just the confidence now and just really applying himself to this match situation.
Yep, Stoneman will be annoyed there, so we'll see how he responds here. Yeah, that's it. Where it's down after, won't be given a wide ball. As Singh kind of doesn't really move his feet and just takes a really kind of wild swipe at it.
Yeah, no real foot movement, and just trying to run it down to sort of 3rd man. There is is a fielder at third man, so sort of might want to maybe just go with it a little bit harder.
Stoneman just fending into offside. They're going to go for the run. Mercado, look at that. I mean, tell you what, for someone who took a real big blow earlier and is not happy, I think. Not happy that he's missed the stumps, but I mean, look at this for a piece of fielding. It's so deadly. You just don't want to run on his arm, do you? One-handed pickup, an absolute laser beam, and I think Singh's gone by, so would have been close, but brilliant fielding from Mercado again. Drop down into the infield, just the one run here. Prasath will take it.
Stoneman finishes the over well again, and that's 3 overs down for him. And at the end of 10, halfway stage, Malta 56 for 3. This is what's coming up tomorrow, of course, the last day of any cricket that's going to be here on the European Cricket Network for a while, out in Italy, in Milan. France taking on Romania. That's match number 6, coming your way at 7:30 GMT, 9:30 Central European Time, and 1 o'clock out in India. And then we have France, Italy, and then Italy, Romania, and then France, Romania. Well, they start us off, they finish off the cricket tomorrow as well, and that's been a few interesting results there. A few big names coming back. Taranjeet Singh and Ramesh Satisan for Romania. Nice to see them back on the network, and I know a lot of people were tuning into that and enjoying that, as it is going to be Assam Mahmood to continue us here in Gibraltar.
Oh, big swing there from Prasath. Only just get something on this as Mahmood walks back to his crease. Little smile to himself. He knows he's probably nearly got the better of the captain there, and he just got quite lucky that he got something on that, Prasath. Mahmood again, getting through these overs. Another swing and a miss. You can just see the frustration building amongst Varun Prasath here. The fact that he's probably not scored anything this tournament. Mahmood again. That's a bit of a full toss. He hasn't got hold of this fully. He'll be out into that outfield. Fielded well by Rana Sawa. Only the one run as Prasath gets off strike.
Better signs for Varun is flow, just let the hands flow, just let it go and see what happens. As Louis Bruce joined us in the chat saying it's about time he missed the stumps. Of course, Bruce got run out and took his revenge realistically, but saw Machado come off. But yeah, he can sit back and laugh about it now. He's okay. It's all right. We can sit here and laugh. I'm not being horrible by doing so.
Louis, don't be bitter. Be better. Oh, big swing and a miss there from Singh. He looks to kind of cut that one. Really good bowling once again from Mahmood. Gets a little bit of lift off the pitch with this one. Drops it a bit shorter as Singh looks to cut it through the offside. And that is a dot. And this one will. They're going to go for a single. This could be a die. Oh, it would have been out with a direct hit. They're going to run again. There's all kinds of trouble.
Oh, dear. Galea getting it wrong and just not taking it at all. There's just always something going on when Portugal are in the field. It was a shot at the stumps from Stoneman and got it wrong, didn't get anything anywhere near it. And then Prasath just set off, and well, Singh had no interest, and then, well, this would have been gone pretty much, but Galea misses out, and it's an eventful just a single in the end.
Yeah, Galea just looks a bit fatigued, I think. It's been a long day. It's been a long 3 days. And for a keeper, it's tough coming down and getting balls thrown into. Oh, now this one has gone high into the air. They're converging all on it. And it's going to drop in the middle of 4 fielders. How on earth has that landed there? Unbelievable. 4 of them all converged on it at once. This has gone so high from Prasath. It's gone absolutely nowhere.
It's just been chipped up like an iron just to find itself fall short, very short of the 30-yard circle, as that's the end of the 11th. 59 for 3 on the board for Malta. Yeah, Prasath, well, maybe he just needs to turn around and go, okay, well, that's my luck. Let's try and cash in and just see what he can do. He's now 6 off 11 and 23 off 28 for Singh. These two have just got to try and get going now. You know, Malta don't want to sit here and just, you know, once again fall to a pretty uneventful heavy defeat. They want to try and put something on it. If they lose, if they get knocked out cheaply by swinging, it's not the end of the world for them.
Not at all. Just having a little look at the bowling statistics there. Junaid Khan, the pick of those so far. Francois Stoneman also bowled really well so far. He's going to finish his 4 overs here, I believe. And Mahmood, what a hell of a kind of player to come in, having not been included in the original squad. He's come in through injuries at real late notice and has bowled fantastically well today. So Stoneman to continue here. 4th over for him. Varun Prasath will just fend that one away for no run.
Adam Shazad doing the bowling, the skip up in the ring. And Kuldeep Clear removing his helmet and having it on and off and making a decision and then going for the helmet off eventually. Stoneman though, been a good spell so far. Needs to finish it off here.
Into the leg side. Will just be the 1 run to Mahmood there. Varun Prasath not interested in taking the 2 this time.
Yeah, again, just can't find the middle. I don't think, there hasn't really been anyone from Malta that has found the middle of the bat, if all truth be told. And yeah, he's just struggled a little bit, has of the whole of Malta, to be fair. And none of them really been able to get things going. But Singh's found a few times, found the middle a couple of times. That's 6 down the ground, 6 out for me, but hasn't been able to get much away at the moment. But yet again, just confusion, changing the field. But yeah, Malta just need to kick on, don't they?
Absolutely. So for Stoneman to continue. Goes down the ground to Singh, and this is going to go all the way. Fantastic shot from Singh as he looks to crack on. And what a shot to start there from Singh as he goes on to 29.
What a shot. Just sits back, watches this all the way onto the bat and swings from the hip, and that goes all the way and, well, clatters into the fence. Lovely shot, 6 more, and Singh, it's got to be him now. It's got to be him for Malta.
Could do with a few more of those, that's for sure. And it was a really nice shot, really composed shot. He's just starting to look a little bit more comfortable at the crease as he is now on 29 off 29 balls, strike rating at 100. If he can start putting a few more of these boundaries through, Malta will be quite happy, and especially with Varun Prasath at the other end, who isn't quite hitting it as clean as he normally hits it, but he's got the potential to go big if he can. So here comes Stoneman, continuing his last over, and this has gone into the leg side, and that is another 6 from Singh. Where has this come from? 2 6s back to back. Brilliant.
Hello, nice shot. Bit of a hike. Was hoping he just got a bit of connection on it, and that's exactly what he got. It went very high. Wind took it as well, and yeah, just had enough legs. And Singh, well, he goes 12 from the last 2 deliveries, and all of a sudden Stoneman's under some rare pressure here in the 12th over.
Yeah, Singh's just trying to ruin Stoneman's kind of figures here for him. I mean, he bowled really tightly up until this point. However, he's just gone from 12 in his last 2 deliveries as he looks to finish out his overs here with 2 more to go. Out into leg side. This might race away for a 4. It does race away from a 4, and Singh has had enough. He's decided he is going to push on.
Where's Singh been all my life? He's batting really well here. A couple of rash shots, don't get me wrong, but he's still been able to connect with a few of them, and he's now raced on to a score into the 30s, and he's now on 39. And well, this over from Stoneman is running the risk here.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 ball to go then for Stoneman. Not what he wanted. 16 coming from his last 3 deliveries. Can he finish with a wicket? Oh, he saw the batsman advancing, just pushes it wide. He'll have to bowl it again.
Got that one wrong entirely, didn't he? Quick question from Piers Fletcher. First of all, hello Piers, hope you're well. And he's obviously one of the Dutch setup. Hope he celebrated King's Day and didn't celebrate too hard, but asking why Conrad isn't playing. Conrad has a hamstring injury and pulled out of the squad, that's why.
Stoneman a lot better, really good ball. And Singh just takes a bit of a wild swipe at that one, and it'll be a good finish to his set of 4. A bit of an expensive last over, but he's once again, the young man has bowled really well, hasn't he?
No, he has. Finishes with decent figures of, well, I don't know for decent figures, but 2 for 38 off his 4th, sort of taken away from him in that last over. But yeah, no, good over for Malta out of nowhere. 77 for 3 after 12.
Yeah, as Malta look here to push on. Currently projected to finish on 128, but they've got wickets in hand. And, you know, they finished on in the 140s yesterday against Portugal. I think they'll be looking towards that score, won't they?
Yeah, they'll be looking around there. I mean, still, this is the thing, though. As much as we say they've got wickets in hand, it's who's yet left to come. I mean, no one else has really been able to contribute. I mean, Afi Khan is an option. He can hit a long ball, but it's, again, just a matter of actually doing so. But, yeah, Varun Prasath, 7 off 13, just under 50 strike rate. Just over, I should say. But once more, hasn't got anything away yet. Hasn't got anything out of the middle. Siraj Nippo is the new man coming into bowl.
Oh, and that has got a little bit of turn on it. It's been pulled really hard into the leg side. and it'll be a bit of a misfield, and that will be 4 runs. You don't really see that from Miguel Mercado, as that is, yeah, it's a bit of a misfield. A lot of turn here from Nippo. Varun Prasad, it's in his kind of arc. He's swung hard, and that's pulled.
Prasad hit one out of the middle. I'm just celebrating. I'm happy. Come on, Prasad.
Here we go. Just takes a couple of balls, and here we go. There we go.
Here we go. Prasad's joined the party, ladies and gentlemen. Little bit late, but better late than never. Prasad goes 4-6, and all of a sudden, Malta, they're asking a few questions here.
Well, we haven't seen that often this week. Nippo doesn't really get given the treatment, but that time, after the misfield, the last ball, that is huge from Prasad, and that is what I've been talking about for the last 3 days. Finally, it's starting to happen, and he's just starting to get into the swing of things. Down the ground this time, hard, but well fielded. It'll just be the single as Chambers picks that one up. Yes, Varun, oh, come here. Varun moves on 18 for 16, and he has that potential to go big.
Just found 3 out of the middle, out of nowhere, and it's all of a sudden, you know, you get that little WhatsApp chat, and it comes up saying X joins the chat, Varun's joined the chat, and well, hopefully he's here for a good time and a long time. You never know, but yeah, Singh also looking to get involved in the party.
Nippo in again then. Singh just takes a step away, looking to make room in that offside. Gets a bit cramped up, doesn't get it away. That was Stoneman in the outfield, just getting it back to Nippo. Nippo won't be happy. I mean, he's been so economical in these first 3 days here. As he comes in, just sprays that one down the leg. It's going to be a leg by, I think, this one, if it comes off the pad. But he has been probably one of the most economical bowlers, not just in this tournament, but across his international career. So he'll be very disappointed so far with this first over.
Yeah, I see you've closed your notepad of notes, considering that half of them are outdated. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, no. After I got led down the garden path, just driven hard, well fielded by Shazad. End of the over, then 13 gone, 89 for 3 for Malta, and Nippo kind of reins that one back after going for kind of some big shots at the start of the over to that man, Varun.
Well, all of a sudden, they've gone 30 off the last 2 overs, and well, this run rate's gone from being below 6s to almost up to 7s, and this is what Malta can do. We've been waiting for it to happen. All it's required is just a little bit of a platform being set after the power play. They had one, it wasn't the best, but it just means that players like Singh and players like Prasad can go for things when they come in, and that's what they've had to do. They've taken their time, but when given the opportunity, they like to cash in. And it's just nice to see, and you know, hopefully there's a couple of smirks around the Malta cap. Maybe not smiles, but smirks. They're getting there. They're showing signs of promise. It's not far away.
Yeah, it's good to see the fight from here from Malta. You know, when you lose your first 4 games and kind of lose them in the fashion that they have done, it would be quite easy to let your heads drop, and all of a sudden, kind of with 2 games to go, they could have quite easily just kind of down tools here. But it's really good to see them putting up a bit of a fight here, and hey, we might have a game on our hands if these 2 can get going and keep going at the rate they're going. Hey, we could have a close one. I'm not going to jinx it. I want a close one. Final game of day 3. I want a close one. I'm going to call a close one now, and it better be a close one.
Oh dear, I hope you're right. I do hope you're right. It's going to be a change of bowler though after Faf Stoneman bowls out. It's going to be Ranasawa coming in for the 14th over.
Just nipped away, and this will be another 4 runs. He doesn't hit this clean. He comes off the outside, thick outside edge of the bat, and that will race away on this outfield. It'll be 4 runs. It's not really where Singh was looking to play it, but he'll take the runs anyway. And Malta are on the move.
Yeah, getting there slowly. One thing I want to say though, by the way, in the warm-up before this innings, there was a little warm-up for the bowlers. 5 bowlers came in, all in a row, hit 1 stump. Aiming at 1 stump, they all hit it. So if that doesn't show repetition leads to rewards, well, I don't know what does.
Sawa in again then, second ball. He's going to go down the ground here, Singh. He doesn't really hit as cleanly, but he'll get 1 run.
Yeah, projected scores all the way up to about 140 now, and that's just what 2 overs can do. I mean, 30 off of 2 overs, it's not easy to do, and it's a good bit of batting from Singh and Prasad together, and it's so nice to see Varun Prasad finally get some runs under his belt. Okay, it's not the quickest, but he's still managing to find the middle a little bit, which is so nice. He's one of the nicest men on the European circuit, and for him to finally come here and find a little teaser, little taste of success is it's really nice to see.
definitely. Look, I've played against him a few times, and as much as he's on the field, it's horrible to play against him when he's in form because he just gets into his groove and it's everything in his art goes. He is one of the most nicest chaps to play against, and just having a little chat with him in the break there just before the start of this game, and he's still in really good spirits to say it's been a really tough week for Malta. So Sarwar to continue. Will Prasath go after him? Driven.
Oh, well, the bat's gone. And that's not good news because he was just about to find the middle of that bat, and it's completely gone. And he signals, he goes, "Yeah, I think we're going to need a new one here." But yeah, that's completely split in half. And
That's it.
you see, there's ready. Bosh,
Oh,
see you
dear,
later.
wow.
Straight down the middle. Splice of the bat's gone. And new bat, please.
I tell you what, the rapid pace of Sarwar has absolutely split that in two. Look at this. Boom.
Well, new bat, please. And that's going to be a little bit frustrating. See, no one's there. So where are all the players gone? Trying to find him a new bat. He's going to be a little bit upset with that. And Singh's just looking at some new gloves as well by the looks of it. Well, there's a handful of bats. Take your picking. Surely they can't all be his. I reckon they've got to be a team selection, surely. I mean, look at that. It's just split completely down the middle. That's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, just see the highlight of this. It drives it through. And I mean, it's just a clean break, isn't it? I mean...
That reminds me of... Oh, I'm going to have to really struggle to remember the name now. Oh, this is going to annoy me now. The England Opener left-hander, Ashes, just spliced down the middle. Oh, give me a minute.
Drowse?
No.
Trescothic?
No.
Oh,
Give me a minute.
It's trivia time. It's trivia time on the European Cricket Network with Charlie and Joe. As we're about to continue here, Varun Prasath has got himself a new bat. I'm not sure I'd be, after that, I'm not sure I'd be wanting to lend him. Carberry. Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, there's the famous picture. Right, anyway, Sarwar to continue. Clip down into the offside. Oh, it's a misfield down here, and it's an uncharacteristic misfield, Francois Stoneman, but they'll only get the 2 runs from it. Doesn't go all the way for 4. Portugal just looking a bit tired, not as much zip about them as they did against Gibraltar at the start of this innings. Got to really come and finish the day off and make a really professional performance and finish the day with 2 wins from 2 as Sarwar continues. 2 balls to go. Driven down the ground. It should just be the 1. Yep, good pickup down there. As that man, Varun Prasath, is back on strike with his new bat.
I would have liked to have seen him try and bat with the handle. That would have been funny. Watch him try and find the middle of that. Good evening to John, though. Jumps in the chat. How are you, John? Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us. Charlie Hunt on the European Cricket Network alongside Joe Marples. Joe is still in the Gibraltar setup. Isn't in it this week, but still in and around it, is what we'll say anyway.
Yeah, and been part of the setup now for a good few years as Sarwar looks to finish out here. That's a good ball there. Just changing the angle up against Prasath. Instead of bowling across him, comes into him, drops it short of a length. Prasath here looking to kind of cut it. I'd have thought, yeah, just gets a bit up on him. As we get to the end of the 14th, 98 for 3. And Sarwar only going for 9 runs in that over, doesn't pick up the wicket.
If that's an in-form Prasath, that's getting pulled and pulled out of the ground.
Absolutely, 100%.
He's seeing that. He's going to see it early. He's going to rock back into the leg side, and it's going. But just isn't to be at the moment. Just isn't seeing it. He's trying his best, but at the moment just struggling ever so slightly as Nippo is going to continue here in the 15th over. You're getting a little bit cold, Joe. You look like you're getting a little bit chilly.
Yeah, I mean, there's no camera is there? But I've got a really nice shirt on. I thought, I'll wear a nice shirt today. Didn't really anticipate the wins, did I? Even though I knew that.
I was just going to say, you were literally warning us for about 2 days, saying wins on Saturday, Charlie. Trust me, wins on Saturday. Well, you weren't wrong, but your wardrobe didn't tell you.
Yeah, I mean, I think I look pretty good. I've had some nice comments about my shirt, so that's all that matters. Victim of fashion, I'd say, as Nippo comes in for his 2nd over. Pushed away into the offside. They're going to take a single. Comfortable single in the end.
So you're a victim of fashion. I don't know if fashion's a victim of you.
Yeah.
As someone drops in the chat that it was Carberry. Thank you very much. A little bit late, but that's fine. Don't worry. We appreciate the help. Any time, any place.
Technically, you cheated. You did Google it.
No, I didn't Google. What's Google? Who's Google?
That joyful thing of Wikipedia. Anyway, here goes Nippo. Down the ground from Prasath. And will just be the one.
Oh, dogs are back. You can hear him. Over there, Joe. Over there.
It's difficult to tell where they're coming from in headphones. Like, all I can hear is dogs barking in my headphones, and you can't really tell from which direction it's coming from. But yeah, some fans down there.
I think they're barking at your shirt.
Yeah, well,
Sorry,
look,
I love it. It's brilliant.
Vinny
Not your shirt, but no, Vinny would not like that.
Vinny
no.
would like my shirt.
Why don't you take a selfie, send it to him, see what he says. Anyway, Nippo continuing.
Pushed into the offside again. This won't be a run. Just a dot ball.
Oh dear. Dot ball. Not what Malta need. They can put a score on here. It's just doing it is the issue.
Yep, as Nippo comes in, a bit of a floater. Full toss, they're going to run on it. It's just the one run.
The Jam just starting to struggle with that shoulder a little bit. I think he knew it wasn't a chance. Those dogs are still barking, by the way. They're obviously having a nice conversation, whatever they're saying. They're saying, that shirt, Joe, it's not good. Anyway, sorry. I don't know what's going on. I've lost the plot. It's a long day. I wish I could say I was in the sun.
Delirious.
Oh, it's been a long day. Anyway, Nippo, come on. Give us something. Prasath down the ground. 6 runs. He's still in the chat. He's not left yet. Just teasing Suman Gimri down at long off. And, well, Nippo, he gave us something. He gave us a boundary.
Yeah, really good shot there from Prasath. Goes big. Doesn't really get all of this. I think this has come really off the toe end. He's not middled. I mean, if he middles that is going miles, by the way. He's come off the toe end and he's got it still over the boundary for 6. I wish I could toe shots like that for 6. Anyway, as we start, Nippo won't be happy. Finishing off his second over with his last ball. Prasath does get this one. This has gone huge. This has gone out of the park. And into, well, I don't know where that's gone. It's gone past 2 or 3 houses, but it's absolutely massive. That is a humongous hit from Prasath, and that is what this man can do. It's what we've wanted to see from the last 3 days, and what a shot that is.
Well, that shot somehow turned the lights on. I don't know how he's managed that, but that's a very good shot. Well, there it is. Suman Gimri's found it, and that's all he's been doing for the last 2 balls. He's fetching it from the wrong side of the boundary. Good way to finish the over, though, for Malta. They are 113 for 3 after 15 overs. This is what's coming up on Monday. We make our way to Austria. Cricketer CC taking on Snazzy, and Snazzy taking on Austrian Daredevils in match number 2. And then Venice CC, they get involved, and then we move on to Tuesday, but that's coming up on Monday, 7:30 GMT, 9:30 local time, 1 o'clock out in India, and that starts all the way on Monday.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I will be
paying attention.
Yeah, paying attention. I will be supporting the Austrian Daredevils.
Daredevils. A
Daredevils.
little bit of an Australian name, eh?
Yeah, I like.
Sorry,
that.
I've annoyed so many people. Then.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
I mean,
I'm so sorry.
half of our commentators are Australian, so
I don't know what's up there. I don't know what's happened there. Anyway, Rana Sawa continuing it.
Oh, touches that blue line. It's really good. It's a wide Conor Yorker pushed out into the offside. There's a celebration, and it does look like Mr. Singh has got a half century.
International half century. I'd imagine probably his first. Don't check me on that. Well, but again, congratulations to Singh, and yeah, 50 off 42. He's done he's been there from the start. That's what you always want. If you can have an opener that sticks around and hangs around and bats to the full 20 overs, you're going to be ending up in a pretty decent position at the moment. Malta heading that way.
Something to celebrate for the Maltese as well, as Sarwar comes in again. Very well bowled. Prasath with a big grin across his face. Slow ball, just moving it away from him. Have a little look at this again.
For the first time, by the way.
Pace off, rolls his fingers over it.
First time, by the way, I think it's the first time I've heard Malta shout on the sidelines. It's taken 3 days, but we've got there at 8:30 local time. We're there, we're getting there. It's
good to see as well. So we've got just under 5 overs to go here. I reckon they can push on a decent total. So Sarwar comes in, Varun Prasath down the ground just for the single.
Yep, just for 1, rotating again. This is good. Look at Prasath now, he got 33 off of 24 deliveries. Really got things going again, and he's just keeping us sane up here a little bit. Some would probably argue otherwise, but such is life.
Yeah, some really good shots from in the last couple of overs as Malta have tried. These two have tried to push on a bit as Sarwar comes in. Full toss. This will go the distance as he continues. That is another 6 as that one is into the cafe. And Singh is on to 56.
That's not into the cafe, that's over the cafe and out of here. Well, there's a bus going past, and I think got your bus passes, ladies and gentlemen, because that is all the way out of the ground. And Malta, we could be doing something here.
Yeah, just too full. And it's swiped and pulled very well into that leg side. As Singh just looks really comfortable now. He's just starting to see. Yeah, if we just have a look at that. Some interesting ones. Very strong in that mid-wicket region. But he has got a bit of a pie chart, kind of a pie chart which shows he's scored some shots all around the ground, really.
Yeah, no, it's been a good wagon wheel and a couple of edges through to third man, but also, you know, just damming it around on that offside and, you know, destructive down the ground as well. That's what we can take from that. But, yeah, again, it's just nice to see someone convert something for Malta. There's, you know, we've spent a lot of time out in Malta over the last sort of 6 to 8 months, and they really have got some talent out there.
In again, he's gone down the ground. This will just bounce in front of Mikado, and it'll just be the 1 run for Singh this time. But he's looking to get a shift on now, and he's seeing it really well.
Well, you'd hope so after facing 44 deliveries. You'd be concerned if you weren't. But yet again, Prasad 33 off 24. Starting to find the middle of the bat. Couple of 6s, few 4s. Can he get something underway? Last ball then here in the 16th.
Baron Prasad just fends this one into offside. He'll take the strike for the next over as we get to the end of the 16th here. Malta on 123 for 3.
Yeah, it's a good turn of events this for Malta. I mean, we were sort of sitting here thinking, okay, they're going to bat first. I mean, as long as, you know, if they can get up to, you know, as long as they don't lose wickets early, could be looking at a collapse. You just don't know. And then all of a sudden they've learn how to bat again, and it's mostly Jaspal Singh and Varun Prasad, a really good, promising partnership between these two. After Stanislas went for 1, given LBW caught in front, 1 off 5, and well, what's Portugal's answer to this? It's Junaid Khan. He's going to come back into the frame of things for Portugal, and he's going to come on from this rock end.
Yep, Junaid Khan to come back from this favoured rock end that he seems to bowl from, which is interesting because on that first day, if you remember back to that first game against Malta, he'd started this end and then moved to the straights and took some couple of really good wickets from there. And we're expecting him probably to stay at that end for the rest of the tournament, and we haven't seen him bowl again from that end at all. He's moved back to his the end that he started from and said, no, this is the end that I want. And he's stayed there ever since, and he's done well. Taken wickets and been very economical, hasn't he?
Yeah, he bowled from there last game, but I won't tell you that. Anyway, Prasad continuing.
Down the ground from Prasad, just the 1 run.
Just 1. Oh, I think in a second. Won't get it though.
No,
I didn't want to burst your bubble. I didn't want to.
I mean,
it's been. I'll say it has been a long day. That 2-hour wait in between games, that killed me. That was so tough. See, it was not fun. That was a long wait. There's Kuldeep Galia just to looks as if he's doing something. I don't know what he's doing, but you can say that one. That's a nice little one. You can say that now.
oh, hello. So, okay, I'm going to give it a go. Jules Outybridge. Hello to everyone watching wherever you are in the world. Hello to you, Jules.
Where are you watching from, Jules? Let us know. Here's Junaid Khan, though.
Yeah, Singh just losing his shape, trying to come down the track. Nah, this is just a bit sloppy from Portugal. Kuldeep Galia throwing it down at the bowler's end. Junaid Khan's back turned on it, and there's no need for this. It's a very, very sloppy cricket.
Could we be seeing something interesting here? Portugal yet to lose a game here. Will slowly coming off things. They just need to get that head screwed back on to all of them. I mean, Junaid Khan, by the way, 0 for 8 off of 3.2. Those are some stats.
Yeah, and it'd be good if he can pick up a wicket here as he comes into Varun Prasad, which looks to flick that one off his legs. It doesn't look like he got any bat on this. It'll just go down to that fine leg region. It'll be leg byes called by the umpire, Steve Mumford.
Yeah, just too straight from Junaid Khan. Just getting it wrong ever so slightly. Yeah, this is good from Malta. A lot of people will be watching with a smile on their face now. A lot of people will be very happy. I mean, you look, they're looking possibly towards a score of about 150, depending if they can get there.
Yeah, run rate creeping up as well. This is good to see. Junaid Khan steaming in. Slower ball, really good slower ball. Has Singh in all kinds of trouble. Didn't pick it.
Yeah, Singh looks a little bit disappointed as well. I think he's annoyed that he's missed out there. It was in the slot. It was a slot delivery, but he was just early, wasn't he? And he wasn't able to get it over. Looking probably over the infield, over Najam Shahzad at cover to try and get through, but not meant to be. And you're still shivering. You okay?
I'm fine, I'm fine. It's a bit embarrassing. I've come from the UK, which is a lot colder than here. Anyway, Junaid Khan coming in. Leg stump Yorker. Played well down the ground by Singh. Just be the one run. That's Chambers down there who picks that one up.
Yeah, it's been a good...
Yeah, Chambers, yeah.
Yeah, well, don't worry.
I'm starting to question myself now. I mean...
Oh, Joe, it's okay. It's okay, Joe. Don't worry.
Prasath, he'll face up the last ball of Junaid Khan's spell. He's bowled fantastic. Well, Junaid Khan, only 9 runs from it so far. Can he finish it with a wicket? That's the question. Bit of a full toss straight down the ground. It will just be the one run to finish the 17th. Malta on 128 for 3.
Yeah, very good end to the over from Junaid Khan. Good evening to not Ahmad Raza. It's not Ahmad Raza, so don't call him Ahmad Raza. Good evening to Jules, who also says that, well, I'm assuming that they're watching from Scarborough. Scarbardos, that is. Scarbardos. Junaid Khan finishing with figures of none for 10 off his 4. Najam Shahzad 1 for 19 off his 2. Fast Omen getting a bit of tap. First time really this tournament he got a bit of tap from Singh. Jaspal Singh went for 38 for 2 off his 4 overs. 3 overs remaining, then 128 for 3 on the board. Well, got a game on our hands here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a really good innings from Malta. This is what we've wanted to see from a couple of their batters, to really not just score runs, but actually to play with intent and hit a few runs, but also look comfortable. And you know, very good innings from Singh. I think he's played a really nice knock, and Prasath has hit a couple of nice shots. But I'm sure he'll be wanting to push on here and finish strong.
That's the plan. Anyway, it just depends if it comes off. But again, it's been a really interesting matchup first innings. Here's Sawa.
Oh, big inside edge from Prasath, and that is only going to go for the single. But yeah, he took a big heave-ho at that Prasath, but didn't get anything on it. He's taken a nice big thick edge. I don't know. I'm just looking. He's changed his bat again here, Prasath. I'm trying to be observant, but he's gone from, I think it was a Bass, which he originally took, and he's just swapped it again for a Grey Nix. Obviously not happy with one of the bats that he decided to pick in the first place, after breaking that first one.
Yeah, the one that you found in the middle of.
Yeah, true. Anyway, Sawa, Singh, across into the leg side. This should just be the one. If this is cut down, that is that man, Francois Stoneman. Yeah, they're not going to risk taking a 2 on his arm.
Singh just trying to overhit here, and he's got the power. He's just been trying to overswing, and I think that's kind of been his downfall at the moment. He's just chewing up a few deliveries, but just needs to get going again. He's 59 off 48. He's got to back himself. Prasath, 37 off 29, by the way. He's getting up there slowly, and a bit of a captain's innings as he's just playing with the stumps. Just make sure they're still there. Don't worry, they're still there. Haven't been knocked over in a while, which is, you know, nice to say for a Malta innings. First time in a while, but again, Rana Sawa got wicketless so far, looking to pick up his first.
Comes into bowl then, and this is a big hit into the leg side. Oh, yeah. Oh, no! That's Amar Zaib down there. He's just overrun the ball. And that'll be 4 runs, and every run's going to count here for Malta as Prasath goes big into the leg side. Doesn't quite get hold of it as like he'd want. It's a long boundary on that side. Oh, and Amar Zaib just runs past it.
Yeah, he just got it wrong. Just didn't put the brakes on. Pretty simple. Just stopped. Just didn't stop. There's not much more to it. Just got it all wrong, and these are crucial runs for Malta. 4 more for Prasath.
Sawa to continue then. Oh, wow, that's just gone over the top of the stumps. And again, interesting to see that Prasath is trying to play that into the offside when he's just hit a shot through the leg side, which was pretty strongly hit. He's trying to just nudge, kind of, it's interesting.
Thing is, though, that leg side boundary for Prasath here is obviously towards the grandstand hit. That's a big hit.
It's a massive hit, yeah.
It is a big hit, and, you know, there's only the 2 fielders out on the offside, whereas up against the 3 on the leg side, and on the leg side, they're all in the hitting zones as well. So you can understand why, but it just hasn't really come off for him.
Here we go, Sawa again. This is a full toss. It's down the ground. Couple of bounces. Only the 1 run.
Yeah, straight to Machado, and Prasath into the 40s, by the way. 42 for him. These two been a very, very good partnership up until this point. Need to just convert now with 2 and a bit overs remaining.
Yeah, fantastic partnership from these two bars, and it's really pushed these this score along.
There you go. Partnership was just pointing it out. 99, one left for that 100. It's been an incredible partnership, and it's the first time we've seen an actual genuine partnership for Malta, and it's really is a breath of fresh air. It's so good to see that, you know, there's something to smile about for once, and looks like they're going to set a pretty decent total.
Yeah, definitely, especially when you consider that obviously these two came in together on, I think it was the 7th over, and the score was only in the 30s. They've really pushed this on, and it's what Malta have been crying out for the last few days. Anyway, Sarwar to continue. This has gone high in the air. Oh, it's another drop, and this time it is Mahmood who was underneath it.
Standards just dropping in the field for Portugal. Could be fatigue, but we saw it happen to Malta yesterday. Is that ends up being the end of the over. And it's 2 more to the total. So 137 for 3 after 18. And yeah, just letting it slide. That's of course the 100 partnership as well, coming off of just 64 deliveries, which is rather sensational. But yeah, no, Malta not far off their highest score of 145. And the next highest for them was 133 before this game. So looking like they're going to try and get their highest score here. Again, anything above the 150, something to bowl at, something that they feel they can ask the right questions and see what Portugal can do. Portugal, their standards haven't been there. They were really on it to start with, but a few boundaries, and of course this partnership hasn't been broken in 64 deliveries. Just getting bogged down at the moment are Portugal.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's hard to keep that intensity up in a field. You know, they really came out hard earlier against Gibraltar, and that was some fielding performance. They came hard at the start of this one. You can just start to see maybe a bit of fatigue and a bit of mental fatigue also setting in as the sun kind of goes down here at the Europa Point Stadium. Just got to finish strong. A couple of overs to go. Keep this score below the 150. As Shahzad will come in. Wow, no ball called. Free hit will be given, and Shahzad, not for the first time, has given away a free hit.
Once again, struggles. First delivery up. Interesting.
Yep. He struggled a little bit, Shahzad. He's normally so reliable with the ball in terms of keeping things tight, but he comes in. Slow ball. Very well bowled. Now there could be a run out the other end.
Galea doesn't have an arm. Hasn't got it. That was a good appeal from wherever that came from. I don't even know if that was on the pitch, but yeah, good comeback.
I bet that was Nippo. He loves an appeal, that bloke, and I don't know where he is on the pitch at the minute, but I'm sure it was him who was appealing.
Where is Nippo? Can't even see it. He's on the 45.
Shahzad in then to Prasath, who takes a big swing outside off stump. That'll just creep inside the line. Varun Prasath not happy. He thinks that should be called a wide. As we see this again, yeah, I think he probably is quite right with that one. Should have been called.
Yep, consistency is all you ask for, and as long as that doesn't get given on the opposite side, then you can't complain too much. But yeah, it seems to be the umpire's going more for anything outside, not touching.
Slow ball again. It's a brilliant delivery from Shahzad. Just fools Prasath for the second time this over. And that is a really well bowled delivery. Slow ball. Just watch this one. Oh, at the back. Lovely delivery from Shahzad. And off he goes with a little celebration. And quite rightly so. Nothing more kind of satisfying than when you bowl maybe one of your variation balls and it comes off like that. A little bit of a handshake there from Anthony Chambers and a pat on the back. And the skipper will be happy. Big smile. And he's got the big man as well. Prasath has to go for 42.
Yeah, well, do you know what? Falls short of that half century, but I still think Prasath will be happy. Manages to finally get an innings going. And, yeah, just couldn't get onto that half century. But brings a partnership down to the end, worth 101. And really good partnership. But, yeah, Prasath goes 42 off 36 and score 138 for 4.
So we see Afi Khan come to the crease. Afi Khan, who earlier had a little bit of a rest spell, got stumped, but it started quite nicely. Played a few nice shots. Taking a leg stump guard here by the looks of things.
Yeah, looks like Picasso drawing all that stuff on the pitch. Yeah, Najam Shazad picks up his second in the game. And again, the skipper leading from the front.
So Shazad coming in here. Cross Afi Khan, he pulls it into the leg side. It'll just be the one run. Hold the ball is the call.
Yeah, no one getting around to back up the non-strikers then. Except that's Junaid Khan who's at that side, and it is.
So Singh here, still in, having opened up at the start. He might go the whole 20 overs.
It would be something. It's not seen it yet, but this is a bit of a fumble. Interesting what the call is here. It is signalled wide, doesn't touch anything on the way through. Wasn't sure if it just flicked his hip or something like that, but it doesn't. So that'll be another delivery that Najam has to bowl. Interesting, he hasn't changed his angle here, staying around the wicket even for the right-hander, but yeah, interesting.
Yeah, a little bit wayward in this bowl, but he has managed to take 2 wickets. And he'll be looking to take a couple more in these last couple of deliveries. Slower ball again. Doesn't get it quite right. There could be, there's going to be a run out here. No! Now, there's a big shout. Is this a direct hit?
Going upstairs here. See what's the story here. Then it's a full toss that Khan plays into the leg side and then gets stranded. And we see here and...
No, I want to see if the keeper's touched the stumps or whether that was the ball. So... Singh's not happy because oh wow, it's interesting. We'll have to have a look at this because Kuldeep has come in. No. It's very difficult to tell at the minute whether Kuldeep touches the base of the stumps or whether it's the ball. Let's have a little look.
My opinion there is that it's come off his glove and then hit just that little bottom part of the stump. That's my opinion, but again, my opinion doesn't really matter. It depends what the third umpire thinks and what's been told, and we'll see what's given here. And yeah, given is not out, and interesting one. It's one of those probably not enough evidence there to overturn the original decision.
Yeah, I think obviously the light of the camera, obviously with the dust settling here, it's very difficult to see from. In that kind of haze, what touched the actual stump, and with Kuldeep so close to the base of the stump with his own hand and foot, yeah, I mean, I think I'd probably go with your call, and I think it possibly was, but it was just slightly a bit inconclusive, and if it is inconclusive, you've got to give the batsman the benefit of the doubt, haven't you?
Yeah, you've got to go with what's been given on field, and they probably would have given a soft signal as well, and yeah, it is, it's one of those, and well, it means that Singh survives, and 61 off 49, and last delivery then here in the 19th.
Shazad into Singh over the top of the wickets. Good end to the over from him. 19 gone, 142 for 4.
Yep, into the 140s. They'll be looking for anything 150 plus here as we move into the last over. But that's kind of all that we've seen Singh really do. Most of it's just been grabbed and sort of hacked across the line, but interested to see who's going to bowl this last over here because they've got a few options. I think they're going to stick with Rana Sawa potentially. It looks as if he's making his way towards the popping crease, and well, 142 potentially more. Could be interesting here as we move into batting under the lights for Portugal.
Well, it's a game, isn't it? I mean, it's a defendable total. So we said at the start of the day when that wind was going, anything over kind of the 140, 145 region would be a good score. Now, the wind has settled down, so I do think that Portugal will look at this total and think, yeah, that's chaseable, with the batters that we've got and how deep we can bat. But yeah, no, look, Malta have put a score on the board, and Portugal are going to have to bat well to get to it.
Well, yeah, Portugal will bat themselves, and, as you say, they've got the depth, they've got the ability to chase down this target, and whatever is set, they'll still bat themselves no matter what. But, again, this is a big chance for Khan to go big here, up against Sawa, last over.
Goes big into the leg side, and that's gone over the fence. 6 runs to Khan. He set himself early, he knew exactly where he wanted to hit it. It was almost a premeditated shot, and Sawa gets the treatment.
Yeah, and that is a shot that I saw him hit time and time again against his highest ever score in international cricket. 71 not out against Bulgaria last year. That's what I saw him do time and time again. Set himself strong base, and just back himself. That's all he's got to do. And it's taken us into the 7th match, and we finally see Malta apply themselves from a batting perspective.
Yeah, it's just coming together for them, isn't it? And a few of the batters are finally clicking. And he's just pointing. I'm just wondering, he's pointing towards the lighthouse. I think, when you look at his stance, this is where he's looking to hit, isn't he? Sarwar in again, sets himself, doesn't get this one quite right. It's over the top of the fielder at backward point. It's going to race. Not going to race away, but it's Junaid Khan down there. Just the 2 runs to Afi Khan. I think with his stance and the way he's setting himself at the moment, he's looking to hit the lighthouse every time.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's pretty obvious. I think he does. The thing is, he also allows himself to open up and sort of carve it away, and it loses a bit of power, but still has enough on it. And yeah, this is a good contest here in the last. And that 150 comes up as well, so that's 150 on the board, and all of a sudden potentially looking at 160.
Sarwar in again, pushes it wide. I think Sarwar knows what he's trying to do as well, as he tries to hide it outside of the off stump. Doesn't get it quite right, and that will be a wide ball called.
Yeah, he steps across, but he doesn't step across that much, and it doesn't really change the profile of the crease, which means that anything still on that blue line is a wide, and rightly so. And again, you can see Guldeep just saying, I want it on there, but at the same time, he's still got to be within the wide line.
Sarwar then, and that's a big swing and a miss from Afi Khan, who puts the hand up in acknowledgement and apologises to his opposite partner as he goes to look to hoik it towards that leg side again. Just loses his head a little bit as they converge in the middle to just have a little chat. Show support from Singh, telling Afi Khan, go on, I back you, go and do it again. Keep your shape.
Maybe try and change something here, Mike. Just not make it as obvious potentially, but he steps out of his crease. This is interesting. Look, Galia's just saying, just anywhere on this offside, don't go straight.
Yeah, very well bowled. And I think that's I think that's the right call. It's just inside for me, that one. As we see again, Sarwar again wide of the crease.
Sneaks in.
Yeah, for me, that sneaks in for me. I think that's really good bowling. Yeah, very clever bowling.
Good bowling, and also good officiating.
Just becoming a little bit too predictable. You can see what Afi Khan wants to do. Now, if you're a good bowler and you can put it on the spot, this is all that Sarwar has to do here, and put it on that line or just inside that blue line. Gets into leg side, quite full. Oh, he's missed. Oh, no. That should have been
all 3 stumps to aim for, and from probably about 6 yards, and then he's missed it. And that does mean that Singh gets on strike, and Khan, yeah, he's just becoming a little bit of a one-trick pony, but you can't miss from that. That's poor.
Yeah, that's just lazy. I mean, that's just kind of lack of composure, really, in the end, as we come to the last ball of the innings. I'll be disappointed with that. I mean, Sarwar, he's been given the treatment a little bit. 38 runs so far off his 4 overs. 1 ball to come of it. Hasn't taken a wicket. I guess a chance of a run out there. I'm not sure it really does affect the game too much at that point, but every one of these runs counts. It's just a bit. Portugal will be disappointed. They've kind of been a little bit sloppy in this second half. As Sarwar goes, Singh's going to go straight down the ground, and that will be 4 runs to finish this innings. Malta 156 for 4 at the end of their 20. A brilliant innings from Singh, who finishes unbeaten on 65.
Yeah, superb finish. Look at this. Really just comes across. He knows he's going to try and hide it outside that off stump, and yeah, really lovely bit of cricket from Jaspal Singh. Sensible batting. And, well, for the first time this tournament, we're seeing a batsman open the innings and hold his bat all the way through. Malta will finish on 156 for 4. And you can take a look at the highlights then here. Well, Rana Sarwar was a little bit dispatched early on, but again, it was also some really nice batting. Jaspal Singh with a really nice cricket shot there. And then, well, that was Sharma going for Malta. Some really good bit of work from Faf Stoneman, who ended up getting a little bit of stick towards the back end of his spell. But then it was really one man, Jaspal Singh, going really well for Malta. But he was joined at the crease by his skipper, Varun Prasath. Well, this was the over that went big. This was the over 1 of 2. In 2 overs, they went 30 runs for no loss of wickets, and that's just what they've missed. Well, that was an interesting moment. The bat going completely, and he was still able to find the middle of the bat a couple of times after that, wasn't he?
Yeah, really good to see Varun Prasath go big. This one he didn't quite get hold of, bottom of the bat, but still goes all the distance. But it was the next one which goes massive, which we won't see. But here, that man, Jaspal Singh, this one hitting the top of the cafe and off towards the ocean it goes. He had a really good batting performance. Really good to see him get some runs. And good to see this multi-side come good with the bat finally.
Yeah, finally finishing the innings with a really beautiful, elegant cricket shot down the ground, finishing with a boundary, setting 157 runs for victory for Portugal. And this game is certainly not over yet. Taking a look at the scorecard, finally people getting runs. Jaspal Singh, 65 not out off of 51, going with 6 fours and 3 sixes, by the way, striking 127. Varun Prasath, the other man to really get in, finishing on 42 off of 36 before being bowled by Najam Shahzad. 2 fours, 3 sixes for him. And again, that partnership between those two worth 101 in total. And when looking at the bowlers, you look at Junaid Khan bowling really well, very economical, doesn't take a wicket, but only gives away 10 off his 4 overs. Najam Shahzad 2 for 24 off his 3. Francois Stoneman looked really good before that last over, but then conceded quite a few off it and ended up going 2 for 38 off of his 4. Asad Mahmood bowled well again. Nippo got a bit of tap, as did Sawa, 42 off of his 4 overs. Going wicketless, meaning that Malta have set 157 for victory. Do return in around about 10 minutes or so as we see the response from Portugal, looking to make it 5 out of 5. Don't go anywhere as you're watching the ECN Gibraltar T20I with myself, Charlie Hunt, and alongside Joe Marples on the European Cricket Network. Very good evening. Welcome back to the Europa Sports Complex here in Gibraltar. And we get ready for what is set to be a very interesting little matchup here as Malta have set Portugal 157 runs for victory. Well, that's where we are at the moment here at the Europa Point Sports Complex. And, well, what a view that is. That's a nice little gradient. And we're almost ready to get things underway as the umpires make their way out. And I'm joined by Joe Marples in the commentary box. Joe, pretty decent bit of batting there from Malta.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we've been waiting for kind of the whole of these 3 days, is for Malta to finally put something together with the bat. We've been kind of saying since day one, people like Varan Prasath, he can hit the ball and he does bat well, but it just hasn't come together for them. And then all of a sudden, Jaspal Singh and Varan Prasath just started to accelerate on that innings, a partnership over 100, and they've taken Malta here to a really respectable total.
Yeah, I mean, look at that view. That's something that I don't think I'm ever going to get sick of, and I almost wish that I never really have to come away from it. Good to see we can actually see something now that that sun's gone away. And oh, look at that. Just look at the pink, the blue. It's beautiful. It's a stunning place to be hosting some international cricket. A very good evening to everyone tuning in, whether it be on Fancode and in India or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. A very good evening to all of you. A huge thank you for joining us here on this nice Saturday night. No, not Saturday, it was 9:10, but yeah, really, I'll tell you what, a couple of very good clips coming out of the day, mostly here as well. I mean, we saw that HCL software play of the day, by the way, just been posted on the ECN European Cricket Network social media channel. So if you haven't had a look at that already, go ahead and check us out on Instagram and Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, Josh out in India, TikTok. Go and have a look, see what's on there. There's some seriously good stuff on there, and you know, the team in the behind the scenes working very hard on that as we see that the players are out in the middle. We're almost ready to get things underway. Sharma is going to be the opener for Malta, and it is going to be Chambers alongside Gulia. And Gulia, well, he's coming off the back of a very well-made half-century. Yeah,
absolutely. He's threatened it a few times this tournament, some really good starts, but then kind of thrown his wicket away. Struggled yesterday in this clash, but yeah, he came out in the last game against Gibraltar and really punished them. So he'll be looking to go again and get another decent score here.
Yeah, I'll be hoping so. We're about ready to get things underway. Mumford gets us the all clear, and Sharma starts us off. And it's a good start as Khan just being the classic keeper and being nice and vocal. Good start from Sharma, gets this on the right area and asking good early questions.
Yeah, I like the fact that this morning that Malta put Sharma at the top and decided to open with him. A bit like Gibraltar do with Avinash Pai. Opening with a spinner is a really good option in the T20s. And yeah, he's an experienced bowler and he knows what he's doing.
And speaking of Avinash Pai, just in the chat dropping that he's not sure what's wrong with his leg, which is a little bit concerning. But here's Sharma again. Well, that's too wide. And good bit of footwork, though, from Khan. I'd say I've been pretty impressed by his glove. I've been pretty impressed by a lot of the keepers here this weekend. I mean, you look at the likes of Khan, Golia, and then Stagno's had a few good moments as well. But yeah, it's really nice to see. And I know that a lot of people are always pretty happy to see some good keeping on display. So good bit of work here as Golia just fends this back. Good morning to Rob Thompson. Just says good morning from New Zealand to Joe and Charlie. Well, good morning to you, Rob. And well, I could think of a few better voices you may want to hear at the first thing in the morning.
I was going to say, I mean, most people are complaining at hearing my voice first thing in the morning. Anyway, Sharma's continue.
Down the ground, and that's going to be the first runs off the bat. And it's no real surprise that Kuldeep Gulia pounces on a full delivery, and that's 6 runs.
Yeah, he's looking strong now, isn't he? He's hitting the ball well down the ground. This one is a clean hit right out of the screws, straight as an arrow. And that is 6 runs to start his innings off, just really, like he's finished it in the first game today.
Yeah, really good start for Gulia. Sharma under pressure here early on. See if he has a response. It's Fuller again, and this time leg side. And Marks is the one who will field it eventually, and they meet in the middle to the batsman. And Gulia just saying, "It's okay, that's fine. We can have a little early mix-up. It's all good." I think there's a bit of a friend there, a bit of a Gibraltar friend.
Gibraltar friend, it's Jolly Harrison. Good to hear from you, Popper. Glad for you to pop in the chat. Shame not to have seen you this weekend. But yeah, really nice to hear you. Hello to you too.
flicked round the corner. Lovely shot. That's going to race away. Chases on for the fielder, who's fielding in his jacket. Not sure if that's allowed, but goes for the foot fielding, and well, that'll be another boundary.
Yeah, definitely, and yeah, really good shot round the corner. I'm not going to mention the jacket. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure he'll probably get picked up for that because I don't think they'll be happy with it. But anyway, that will be 4 runs to the collection for Portugal. Just going back to Popper, it's someone, Charlie Harrison, who we know here from the night shows, also playing for Gibraltar with myself in the past. I bet he will be absolutely delighted that Gibraltar have picked up 2 wins in this home series, as he is Gibraltar through and through. Sharma to continue here then. Galoya goes into this leg side, powerfully hit. Good fielding down there on the long on boundary. That is number 18, Niraj Khanna.
A good stop there from Khanna. Does the hard graft and cuts that one off. Hello to Shailesh as well. Says just very nice and simple. Just put hello to you too. Sharma is looking to try and bowl one more, but I think that should be the over. And well, they're just trying to make sure that they get it right. Maybe a little bit of confusion, but just trying to hear what it is. And yeah, well, someone got it wrong, and it's going to be the over. Chambers looks as confused as we are, and that is the over. And first over down then, 12 for none.
Yeah, good start here from Portugal. That man, again, Kuldeep Galoya, he looks in form now. He hit that really nice half-century in that last game. He's looking to start this one powerfully. As Malta will just look to tie Portugal down and maybe take a couple of wickets in that power play like we saw in the previous game. That man, though, we've seen this lineup for Portugal, and they do bat deep. So far, Najam Shazad has been the danger man for Portugal lower down that innings against Malta.
Found out. That is, that's Fanya Mughal who's got his jacket on. So he's going to have to take that off at some point. Otherwise, he's, I don't know, he makes everyone's life a little bit harder. But yeah, good start for Portugal. This isn't a simple chase. They've still got some tricky bowlers to negotiate. And yeah, just a bit of a game of this one, I think. And early wickets key, though, for Malta. These two get set, and then it's going to be very tricky. But they need to at least be 3 down with the power play over. Here is Rahman, and Galoya just rushed for a bit of pace and almost a misfield, but it's a dot ball to start. Good to see Rahman opening there at the top of the innings.
Absolutely, he's had a fantastic tournament. Look, we talk about Malta having their struggles. Here's one player who hasn't struggled at all, especially with the ball. He's been fantastic, taking wickets regularly, and he's a good option here with a new ball. Aggressive from Malta.
Bit of extra pace as well, as this is down the ground. That is as good as it gets. Stand and deliver from Kuldeep Galoya, and well, it's 4 on the back of his shirt, but that's also 4 on the scoreboard, and a lovely cricket shot from Kuldeep Galoya.
Yeah, lovely shot from Galoya. Straight as an arrow again. He's just hitting it clean, isn't he? He's right out of the screws, and that's a really good shot from Galoya. Powerfully hit. Just finding his form at the right time.
Extra pace possibly helping here as he comes in again. Leg side, sits there and watches it sail over into the public area, and that's going to be 6 more. Lovely shot from Kuldeep Galoya.
Yeah, really good shot again, as this one just drops it a little bit too short, but look how still he is, and it's a proper cricket shot. That isn't a slog at all from Galoya. As number 19, Stanislaus is running around there trying to find the ball. Looks like he's on ice skates, doesn't he?
As if he's struggling, doesn't he? Again, that's literally where we saw not to bowl in the previous game from Gibraltar. Don't put it there. That's exactly where Fitzgerald was putting it earlier, and well, Rahman's just put a carbon copy on it, and well, pretty similar result. 6 into the leg side, and Charles is just talking about the success that Gibraltar have had with Latin and Stagno, and then also Louis Bruce as well. Here is Rahman. Needs something out of this. And, well, it's not your day. When it rains, it pours. It's another boundary. This time, Galoya getting a bit of luck, and it sails down towards the vacant fine leg region, and it's another sneaky 4.
Yeah, a little bit scrappy that one. Doesn't really get hold of this. Well bowled from Rahman. But, you know, Derbyshire cuts and all runs count.
You take as much as you can get. And this over, already gone for 14. And it's a dangerous start this is for Portugal. This time hasn't got enough on it as there's people up and down. And did that hit the stumps? Am I seeing that? Or have I just witnessed that, or am I dreaming things? Because there's about 4 of them. It was the Bermuda Triangle, maybe 3 of them in fact. And did that hit the stumps? Just watch this back. Or am I seeing things here? No, there's nowhere near the stumps. I'm just seeing things. You made me jump. Relax yourself.
Don't blame me.
I am blaming you. Relax yourself.
Look, I know my eyesight's been a bit off this last few days, but now you've caught it. It's not now you've caught it.
No,
yeah.
My eyesight's better than 20/20 vision. I literally was told that by a Specsavers optician. Other opticians are available, of course. Here's Rahman. Clatters into the pad, asking the question, turned down straight away. Chambers, it's his first delivery he's faced, by the way. It's only taken 12 balls, but we've got there eventually. Good end to the over then for Rahman. And yeah, possibly just going down, and height maybe being the issue here, is it? Probably clatters just above the knee roll. Yeah, good call. End of the over then. And it's 27 for none after 2.
Yeah, as we just take a look here at the standings, and once again, just looking how Portugal have dominated these opening 3 days. 4 wins from 4, and 4 very convincing wins. Only really pushed in that one game against Gibraltar in the opener, although Malta did give them a good game yesterday. But yeah, they've looked really convincing at the top of that table. Malta, on the other hand, have really struggled in these opening 3 days. 4 losses from 4, and they'll be looking now to try and at least finish this tour on a high. And they've set a decent total for here to Portugal to chase.
Yeah, just lacking a bit of oomph in the field at the moment. The bowling's been a little bit lacklustre, as they now have Portugal at 27 for none. Good evening to Trip Denny in the chat. Hope you're okay. And pleasure to have you join us as you join the second innings of match number 7. Of course, these two teams, this is both their teams' penultimate game. Of course, Gibraltar have a double-header against both of these sides tomorrow, playing against Portugal in the morning, and then Malta to finish off in the evening game. Here is Mughal. He's finally got rid of his jacket. He's into bowl. And, well, that's going to be a wide.
Yeah, just gets that one wrong, doesn't he? He's bowled really well, Mughal, in this week so far. And he has bowled a couple of wides, but he's this bowler who bowls, it kind of comes a left arm over, and batters just struggle to get away. He's tricky, isn't he?
Yeah, no, he's a tricky customer to deal with, but just getting it wrong there. But I have a feeling Galea might take a liking to this left arm. Down the ground, hit hard, should be fielded and will be. That's straight to the half-centuryman in Jaspal Singh down at long off. What an innings that was, by the way, out of nowhere, really.
Yeah, I mean, it looked at the start a bit scratchy, but as he got going, he really started to hit some of those balls quite cleanly, and there's some big shots in there.
Chambers yet to get off the mark. This will be again clattering into the pads. That's 2 deliveries he's faced and 2 deliveries that have gone into his front pad, and it will be another leg bite.
Yeah, just Croom111 in the chat here saying, evening all, wish it was this dry here. I'm presuming you're in the UK, Croom. Do tell us where you are. I know from back home that my club side have had today's game called off.
If I remember correctly, Croom was at the Essex game a few days ago. Could be wrong, but that's really tested my memory. Mughal continuing down the ground, struck firmly. Mughal gets a hand on it, and Mumford gets out of the way, and luckily so. It's just another single, but yeah, I think I might be right in saying that. I'm probably going to get proven wrong, as is usually the case, unless you're Faf Stoneman, and I predict you're going to try and scoop and do exactly that, as there's just the wind picking up again as it wreaks havoc onto the Europa Sports Complex and one of the rugby protection things. I don't know what they're called. That wind's just, that gust has really come through out of nowhere, sort of coming all the way sort of down towards that back end of the pitch. This down the leg side. Good take though from Khan.
Yeah, just struggling with his line here, Mughal. Although the last ball before this one, it was a catching chance. I know it was a difficult one, but when you've got someone like Kuldeep Galoya, if you can take a worldie caught and bowled, that would have really been a good wicket to take for Malta. But Mughal needs to come back strong here.
Chambers still yet to get off the mark. well, still hasn't got off the mark. That one's staying rather low, and again, Chambers just stuck on that back foot and yet to get off the mark. Oh, that wind is out of nowhere. It's really gusting now, and a couple of things flying around all over the place, and bags going everywhere, hats going everywhere, and it's a little bit interesting, but changes things a little bit. Cut nicely, straight to the man at point. And I think of a single. Chambers wants to get off the mark. Doesn't do so. It's another dot ball. That's 4 dot balls in a row now for Chambers. Yet to get off that mark.
Yeah, you could just see it was a nice little shot into the offside, and you could just see he was eager to kind of try and get himself off that mark, having kind of eaten up 3 dot balls prior to it.
Oh,
the
helmet's going. Told you. Telling you, this Mother Nature, she's playing a part. Cream saying, yep, in the UK, called off today, very wet at Chelmsford, only a few overs in. Yeah, I used to live not far away from Chelmsford, back in Essex, as live in a little village called Felsted. Born in Braintree. Never got the brains in my family, that's for sure. Continuing here, and again asking the question. Mumford turns it down straight away. It's the end of the over. Good over though from Ugle, comes back into the frame of things nicely. Pitching outside leg for me. And at the end of the over, that's 3 overs down, 32 for none.
Yeah, Chambers just looking like he's struggling here a little bit. He just wants to settle himself down in the crease. We've got Kuldeep Galore at the other end who's going really well. He just needs to rotate the strike and get himself going. He's not really got his week going with the bat so far, has he, James?
No, he struggled and took a really good catch, of course, earlier in the day that I just mentioned was on our socials. Go ahead and have a look. And Takir saying hello, Joe and Charlie from Pakistan. I hope you're okay. Thanks for joining us. Jules saying, I know when I used to do the weather for Gibraltar, there are all sorts of strange quirks to it there. Jules, give us a little bit more information than that. Tell us a little bit more. We want to know more.
So I know a little bit, but again, so Gibraltar's in a little bit of a microclimate. So you tend to find in the winter here, it tends to be a little bit warmer than just across the border in Spain. However, in the summer, it tends to be slightly cooler.
Best of both worlds, then.
Yeah.
I know where I'm moving to, then. Varun Prasath is the skipper, coming off of a well-made handful of runs. It was 42 to be exact, and he's now going to come into the frame of things here for Portugal here in the 4th over. It's a really, really good delivery first up. Getting it on the right areas, and yeah, that one nipping in quite a fair amount.
Yeah, he's just put a bit of extra on that, Varun Prasath. He was telling me, actually, the plan before the start of this tour was for him not to bowl at all because of that previous injury. However, because of how things have been going, he's, as skipper, he's taken it upon himself to bowl.
No, this one's too far. Too far on the leg side, as Khan's doing all sort of dance moves. He's just using those grizzly pear pads to take a bit of a rest. See, once the foot goes after that, it's quite funny.
Yeah, it does get a bit moist underfoot as the lights kind of go down here in Gibraltar, especially in the winter months as the sea spray comes on, but as Prasath continues.
That has been dispatched, and that will be 6 more. That's another just superb shot from Golia, and with that shot races into the 30s. And stand and deliver stuff again. Don't bowl there. How many times have we said it? That's where he's confident.
Yeah, absolutely. He's played that shot a few times now, and he just holds the pose, doesn't he? He's backing himself here. He just looks so composed. He's not trying to overhit it. I think that's the main thing I can see from this. He's just hitting through the line. He's timing the ball well, and he's confident in his batting ability. And once again, we find them on the hunt for ball. And now he's spotted it. He's spotted it. Oh, he's gone. There it is. You found it. They are getting closer and closer to that sea, though. No. You told me that they weren't going to hit it.
No way, don't be silly.
It's only just over the back of that gun.
No. I'm telling you, it's not happening. If it does, I'll go in the sea. I won't. That's a lie.
Oh, the lighthouses in the background. If you just notice, the lighthouses decide to switch on and switch off.
It's on again.
And it's on again.
Almost as if that's what a lighthouse does.
Yes. I haven't noticed that in the previous nights.
Oh, Joe, mate, you've lost the plot. Oh dear, Galia 34 off of 15 is looking pretty pretty set at the crease. Prasath needs a response. Oh dear, Prasath then. Up high, and well, Stanislaus, back you go, because that's gone all the way yet again. That's another 6 more runs. It's another maximum.
Yeah, huge hit. That goes high and long, and Kuldeep Galoy is having a lot of fun out there now. That one's heading towards the lighthouse. I mean, I tell you what, Stanislaus may as well stay out there if that's what Galoy is going to keep picking. That's 40 now off 16 balls for him, and he's racing away to another half century here.
Well, he's only 10 off, and very quick time as well. Oh, misses out there, just sneaking through, and good comeback from Prasath. By the way, Galia's hit 40. They're on 45. Chambers has just sat there and hasn't really contributed much to the total up to this point, but he won't be too upset when Galia's gone 40 off of about, well, not very many, 17 to be exact. Here is Prasath. Down the ground again, and that's another one, 6 more. And he gets to within striking distance of that half century with that shot. And that's 50 up for Portugal here in the 4th.
Yeah, this time he goes over that offside, straight down towards that long off region. There's no one back there. And as we see the Maltese players watching that one as it sails over the rope.
Well, this over's 1 away from going magical for Prasath. And 51 up with a delivery left here in the 4th. Leg side, 6 more. That's gone out of here yet again. And new balls, please, because at the end of 4 overs, Galia has brought up his half century off of just 19 deliveries. And Prasath, he goes magical, 57 for none after 4.
Yeah, big cheer down from the Portuguese bench below us. That is, again, a really strong shot. Doesn't try to overhit it, and it's out into the park again.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, talk about one-dimensional, but when that's what you're being bowled, that's what you've got to do. And Kuldeep Galia, he has dominated this innings from Portugal. By the way, Conrad is
I know,
also
I've just seen the message. Look, I haven't noticed it the previous few nights. Maybe it's me. But
it's what a lighthouse does. It's not just going to sit on, is there? Otherwise.
Look.
Oh dear. Jules saying it's been a while, but I always remember having to reference the Levanter. What's the Levanter?
So Levanter is the high winds which you get here in Gibraltar, which is kind of circle round the rock, and you tend to find this kind of low-level lying cloud which drops down, and you'll see it quite sometimes. I don't know if you saw it at the start of the year. You might have saw it at the start of the year, where kind of Gibraltar tends up getting covered in this real thick cloud, especially at the top of the rock there, and the winds kind of circle round. And you move across into Spain, and you'll be beautiful weather, and you'll see this just one big cloud circling Gib.
Here's Rahman coming into the attack again, and Chambers just chips this down the ground, and finally is off the mark. There's people still just talking about how a lighthouse turns on and then turns off again, and then will turn back on again. See, look, it's doing it still.
You know what? That could keep me interested for the rest of the night. I'm gonna.
You sit here and you will watch the lighthouse, and you just tap every time it turns off and on. Tell me how many times it happens between now and the end of this game. There you go. That'll keep you busy. That'll keep the kid busy in the corner.
Well, I'm glad it's working. I mean, it's. I mean, for the ships that are below us.
Rahman again. Short, don't bowl there. It's another boundary, and Galia, he's just having an absolute field day. And well, this is just becoming a demolishing sign of things to come here. And well, Galia, he grimaces at that shot, but it's still a lovely shot for more.
Yeah, really good shot. And I mean, he wants to get this done quickly, doesn't he? He's obviously he's got somewhere to be as Kuldeep Galia.
Do you know what he knows? He knows the fact that Hungry Monkey stops ordering at 11 o'clock, and he's got somewhere to be.
Very true, very true. By the way, there are other brands than Hungry Monkey on the rock here, so
I wouldn't know. This is starting to get out of hand for Malta. I don't know what they're checking here. It was absolutely fine. I don't know. You're okay? Yeah, it's fine. And
yeah, it's 4, definitely 4.
It bounced about 2 times before that, anyway.
Exactly, it's definitely a 4.
Yeah, okay, that's what you meant.
I did.
2 men back on the leg side. Rahman needs something here. Oh, that's makes pretty. I'm not sure that makes every Every man out there grimace ever so slightly as that happens, but he's, oh, never mind, that's horrible. Anyway.
That's the one that's about. You kind of grimace, but you go, bite your tongue, don't show
rub
any
it.
pain. Don't show any pain.
Don't rub it and you'll be all right. 95 required off of 93.
Here we go again as Rahman comes in to bowl.
Down the ground, through the hands, and 4 more again. Well, Golia, this is just becoming a little bit unfair on Malta. They're throwing everything out. They're going short, getting dispatched. They're going full, getting dispatched. And it's just proving to be Golia's night.
Yeah, just out of the reach of the fielder there, and it was hit powerfully strong, wasn't it? Golia now 60 off only 22 balls. 66 off 4.4. I mean, tell you what, Portugal have come out all guns blazing in this second innings.
Needs a response. And again, Golia. Hello, baby. That's another maximum here. And Golia, it's stand and deliver stuff. And the Portuguese squad, not even clapping now, it's just what they've come to expect.
I said he was destructive at the start of the week, and this is what I mean. This is incredible hitting from Kuldeep Galoya. That's gone miles. He doesn't even bother checking where even it's landed. He knows that's gone.
That's when you know someone is in serious form. By the way, Chambers, he's just got a free ticket to the best seat in the house, and he is loving life. And, well, Rahman, this over. He's got a bit of treatment. 1-4.46 with a single delivery left. And there's a discussion. Where do you put the field? But at the moment, it doesn't really matter because he's clearing the rope. Yeah, that's it. This over's gone for some serious damage. 15 already. And, well, this run rate already below 6, which is rather sensational. Here he is then, trying to close off the over. Goes full, goes up, and that's also out of here. That is a check drive for 6, and that's in the car park. And at this rate, we're going to be home before tea. And that is sensational from Kuldeep Galoya. And Rahman, there's not much he can do except take his hat and walk back to his fielding position and hope that it doesn't happen to someone else in this team, because that is a big, big over. Going for 21. And at the end of 5, Portugal, at the end of 5 overs, in a T20 international, Portugal, 78 for none.
This is almost T10 stuff from Kuldeep Galoya. It's incredible hitting. They're not bowling the right areas to him, though, and he's just punishing it as we have a little look at what is to come over on our last day here in Gibraltar. Day 4, 2 games. The first being that against Gibraltar, the hosts against Portugal, and the last of them, Malta versus Gibraltar.
If I'm Gibraltar, I'm very concerned right now, because you're sitting here thinking he's going to go to sleep and still come back in. He's going to come back in form, and he's going to come back in nick, and you're going to be concerned, and you're sort of hoping, well, keep Anthony Chambers on strike because he's 1 off 6. But at the moment, Kuldeep Galoya is 72 off of 24. And in those 24 deliveries, he's hit 8 6s and 5 4s, striking at 300. Sensational stuff. Here's Singh.
Anthony Chambers into the leg side then.
Shy at the stumps. Galoya
Yeah.
just having a bit of a moment, having a rest, saying, well, I've been hitting all these 6s. I'm just going to take a minute to take a moment and sit here. And Grooves just made a comment that's made me giggle. It's a partnership worth 72, but Chambers has 1 of them.
Yes, true.
As this is just dropped short onto the onside, and a direct hit. They're asking the question. I think he made his ground pretty safely, but once again, just a random shot at the stumps. And you see here, makes his ground very comfortably as Galoya. Chambers still on strike, 1 off 8. All he's got to do is get a single, and Galoya will do the rest, and he's just struggling to do so at the moment. Singh, though. Yash Singh, of course. Short into the offside. There's no one there, and that will split the field. And finally, Chambers gets in on the action. That'll settle a few nerves, and it's his first boundary, and it's gets the score to move on. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, lovely shot from Chambers. Proper cricket shot. Just steps away, gets on the back foot and punches it through the offside. No man out there on the boundary, and it's running away all day. Nice little shot for 4 runs as Chambers moves on to 5.
Yeah, moves on to 5 whilst his partner sat there on 72, and there hasn't been a wicket lost yet. And this is really getting away from Malta already. Short again, offside, and they haven't plugged that gap, and it's going to race away. The chase is on, and the ball is going to win. Went for the foot fielding, and I know if Corey Rutgers was watching, he'd be hanging his head in shame, and well, that would be another boundary, and this time Chambers turns around.